The Rise of America 1620. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 1001 Exposed. P.S. C. Coder Ahu is sending New Year's greetings to all of you who provide for your family. I wish you all success in your careers and good health in the new year. At the same time, Coder Ahu, even on New Year's Eve, will continue to write 10,000 words. I'm being so cute, could you please give me a reward? I'm begging for my 3-month-old little sister. Meow, dividing line. With dinner ready, Liu served the 4 dishes and a soup. In those days, winter dishes were generally limited. There were only a few dishes that could be prepared at home, unlike today, where we can enjoy a wide variety of food, even in winter. However, Master Wang was not picky about his food. He was in high spirits, and his family was captivated by the gossip he was sharing. So, the family gathered together, enjoying a modest but enjoyable dinner. Master Wang also enjoyed a pot of cheap sweet potato stew with great relish. As Master Wang explained, his family understood the origins of the Song Empire and why the crown prince had come to the Ming dynasty to pay homage to their ancestors. It turned out that this crown prince, hailing from the distant Americas, was a descendant of the Song dynasty's royal family, dating back centuries. Therefore, his visit to the Ming dynasty to pay homage to his ancestors made sense. After all, centuries ago, the Song dynasty had ruled the Central Plains and was the dominant power there. If it weren't for the Mongols, there might not have been a Ming dynasty. Furthermore, even if they had gone to America, they had still managed to continue the Zhao Song lineage and even preserve the name of Zhao Song. Compared to the Ming dynasty emperor, they were considered more legitimate. They just didn't know where America was, what the environment in the Song Empire was like, and whether they would adapt to it. But since they were all descendants of the Yanhuang bloodline, life in the Song Empire shouldn't be difficult. When Master Wang's family learned that the country they were heading to was also ruled by the Yanhuang bloodline, their feelings of reluctance dissipated. Their current concern was whether they would find it difficult to adapt there. After all, if they follow their father out of Ming this time, they might never return. Dad, what's the situation like in America with the Zhao Song? Do you have any idea? The second son, Wang Chengan, asked during dinner. Master Wang thought for a moment, unsure how to answer. He knew very little about the Song Empire, having only spent a few days in San Francisco. And all he knew was that the empire's soldiers were formidable and its warships were powerful. Furthermore, while he was in San Francisco, the Song had gone to occupy a fertile tract of land. I heard it was the bustling city of Manhattan, somewhere further afield. I haven't been to the capital, but I can say the land in San Francisco is incredibly fertile and vast. I've seen it there, and as long as we plant the right seeds, we can guarantee a sufficient harvest. And when I left, the Song were already building a city in San Francisco. Master Wang thought for a moment, and could only offer his son this answer. Dad, according to you, the Song people haven't built a city over there yet. Wang Chengan understood the meaning of his father's words. Master Wang nodded. The Song people just seized San Francisco from the barbarians. So, of course, they haven't had time to build a city yet. But I estimate it should be of some size now. The barbarians over there are no match for the Song people. I can assure you of this. He looked at his second son seriously. You don't know, but the Song people's weapons and firearms are extremely powerful. Their tactics are also very innovative. The barbarians over there are no way that can match the Song people. Their defeat is inevitable. Master Wang highly praised the Song Empire. And even the Japanese suffered at the hands of the Song people. Now all Kyushu has been ceded to the Song people. What? The Japanese suffered, and even ceded land to the Song people. This was too unbelievable. After Master Wang finished speaking, his 2 sons looked incredulous. The people of Jiangsu and Zhejiang were no strangers to the Japanese. Just a few decades ago, the Japanese invaders wreaked havoc on the Ming people of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and the coastal areas. Therefore, anyone living there knew the Japanese were incredibly powerful. Remember, when the Japanese invaded the Ming, A dozen or so Japanese men would often attack and plunder cities and counties. Therefore, in the eyes of the Ming people, the Japanese were incredibly formidable. Had it not been for Qi Jiguang, the Japanese might have been even more rampant. Of course, this is only what is recorded in history books. In reality, historical records show that the Japanese who wreaked havoc on the Ming were a minority, not a large number. Most were Ming people impersonating themselves, seeking to harm their own people. After all, the Japanese and Ming people looked similar, and with a little dressing up and imitating Japanese movements, it was difficult to tell them apart. Qi Jiguang saw through this and launched a targeted crackdown, ultimately suppressing the Japanese rebellion. However, the common people were unaware of this. To save face, the imperial court concealed the fact that the Japanese rebellion was actually caused by Chinese people. Therefore, the people of the Ming dynasty still believed that the Japanese were powerful. They considered them so powerful that they had caused chaos along the Ming coast for over a decade, yet they were actually defeated by the Song Empire. Not only were they defeated, but they also ceded territory to the Song Empire. This was simply unbelievable. But seeing their father's confident expression, they had to believe it was true. After all, their father couldn't possibly lie to them about this. There was absolutely no need. Dad, such powerful Japanese were defeated by the Song people? Isn't this a bit too hard to believe? Even though I'm a rough guy, I know they're powerful. This time, it was Master Wang's eldest son, Wang Chengping, who spoke. Yes, just as Wang Chengping himself said, even though he was a rough guy, he knew the Japanese were powerful. During the Japanese invasion, the areas of Jiangsu and Zhejiang suffered the most. So, even after so many years, some elders still brought it up from time to time. Whenever they talked about the Japanese, they would use the phrase powerful. Wang Chengping used words like ferocious and brave to describe his military prowess. Whether he liked it or not, certain things had already been instilled in him. His younger brother, Wang Chengyan, was in a similar situation. Therefore, the fact that the Japanese, who they considered so formidable, were actually defeated by the Song army was truly surprising. Master Wang took a sip from the small wine cup in front of him, then slowly set it down. He looked at his two sons with a serious expression. The Japanese are powerful, to be sure, but the Song are even more powerful. As Master Wang spoke to his sons, his mind was filled with the scenes of the Battle of Mairuyan. Truthfully, this was the first time Master Wang truly understood the terrifying power of the Song Empire. Although he had witnessed battles between the Song Empire and Osaka troops in Osaka, it hadn't been as shocking as the battle at Mairuyan. After all, the disparity in military strength at Mairuyan was enormous. The 13 daimyo of Kyushu united, forming an army exceeding 150,000 men. The Song Empire, on the other hand, had only a little over 9,000 imperial infantry led by the crown prince, less than 10,000. This number even included the Japanese soldiers surrendered in Osaka. However, here at Mirakuhara, with his outnumbered forces, Master Wang personally experienced and witnessed the true power of miracles. No matter who recounted this battle, no one would have expected much from the Song Empire. Yet, the Song Empire defeated the Kyushu coalition and seized all of Kyushu in one fell swoop, completely controlling it. With the imperial edicts from the shogun and the emperor, Kyushu now belonged to the Song Empire, both in name and in reality. Even if the Japanese wanted to deny it, they couldn't. After all, they had the imperial edict and the shogun's seal. Unless the Japanese recaptured Kyushu through force, they wouldn't be able to do so. But did they have the strength to do so? You have to understand that with fewer than 10,000 soldiers, they defeated a Kyushu coalition force exceeding 150,000. This clearly demonstrates that the Song Empire is no match for the enemy. Furthermore, after Zhao Hongyu occupied Kyushu, he planned to transfer troops from the Americas to firmly control Kyushu's territory. Once Song reinforcements arrived, it would be even more difficult for the Japanese to capture Kyushu. Furthermore, the Japanese were currently embroiled in internal strife, divided into three factions fighting each other. They no longer had the experience to focus on Kyushu. They could only wait until the conflict in Japan subsided before they could turn their attention back to Kyushu. However, waiting for the Japanese unrest to subside would take time, and that time would undoubtedly be considerable, at least 2 or 3 years. Could Kyushu cease to develop in those 2 or 3 years? And would the American Song Empire not have reinforcements within 2 or 3 years? It was simply impossible. By then, the Japanese would have no ability to recapture Kyushu. So, if Kyushu fell into the hands of the Song Empire, there was no way it could be lost. He had experienced it all firsthand, but the children didn't know. Therefore, Master Wang felt it was important to explain the Song Empire's strength to them. At least in Master Wang's opinion, the Song Empire was even more powerful than the Ming dynasty. Just looking at the spirit of the soldiers was a difference. The Song soldiers were all strong and energetic. Meanwhile, the Ming garrison soldiers were utterly listless. The comparison was obvious. The Japanese are powerful, yes, but the Song are no less. In fact, they're even more formidable than the Japanese. Master Wang began to recount his experiences in Japan, even covering the battles that began in Osaka. As Master Wang spoke, his family's curiosity about the Song Empire intensified. Outside, the north wind howled, and heavy snow began to drift across the sky. Compared to the chill outside, the cold inside wasn't that bad. Bang! 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 It's dry, be careful with candles. Before they knew it, midnight had arrived. Master Wang was speaking with a dry mouth. That's all I know. The Song Empire's soldiers are incredibly powerful. This is a sign of the nation's strength. We won't suffer any loss by becoming Song citizens, but rather, we'll be protected. Master Wang was already tired, and since it was already late, he didn't want to continue. So, after he finished his speech, he said to his two sons, I can't explain the situation in the Song Empire right now. But when you go there later, you can see for yourselves. Okay, it's late now, let's all rest. Tomorrow, after I dig up the silver, we'll leave Hangzhou. Master Wang didn't want to waste time in Hangzhou, so he planned to take the money and leave with his family early the next morning. As the head of the family, Master Wang's decision went unchallenged. They were leaving anyway, so it didn't matter whether it was sooner or later. Madame Liu and her daughter began clearing the dishes, while the two sons rose, bowed, and left the room for their own quarters. The two young men must have been sleepless that night. Their minds relentlessly contemplated what the Song Empire in America would be like. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't quite imagine it. It seemed they would only find out once they reached America. The eldest, Wang Chengping, was the most excited. He had originally thought being a pirate was the most exciting, but after listening to his father's description of the Song Empire, he suddenly realized that becoming a Song soldier would be a good option. He longed to know the true power of those impressive muskets his father had described, and what it would be like to fire those thunderous cannons. He was filled with curiosity. Perhaps it was the inherently aggressive nature of men, but Wang Chengping felt that if he could fight alongside the Crown Prince, life would be incredibly exciting. It would definitely be much more enjoyable than his carpentry days. Quiet gradually settled in Master Wang's household, and everyone began to rest and prepare for the next day's energy. Unbeknownst to anyone, a dark figure flashed past behind Master Wang's adobe wall. If Liu had seen it, she would have recognized it. It was none other than her neighbor, the hoodlum Niuer. Braving the freezing north wind and heavy snow, Niuer had been crouching atop the adobe wall, listening for a long time. Niuer had only come out to relieve himself, but he had no idea he'd overheard such a shocking story. Liu's husband was a pirate, and their family had hidden away thousands of taels of silver. At this thought, Niuer's eyes flickered with greed. Master Wang and his family were unaware that their secret had been exposed. To be continued. Chapter 1002 Preparation. I never imagined that the Liu family, usually so low-key, had a husband who was actually a pirate. Every time I asked her about it, she'd say he was working as an accountant and was away from home because he had to reconcile accounts. Humph, it turns out all of that was just an excuse. Their family was usually so poor, and if I hadn't overheard their conversation today, how would I have known they'd amassed so much money? Haha, thousands of taels of silver. That's a lot of money. I'm just hanging around and working as a thief every day, and I only earn a few pounds. At my current rate, I'd never make that much in my lifetime. I don't need much of this money. If I could get half of it, I'd have nothing to worry about. Then I could buy some land, a house, and live a comfortable life as a lord. Just like Liu's husband said, with so many refugees now, buying a few attractive women wouldn't cost much. As long as he had enough money, he could easily buy a few girls and solve his personal problems. Could this be a windfall? Niuer's luck was about to change. Driven by greed, Niuer considered the money Wang Fuzi had mentioned his own. He figured that since he knew Wang Fuzi's secret and knew he had so much money, there was no reason to let him and his family go. Whether he resorted to blackmail or extortion, he had to find a way to force them to comply. If he let this opportunity slip, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Wang Fuzi was a pirate. If he didn't pay him to keep his mouth shut, he would file a complaint with the government. Wang Fuzi would be skinned alive. The people in the government were even more corrupt than he was. If they knew Wang Fuzi had so much money, whether he was a pirate or not, he would be in trouble. And you, too, would never stop until you were completely drained. If you think about it this way, it seems appropriate for me to give him half of his property. At least it's better than letting the people from the government take away all his wealth. Niur hid under the wall of his house, thinking about this matter with a sense of pride. Niur was originally a gangster, wandering around with nothing to do every day, occasionally helping others as a hitman, or doing some hit and runs when encountering outsiders to make a living. Because everyone knows such a person, they don't like him very much. It can be said that Niur is annoying to everyone in this area. Even dogs avoid such a person. So, he is still a bachelor until now, and he hasn't even married a wife. But think about it, with a man like him, which good girl can marry him? Even the girls in the brothels would not be interested in a man like Niur. Although Niur had longed to buy a wife from the refugees to warm his bed, the problem was that he had no means. He couldn't even afford the next meal after this one, and he had no money at all. But now, he suddenly realized his luck had turned. If he could get this thing done, Niur, would have it all. Money, land, a wife, a house, ha. Niur stood at the foot of his own wall, grinning silently. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He began to imagine himself as a master, with a horde of maids serving him every day. It seemed. Liu's youngest daughter, Xiaoniang, was not bad looking, and at 13 or 14, she was just the right age. If possible, she would be a good wife. Niur suddenly thought of Master Wang and Liu's youngest daughter, Xiaoniang. The girl was at the age of budding. Although not very beautiful, she was a delicate and charming little girl. She had a certain air of a beautiful girl from a small family, which was quite appealing. The two families lived next door to each other and were neighbors. Although Xiaoniang usually stayed at home, Niur had seen her several times since they were neighbors for so long. So, Niur had met Master Wang and Liu's youngest daughter. Niur was actually quite attracted to Xiaoniang. However, Niur knew what kind of person she was, and the neighbors knew about her as well. Therefore, it would be impossible for him to propose marriage. Besides, Liu's two sons, Wang Changping and Wang Chengyan, were not people he could handle. The eldest, Wang Changping, was a brute with great strength. If he got angry, he would be in trouble. The second, Wang Chengyan, was educated, so he had a lot of words to say and a wide range of knowledge. He was not an ordinary person. This family was not someone he could afford to mess with. So, Niur suppressed his thoughts. But now, Niur's thoughts were active again. He felt that he had leverage over them, and with it, he would surely get what he wanted. At the same time, Master Wang and Lady Liu wouldn't dare do anything to him. With this leverage in hand, they would surely submit. He could get whatever he wanted, right? If they didn't agree, they knew what the consequences would be. The officers in the yamen were much more ruthless than he was, and their hearts were ruthless. So, Niur thought he could take on Master Wang and Lady Liu. As his greed grew, Niur gradually went from threatening Master Wang and Lady Liu for half of their property to wanting to marry Xiaoniang. And Niur believed that Master Wang and Lady Liu wouldn't dare disobey his threat. Patting the snowflakes from his shoulders, Niur tiptoed away from the wall and returned to his room. Wasn't Master Wang leaving early the next morning? Then he would confront them the next morning and see what they could do. With the refugees out there in Hangzhou under strict security, Master Wang and his wife wouldn't dare harm him. If they dared, he only needed to shout loudly, and they would be in trouble. Niur lay on his cold bed, smug in his thoughts. He couldn't help but chuckle when he thought of his pride. Before he knew it, Niur fell asleep. Even in his dreams, he dreamed of his good fortune, dividing line. The next morning, the sky was just light. Master Wang and his wife got up, and the children in the other room also got up at this time. Master Wang asked his wife to bring the hoe from home, and he went alone to a large water tank in the courtyard. After removing the water tank, he began to dig with the hoe. The little girl Xiaoniang got up and began to boil water and cook. The two brothers Wang Changping and Wang Chengyan Standing beside their mother, they watched their father wield his hoe. The two brothers approached several times, offering to help their father rest, but Master Wang refused each time. With no other options, the two brothers retreated and continued to accompany their mother. Your father and I discussed this last night. We'll leave after breakfast. We don't need to take anything from home, it's all worthless anyway. We'll just take the money we've saved over the years, so you'll have to eat a lot later, Mrs. Liu instructed her two sons standing by her side. Yesterday, their father said they were leaving today, and they had assumed they would have to pack up before leaving. But with their mother's suggestion, they didn't need to pack anything. But then again, there wasn't much valuable in the house anyway, just a few rags of clothing. So, they'd just do as their mother said and take the money they'd saved. Even if all the other junk were left behind, it wouldn't be a big deal. How much money could they use to buy a few new clothes? Master Wang dug for a long time until he heard a bang as his hoe struck something solid. He finally stopped. Although Master Wang was once a weak scholar, his years as a pirate had made him much stronger than many. After digging for so long, Master Wang only took a few deep breaths. Second son, go to the market right away and see if there are any mules or horses. We'll have a hard time handling thousands of taels of silver, and we won't be able to do it without them. Master Wang saw the lid of a wooden box protruding from the mud and knew he had unearthed something. So he quickly turned back to his second son and told him to get 3 mules and horses. Although he did come back with 1 mule, it was useless. The family had to leave Hangzhou, and they couldn't all walk. Besides, these thousands of taels of silver weigh hundreds of kilograms. Human labor alone wouldn't be enough to carry so much silver. So, we need several mules and horses. Wang Chenggen nodded. The market in Hangzhou opens early, so people are already there. I'll be back in a moment, but you have to give me some silver, and I'll have to ride your mule faster. Master Wang smiled and jumped into the pit he had dug. Then, after tinkering with it for a while, he opened the lid of the wooden box. Wow! Inside the box, neatly arranged, was a glittering mass of silver. The silver had been forged into large ingots, weighing 50 taels each. Master Wang tossed a silver ingot to his second son, saying, "Take it. Go quickly and come back soon." To be continued. Chapter 1003 Niwer's Visit. With the 50 taels of silver his father had thrown over, Wang Chenggen led his father's large blue mule out of the house. Hangzhou's morning market opened early, filled with vendors selling horses and mules, as well as laborers who had risen early to await work. Although horses were hard to come by in the south, mules and donkeys were still readily available. "Big brother, come and help me. You're a strong kid, so help me get all the silver into the house. Once your sister has prepared breakfast and your brother has bought the mules and horses, we'll be leaving." Master Wang waved to the eldest brother, Wang Chengping. "Coming, Dad," the eldest brother responded, panting and running over. His strength made this task a breeze. If the wooden box hadn't been embedded in the soil, he would have wanted to get it out in one go. "My dear, we'll have a good life from now on. Perhaps it's just as our sons say, perhaps our Wang family's fortunes have truly changed." Master Wang felt a surge of joy as he found the silver he had saved and thought about taking his family away, letting them settle down in America and tend to 200 acres of land. Being a small landowner, a life like this would be like living in heaven. While not in the Ming Dynasty, it would be just as good in America. Moreover, he could continue to work for the Crown Prince, and his family would have 200 acres of fertile land to protect. He could work without any worries. If he performed well here, perhaps he could even provide a career for his sons. He'd heard from the soldiers of the Song Empire Navy that in the Song, as long as you were capable, you had a chance to rise. While he didn't know if it was true, it at least gave Master Wang a glimmer of hope. His eldest son might be done for, but perhaps his second son still had a chance, didn't he? San Francisco was already built, but there was still a significant shortage of manpower. Then, I could shamelessly negotiate and see if I could get my second son a position in San Francisco. If he could become a government official, he'd receive a substantial salary. With that salary, combined with the income from the family's 200 acres of fertile farmland, life would be perfectly comfortable. Besides, I still had several thousand taels of silver. Even if I bought a lot of servants in the Ming Dynasty, I wouldn't be able to spend all of it. At least there would be a lot left over. After buying a house in San Francisco, I could use the rest to buy fertile farmland. That way, my family's farmland would be much more than 200 acres. Master Wang smiled as he thought about this. He could almost see his family's wonderful life coming to an end. This was what he had always longed for and strived for. He had thought he'd never have the chance to give his family such a good life. But unexpectedly, old Wang's fortunes had turned around, and in his old age, he'd struck it rich. Just then, someone suddenly knocked at the door. Master Wang quickly signaled his wife to go deal with the situation. After all, he had just unearthed some silver, and his eldest son was still carrying it. If anyone saw that he had so much silver, it would be very troublesome. "Who is it?" Liu arrived at the door, but she didn't open it. Instead, she called out through the gate. "Sister-in-law, it's me, Niuer." Niuer's voice came from outside. Liu's brows immediately furrowed when she heard Niuer. Honestly, the residents living nearby had a very bad impression of Niuer. Although Niuer was still her neighbor, Liu kept her distance from him. Furthermore, despite being neighbors for so many years, Liu had rarely interacted with Niuer. Even the children in the family had rarely spoken to Niuer. Strictly speaking, they didn't know Niuer at all. But why did Niuer come knocking on her door so early today? Liu began to wonder. "Sister-in-law, open the door. You can't leave me standing outside," Niuer said from outside. She really didn't want Niuer to come in. So she replied from inside, "Brother Niuer, if there's anything you need, just tell me. It's not convenient at home right now, so I won't open the door for you. Please don't blame me for not knowing etiquette." Of course, these were just excuses. In reality, she didn't want Niuer to come in at all. Besides, it was indeed not convenient at home right now. My husband had just dug up some silver. If that rascal Niuer saw it, it would cause trouble. "Sister-in-law, I'm here to discuss something important with you. I heard that my eldest brother is back." Niuer didn't care and continued outside. By then, Wang Chang'an had stopped carrying the silver and pressed the water jar back onto the pit. He then climbed out and stood beside his father. "Who is this Niuer?" Master Wang frowned slightly as he listened to the conversation between his wife and Niuer. Honestly, Niuer struck him as a bit of a scoundrel. If anyone had been told that by their host, they would have apologized and left. But Niuer not only refused to leave, but even insisted on coming back. Damn, what was he up to? Master Wang felt a little uncomfortable. The guy living next door is just a scoundrel. He doesn't do anything all day, just resorts to underhanded tactics to get by. Wang Chang'an clearly had no good feelings for Niuer, especially one like him. After hearing his son's response, Master Wang's dislike for Niuer deepened. Just a little scoundrel. Of course, Master Wang was still a pirate after all. While his position wasn't high, as someone close to Liu Dabi was still a minor leader. According to this understanding, Master Wang was the chieftain's military advisor, a man of some stature. Moreover, he had now become a citizen of the Song state, and even worked for the crown prince. A small-time thug like Niuer was a far cry from him. However, this was the Ming dynasty, and Master Wang couldn't afford to get angry, lest he cause unnecessary trouble. Just then, Niuer suddenly shouted, "Sister-in-law, please open the door. Niuer heard something you and my brother said last night, so I want to discuss it with you and my brother. If you don't let Niuer in, and he starts yelling outside, it's going to be embarrassing for everyone." The threat in these words was clear. What did he hear last night? What else could it be? It was just what Master Wang and his family said. Master Wang and Lady Liu's expressions immediately changed. Only Wang Chang'an curled his lips, not taking it seriously at all. He was a jerk after all. He had no idea what Niuer meant by this. "Open the door, let him in. I want to see what this fellow has to say." Master Wang's eye twitched, and he called to his wife. Creak. Liu was also a little flustered by this time. So, after hearing her husband's words, she immediately flung the door open. Niuer, dressed in a tattered cotton jacket, with disheveled hair, hands tucked into his sleeves, and an unshaven beard, walked in with a playful grin. "Oh, this is Big Brother. Niuer, I'm honored to meet you." Although Niuer said he was honored, his face was smiling, but he didn't make any gestures of greeting. Humph. Master Wang snorted heavily. He said nothing. Niuer didn't care either. His eyes darted around as he began to survey the courtyard. He saw a pile of freshly dug earth in the corner. Their gaze paused there. That very glance sent Liu into panic. "Brother Niuer, come inside. It's freezing outside this early in the morning." Liu hurried over to greet Niuer. Niuer withdrew his gaze, his mind already understanding. It seems you've indeed unearthed some silver and are ready to leave. Unfortunately, how could I, Niur, let you have your way? Of course, you're not forbidden to leave, but at least I, Niur, should get a share of the profits. Just then, Zhunyang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large bowl of noodle soup. Upon seeing Zhunyang, Niur's eyes flickered, and a strong lust began to burn. He licked his lips with his tongue in a lewd manner. Hey, Zhunyang looks even prettier now. Zhunyang emerged, seeing the lewd Niur, but ignored him and walked straight into the room. She didn't want anything to do with Niur. Master Wang's frown deepened. Wang Chengbing clenched his fists and was about to go over and beat Niur, but was stopped by Master Wang. Dad, why are you holding me back? That Niur was so rude looking at me like that just now. Wang Chengbing, who was being held back by his father, looked at his father with some confusion and asked in a muffled voice. Niur had already reached the door of the room by then and sneered inwardly at what he said. Rude? There will be even more rude things later. Your father must know what I meant just now. I'm here to divide your family's property, and maybe even become your brother-in-law. Niur thought smugly. You little bitch, ignore me. After I threaten your parents, I'll make you my man and see how I deal with you. Because Niur had the upper hand, his whole demeanor changed. Master Wang followed Niur with a cold face. Only Liu Shi looked worried. To be continued. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1004 Niur's Mistake. P.S. Poor Coder 13, I really can't stop updating. 10,000 words for you all. Niur was extremely proud. He walked into the house with a square step, and without Liu Shi saying anything, he sat down at the table as if he was at home. Tell me, what do you mean? Wang Fuzi, who had entered the house, didn't bother to talk to Niur. He directly asked Niur's purpose. Wang Fuzi's directness played right into Niur's hands. In fact, Niur didn't want to argue with Wang Fuzi and his wife. Niur crossed his legs and looked at Wang Fuzi with a look that made him want to be beaten. Okay, my reason is simple. I just want half of the silver you saved as a pirate. I don't think you'll be reluctant to give it up, brother, it's all ill-gotten gains anyway. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuzi's expression remained normal, but his wife Liu's face suddenly turned ashen. Damn Niur, how did he know my husband's secret? Oh, that's right. Niur had said earlier that he'd overheard it last night. Apparently, we'd been a little careless during our family conversation yesterday. We'd never expected Niur to overhear. What could we do? Niur was a tough nut to crack. If we didn't agree to his terms, who knew what he'd do? Damn Niur. How could we be so unlucky to have run into such a jinx? Zhunyang, who was outside, also heard Niur's words. The little girl's face turned pale, apparently frightened by Niur's words. The fact that her father was a pirate must never be spread. Although she was very young, she knew that if word got out, their family would be doomed. Want a share of my property? Niur, even though I've never met you, I find you a bit ridiculous. Do you think I'd be intimidated by you? Master Wang sneered. Niur seemed to have expected this, and didn't get too excited. This fellow, however, maintained a smirk that was sure to make him laugh, gazing at Master Wang with amusement. Brother, don't be impatient yet. I haven't even finished my conditions yet, Niur said slowly. Master Wang also slowly walked over to the side and sat down, watching Niur, waiting for his performance. Oh, so, you have more conditions, Niur nodded. Of course. Master Wang raised his right hand and gestured towards Niur. Master Wang's wife, Liu, followed closely behind her husband. When Master Wang sat down, she stood beside him, as if only in this way could she suppress her worry and fear. Only Master Wang's eldest son, Wang Chengbing, stared at Niur with narrowed eyes, a murderous glint flickering in his gaze. Your Zhunyang isn't young anymore. It's time for her to get married, Niur said with a smirk. Before Master Wang and Liu could speak, Niur continued. Look, Niur, I'm still a bachelor, without even a warm bed to sleep in at night. So, I think you should marry Zhunyang to me. I promise that after I take your money and marry your daughter, I won't reveal a single word of your secret, brother. What do you say? Ha ha ha. Master Wang laughed out loud, truly amused by Niur's arrogance. Master Wang, though not a prominent figure, was knowledgeable. But he never expected to be threatened by a low-class thug today. And the thug used his identity to threaten him. What was even more surprising to Master Wang was that this thug had no skills, but he was so arrogant. Not only did he want a share of the money he had accumulated over the years, but he also wanted to give his daughter to him before he would keep quiet. He wondered if Niuer was just an idiot. Could he really be so confident as to force him to do such a thing? Yes. It's true that he was a pirate, but the problem was that he was no longer a Ming Dynasty citizen. Therefore, he was not under the control of the Ming Dynasty. Even if someone was to be in control, it would be the Song Dynasty. So, even if he was a pirate, so what? Niuer probably didn't hear everything, so he didn't know that he was no longer a Ming Dynasty citizen. Otherwise, he would never have thought of using such a method to threaten him. It must be said that Niuer was a very whimsical guy. Not only did he want to share half of the silver, he even set his sights on his own daughter. Damn it. Although Master Wang has always had a good temper, it depends on the person. Master Wang will not tolerate a guy like Niuer. As Master Wang laughed up to the sky, Niuer also laughed. Silly Niuer didn't know at this time that Master Wang had already made murderous plans for him. No matter what, Master Wang has been a pirate for more than 20 years. He is not the kind of scholar who has never seen blood. If Master Wang claimed he hadn't seen blood in all his years, would you believe him? Clearly, it was impossible. If Master Wang were truly such a pure and innocent person, he wouldn't have survived so long among pirates. Master Wang stood up, laughing heartily, and slowly approached Niuer. Suddenly, his smile faltered, and he leaned down, his eyes narrowed, staring into Niuer's eyes. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? You heard what I said. Yes, but if I killed you, who would know? Don't think I'm a scholar and can't kill. I've been a pirate for over 20 years, and I've killed more people than you've killed chickens. Niuer felt a little uncomfortable under Master Wang's sinister gaze, and his eyes shifted. Of course, when Master Wang revealed that he was a pirate and had seen blood, Niuer's heart skipped a beat. Yet, why hadn't he thought of that? This guy had become a pirate. So wouldn't there be any deaths on their hands? These guys were all desperate criminals, far superior to a small-time thug like me. He could tell from his aura just now that everything he said was true. Oh my god, how many people must he have killed? Wang Chengping silently closed the door, then walked to the side and picked up a kitchen knife. It had to be said that Master Wang's eldest son was quite cooperative. Niuer nearly peed himself with his pee. However, his temper ultimately prevailed, and Niuer gritted his teeth and persevered. You don't dare touch me. If I don't leave here today, it won't be long before the Yamen constables come to arrest you. Do you think I won't take any precautions even if I come here on my own? Niuer, though a little apprehensive, resisted. Yes, he was gambling. He was gambling that Master Wang wouldn't dare touch him. After all, his family was still in Hangzhou. If trouble really arose, none of them would be able to leave the city. So, other people know about me, too. Master Wang's smile grew even colder. Of course, Niuer stiffened his neck. Wang Chengping wanted to come over, knife in hand, but Master Wang stopped him with a wave of his hand. Xiaoniang, who was outside the room, had been listening to the conversation. When she heard that Niuer knew her father's secret, she imagined many terrifying scenes, such as the destruction of her family. She also heard Niuer's words about keeping the secret. Niuer's condition was to share half of the silver and marry her. Although Xiaoniang felt bitter, she felt that if she could truly save her father, a sacrifice was not a problem. After all, she had been reading books on women's training since she was a child. Xiaoniang felt that she had repaid her father. But just as she was about to push the door open and go in, she heard her father's voice from inside. You don't even have a single ounce of silver, and expecting my daughter to marry you is wishful thinking. I've no talent in this life, but you want me to trade the rest of my daughter's life for it? I can't do it. Master Wang's words were categorically firm. Niuer was stunned. This was completely beyond his expectations. After all, Niuer had done a lot of thinking before coming to Master Wang's house. He had imagined that Master Wang would be thrown into disarray by his threats. At the time, he had offered him such an offer, giving him hope, and he had assumed he would seize it. But he had never expected Master Wang to ignore his threats, suggesting that his threats and offers hadn't been taken seriously at all. I don't care who you told, but it doesn't matter. Even if you knew my identity, what would it matter? I'm an attendant to the Crown Prince of the Song Empire, so it's not the place for the Ming government to control me, Master Wang said to Niuer with a sneer. What? How come there's a Song Empire? What remote country is this from? And the Crown Prince's attendant? This guy surnamed Wang is really arrogant. Although Niuer didn't believe it at all, there was one thing he had to believe. That was that from Master Wang's performance, he was not afraid of his threats at all. So, the threats he just made had no effect on Master Wang. This was a disaster. He was not threatened by him at all. What should he do? Look at the murderous intent flashing in the eyes of this guy surnamed Wang. He might really take his life. No, if something happened to him, he wouldn't be able to escape. So, he definitely wouldn't dare to kill him. Although Niuer kept comforting himself in his heart, his body couldn't help but tremble. Humph! With such a little ability, he dared to threaten me. Dad, kill him and everything will be over. Wang Changping was a rough-hewn man, not one to overthink things. He figured since Niuer knew his father's secret, he might as well kill him. A dead man wouldn't reveal secrets. No. I'm no longer a pirate, and I'm an official. So I don't want to start a killing spree. Besides, such a scoundrel isn't worth your son's trouble. Master Wang had considered killing Niuer, but he ultimately suppressed the thought. Yes, Master Wang had retired from piracy. He had now become a registered citizen of the Song dynasty, completely renounced his past and returned to being a decent citizen. He was also Zhao Hongguyu's entourage, and when Zhao Hongguyu came to the Ming dynasty soon, he would be accompanying him throughout the trip. In modern terms, he was a man of status, and he needed to maintain his image. If he killed Niuer here, wouldn't that be a stain on his reputation if word got out? How could he stay by the Crown Prince's side in the future? After all, he still wanted to serve Zhao Hongguyu well and provide a future for his two sons. Therefore, Master Wang was even more concerned about these matters. Even though Niuer was now in his family, it would be easy to deal with him. But Niuer himself said that he had made some arrangements before coming here. Master Wang had to be cautious about this. In other words, if he killed Niuer, he would definitely be exposed. When the Crown Prince arrived in the Ming dynasty, people would say, look at this guy, he actually kept a pirate by his side. What would the Crown Prince think? People, in different environments and positions, think differently. Master Wang was not worried about his identity being exposed, but whether it would have a negative impact on the Crown Prince, causing him to distance himself from him. After all, he had a great reputation, which led him to encounter such a powerful figure as the Crown Prince. It could be said that the future prosperity of the Wang family now depended on him. If he seized this opportunity and performed well by the Crown Prince's side, even if his two sons' futures were uncertain, he would at least be familiar to them. Having a grandson would certainly benefit him. Tie him up and gag him. Master Wang took advantage of Niuer's unpreparedness and delivered a powerful kick to the heart, knocking Niuer to the ground. Niuer could never have imagined that Master Wang, looking thin and frail, could pack such a powerful punch. He was so out of breath that it took him a long time to recover. Wang Changping saw his father taking action and quickly ran over to punch and kick Niuer. Wang Changping was very strong, and after a few punches, Niuer fainted. Master Wang then ordered his eldest son to tie Niuer up and gag him. Don't bother with this bastard. Let's do what we need to do. When Niuer comes back, we'll leave. By the time Niuer wakes up, we'll be long gone. Master Wang suppressed his murderous intent and let Niuer go. Little did Master Wang know that his momentary kindness would bring him and his family into great trouble. It was all about money, after all. His wealth, worth thousands of taels of silver, was still very tempting. To be continued. Chapter 1005 Dad won't let you fall into the fire pit. After Niuer was knocked unconscious, he was tied up tightly and thrown onto the can with a roll of rags stuffed into his mouth. After solving Niuer's problem, Master Wang and his family left the house. Master Wang came outside and saw his little daughter Xianyang waiting outside. Dad, will we get into trouble if we do this? Xianyang was still a little girl and had never seen the world. So, her mind was full of Niuer's threats, and she was terrified. If Master Wang hadn't been there, the little girl would have definitely made Niuer succeed and agree to his request. Hearing this, Master Wang looked at his little daughter lovingly. What's the problem? Just calm down. Your father and I have seen many people like Niuer. He's not even of higher rank. Don't take his words to heart. When your second brother returns, we'll leave Hangzhou immediately. Even Niuer won't be a threat to us then. Besides, we didn't do anything to him. Master Wang didn't kill Niuer, he simply knocked him unconscious. Master Wang considered it a blessing not to kill him, and the fact that Niuer survived meant the matter wouldn't escalate. When Niuer woke up, or was discovered, even if he revealed his identity, it wouldn't matter. By then, he and his family would have already left Hangzhou. Once out of Hangzhou, the sky would be high and free. Father, why don't you agree to his terms? I'm afraid something bad will happen to me. Zhao was timid and frightened by Niuer's words. Master Wang saw that his daughter was truly frightened by Niuer, and he felt distressed and helpless. My daughter, you have to trust your father. What kind of a wretch is Niuer? How could I possibly let you marry him? And this guy uses such despicable means to get you. I'd have to have my head stuck in a door before I agree to his request. Don't worry, Niuer won't cause any big trouble. Master Wang, who had spent some time with the young sailors of the Song Empire, began to use modern vocabulary in his speech. Zhao found her father's words amusing and finally laughed. What would it be like to have your head stuck in a door? Zhao little mind played with the idea. A crude version of Master Wang's head stuck in a door, it was indeed hilarious. Seeing his daughter smile, Master Wang felt relieved. Let's go, let's do what we have to do. Don't bother with Niuer. After a few words with his daughter, Master Wang let Zhao leave. Master Wang's wife, Liu, followed her husband the entire time. Her face was filled with anxiety. Master, is this really going to be okay? Having just resolved his daughter's issue, his wife started another. Master Wang, feeling both amused and embarrassed, turned sideways to look at his wife and said, Do you trust your husband? Mrs. Liu nodded. Of course, as a wife, how could she not trust her husband? Faced with this question from her husband, Mrs. Liu's answer was, Of course, I do. Seeing his wife nod, Master Wang continued, Since you trust me, then don't ask anything. I can only say that you shouldn't take Niuer's affairs to heart. He's nothing but a piece of shit. You don't need to care about him at all. Master Wang's words were harsh, and Liu's face flushed immediately. Meanwhile, their eldest son, Wang Chengping, agreed. This scoundrel said, Right. Dad is right. Niuer is nothing but a piece of shit. And a stinking piece at that. Master Wang laughed heartily at his son's agreement. Alright, you and Zhao, hurry up and prepare the food. By the time the second brother returns, I'm sure you'll have it almost ready. We'll just have a quick snack and then take it with us on our journey. Master Wang dismissed Liu and told his father, Hurry up and pack up all the money. We'll have to leave when your brother returns. While there's nothing to worry about with Niuer, there will still be some trouble. The sooner we leave Hangzhou, the safer we'll be. Master Wang wasn't afraid of Niuer or his threats, but if something did go wrong, it would be quite troublesome. Master Wang still had the documents issued by the Song Empire on him. If he produced them, even the government officials wouldn't do anything to him. But the problem was, the American Song Empire was unknown in the Ming Dynasty. So, Master Wang felt that producing the documents wouldn't have much effect. So, it was better to avoid trouble than to worry about it. He decided to leave as soon as possible. Whether Niuer killed him or not was crucial. Even if it was for the sake of future good deeds, it was only then that Niuer was spared a life-threatening situation. Given Master Wang's usual temperament, Niuer would surely have been doomed. It must be said that Niuer was quite lucky. Alright, Dad, you rest here. I'll get back to work. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Chengping immediately moved the water jar and jumped into the pit to continue moving the silver. Master Wang brought a small wooden stool and sat at the door of the room where Niuer was imprisoned, watching his eldest son work. Once the crown prince arrived and the Ming dynasty established ties with the imperial court, the reputation of the American Song Empire would surely spread throughout the entire country. At that point, this document would be useful. However, while the crown prince hadn't arrived yet, he had to be cautious. If something went wrong, it would be a laughingstock. Master Wang sat there, his mind reeling. Niuer's reason for threatening him was definitely not because he was a pirate. In fact, from Niuer's words, it was clear that he must have sensed something in his words, believing he had some money, which was why he was threatening him. Ultimately, it was all about the money. But Niuer was incredibly greedy and bold, coming to him so brazenly and threatening him directly. He didn't want the money, he wanted his daughter too. Damn, what was going on in this guy's head? As the Song Empire Navy used to say, was Niuer's head full of shit? When Master Wang first heard these words, he didn't understand their meaning. But once he understood them, he felt they were incredibly apt. That's right, shit is shit. That's what Niur was thinking about. Most people, knowing their identities, would have to consider this. But Niur's eyes were completely captivated by the silver, and he didn't give it much thought. In Niur's mind, he thought, if he threatened him, he might just give in. Wang Fuzi sneered and curled his lips. He truly thought Niur was a complete loser. Damn it, any pirate must have a different mindset. Especially one like Wang Fuzi, a veteran pirate for over 20 years. What had he not seen? Wang Fuzi's hands had been stained with blood in human life. There was a huge difference between killing and not killing. How could a lowly thug like Niur possibly understand that? Furthermore, pirates weren't just one person, there was a large organization behind them. If you offended one person, it wasn't a big deal. But if you antagonized an organized pirate group, you'd have a lot of trouble. Hadn't Niur considered that if he succeeded, he would face retaliation after retaliation? Even if he failed and was captured, Niur would definitely not be able to handle it well. Unless this guy disguised himself and fled to another place, his life in Hangzhou would surely be difficult. But Niur wanted to leave Hangzhou. Where could he go? Forget the travel permit. Just the sheer amount of silver he carried, wasn't he worried about attracting attention? These days, good people are few and bad, and everyone's obsessed with money. Especially since Niur was surrounded by thugs, there was no guarantee that showing off his wealth would attract attention. Niur probably hadn't considered such a thing. Master Wang sat there, pondering the matter endlessly, and ultimately came to the conclusion that Niur was a complete idiot. Of course, Master Wang also had a few concerns. Niur had mentioned earlier that he seemed to have told someone about his affairs before he came to negotiate with him. In other words, Niur had made preparations. If anything happened to him, those who knew about it would undoubtedly report his actions to the government and bring the police to arrest him. What troubles Master Wang now is that he doesn't know how long the person arranged by Niur can wait. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible for Master Wang to give half of the silver he has saved to Niur. What's more, Niur doesn't just want money, he also wants his daughter. Damn it, even if Master Wang is a beast, he won't let his daughter fall into the fire pit. Niur is not a scholar, what else can he do but a fire pit? If he had some ability, he wouldn't be so old and still a bachelor. Just when Master Wang was thinking about these things, there was another knock on the door. Liu hurried over to ask. The second brother's voice rang out, to be continued. Chapter 1006. Don't even think about it. Dad, it's me, Wang Chengan. Wang Chengan's voice rang out from outside the door, somewhat relaxing the anxious Liu's expression. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and Liu quickly ushered her second son in. After opening the door, Liu immediately spotted a covered wagon pulled by 4 large blue mules parked on the street outside her home. The wagon was large, easily enough for their entire family. Furthermore, the wagon was tightly covered with a cotton quilt, and 2 dark blue curtains at the front shielded it from the elements. Clearly, sitting in such a wagon wouldn't be too cold. In fact, Liu hadn't noticed that there were several small copper hand warmers inside the wagon, brought back by the attentive second son, Wang Chengan. He knew that after purchasing the mules and wagon, the family would definitely have to leave Hangzhou. But with the weather being so cold, he had to think things through. Wasn't it? He'd bought a covered wagon and 3 mules at the morning market. Together with a mule Master Wang had already bought, that made 4 mules to pull the wagon. Madame Liu took a quick look and quickly pulled the second son in. Come in quickly. Don't stand outside any longer. A look of panic was evident on Madame Liu's face. Wang Chengan, noticing the panic on his mother's face, couldn't help but feel curious. What was going on? Had something happened at home? It couldn't be. When he'd left earlier, everything seemed normal. Wang Chengan was momentarily confused. He didn't understand why, after returning from his trip, he'd noticed something strange about the house. He walked in. Madame Liu quickly closed the wooden door. Wang Chengan turned to look around the courtyard. His eldest brother was hard at work in the corner, each time carrying a considerable amount of silver from the pit. His younger sister was still busy in the kitchen. The smell of cooking fumes drifted from the kitchen. He smelled it and asked, "It must be the smell of scallion pancakes." Dad was sitting on a stool outside. He looked normal. Really? Why do I feel something is wrong, and my mother's face looks bad? Thinking of this, Wang Chengan couldn't help but ask, "Mom, Did something happen at home? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with your face? When her son asked this, Liu sighed. She looked at her husband who was sitting next to her. Then she pulled the second son, Wang Chengan, aside and whispered to her second son about the Niuer incident that happened after he left. Wang Chengan's brows furrowed more and more as he listened to his mother's story. When his mother finished her story, Wang Chengan walked over to Master Wang, leaned over, and said, "Father, there's no time to lose. We should leave immediately. Niuer must have a backup plan, otherwise he wouldn't dare come to discuss this with you alone. In other words, if we delay even a little, it will be more dangerous." Master Wang nodded in satisfaction after hearing his second son's words. He knew this all too well. However, the silver hadn't been moved yet. He was reluctant to leave just like that. After all, he had risked his life and accumulated it over 20 years. So, Master Wang planned to wait until all the silver was brought up before leaving. "Second son, I understand what you mean. I just want to wait until the eldest son has moved all the silver up before leaving," Master Wang told his son. "Dad, you're just kidding. Which is more important, money or life? Now that Niuer knows our secret, who knows? Who knows?" Second son Wang Chengan saw things more clearly. To him, no amount of silver was more important than life. "Dad, besides, you're now close to the American Crown Prince. You'll never have to worry about money again. If your life is gone, what good will all your silver mean?" Master Wang slapped his thigh and sighed. It was no wonder he'd been so clever his whole life. And yet, he wasn't as perceptive as his own son. His salary was only 12 taels of silver, and he might earn even more if he got a job. The Song Empire soldier said that in America, anyone with a little skill and a shop could make a fortune. There was a guy running a noodle shop who made thousands of taels of silver a month. Could he be any worse than that? Call the eldest brother out. "No matter how much silver we save, we won't take it." Master Wang was a decisive man. Having figured it out, he made his decision immediately. "Haha, Dad, we've moved all the silver here." As soon as Master Wang finished speaking, the eldest brother, Wang Chengping, jumped out of the pit. He brushed off the dirt and dust and walked over with a grin. The buried silver had now been unearthed by Wang Chengping and placed in a large box that had been prepared in the courtyard. Upon hearing that the silver had been removed, Master Wang immediately said to his wife, "Liu, hurry up and tell Xianyang to stop making the pancakes. As many as we can make, we'll take them and leave right away." Upon hearing this, Liu hurried to the kitchen and wrapped the scallion pancakes she and her daughter had prepared in oil paper. Then, she grabbed a few scallions and a small jar of sauce and ran out. "Dad, this silver is going to be quite heavy. We're going to have to put in some effort to get it onto the wagon," Wang Chengan said to Master Wang, looking at the large wooden box in the yard. Master Wang was also feeling a bit of a headache looking at the box. At this moment, the eldest son, Wang Chengping, laughed and said, "Is that a big deal? Just open the door. I can handle this box by myself." With that, Wang Chengping walked over to the box, bent down, and reached out his hands to grasp the sides. With a firm push, he lifted the box with ease. Wow! What a guy! I'd only heard my eldest son say he was strong, but I hadn't imagined he was this strong. Several thousand taels of silver, that's over 300 Jin, Ming Dynasty unit of weight, but in his eldest son's hands, it felt like a piece of cake. If he were in the army, he'd be considered a formidable warrior. "Dad, what are you still looking at? Let's go." After Wang Chengping lifted the large wooden box, he felt a little embarrassed when he saw his father looking at him like a monster. Oh, let's go." After being urged for a moment, Master Wang came to his senses and turned around, took his wife and daughter, opened the courtyard gate and walked out. And so, Master Wang and his family left their home and drove to the city gates of Hangzhou in a mule cart. The second son sat outside, waving a whip to drive the 4 mules. Master Wang sat in the back and thought to himself, "My eldest son is born with supernatural strength. He seems to be a brave man. Should I raise my hand to the crown prince? If the eldest son could stay by the crown prince's side, it would be a relief for him. With the eldest son's strength, although he couldn't ennoble his wife and children, he should have no problem making a small career. After all, the eldest son's brain was a little weak, and his future was more worrying than the second son's. Although he had learned the carpentry trade, was he really going to be a carpenter for life? As a father, Master Wang certainly didn't want his son to be a carpenter all his life. What parent wouldn't want their children to have a better future? Besides, being by the Crown Prince's side shouldn't be dangerous. The Crown Prince had many experienced warriors under his command, and even if danger arose, he wouldn't let anyone close to him take the initiative. With the Song Empire's formidable military, Master Wang didn't believe anyone could threaten the Crown Prince. Therefore, if his eldest son could be by the Crown Prince's side, it would be the best possible outcome. Okay. It was decided. After meeting the Crown Prince, he would definitely promote his eldest son. As the saying goes, one should promote virtuous people regardless of kinship, so there was nothing wrong with that. Soon, the family arrived at the gates of Hangzhou City. After a series of interrogations, the eldest son, under the pretext of returning home to visit relatives, successfully left the city. In reality, Hangzhou City was quite lax in leaving the city, but entry was strictly controlled. After all, the city was full of refugees. If we weren't strict, wouldn't they be allowed in? This was absolutely unacceptable. About an hour later, 2 hours in modern time, Niur awoke from his coma. Woo, woo, woo. With his mouth gagged with rags, he couldn't make any sound. Furthermore, he was tightly bound, so he could only move on the king like he was trying to shoo away insects. It was unknown how much time had passed before Niur finally freed himself. His face was swollen, and he looked like a pig's head. It was obvious that Master Wang and the Wang family's eldest brother had hit him hard. Hiss! Niur raised his hand to touch his swollen face, gasping in pain. They really hit me like hell. It hurts so badly. Damn it. I can't swallow this, but I was a little careless. I never thought this old man would be so unfazed by my threats. What a mistake. What a miscalculation. Niur stood up from the ground and slowly walked to the door. Fortunately, I scared the old guy and made him really think that I had a plan. Otherwise, they would probably really kill people to silence them. Thinking of this, Niur couldn't help but shudder. However, his expression became ferocious the next moment. You want to leave like this with so much silver? Dream on. You can't have anything that I can't get. Niur decided to report to the government office immediately and reveal Master Wang's identity. At the same time, he had to exaggerate the amount of wealth that Master Wang was carrying. I think those officials who are greedy for money will definitely work hard to capture Master Wang. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to read, update fast pure text. Chapter 1007, Nagasaki in the eyes of the people of Amami Island. P.S. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Ahu, the programmer, greet all the gentlemen and ladies. This month, for the sake of my 3-month-old little master, Ahu will continue to update. Niur arrived at the government office about an hour and a half after Master Wang and his family left Hangzhou. He told the officials everything he knew. In modern parlance, this is called reporting. When the officials learned that Master Wang might have nearly 10,000 taels of silver on him, their eyes lit up. That's 10,000 taels of silver. In those days, 10,000 taels of silver was quite valuable. So, from the highest to the lowest, they were all concerned. If Master Wang were just a pirate, they wouldn't have been so concerned. After all, Niur had said that Master Wang had money on him. This is different. In modern parlance, it's a different nature. If everyone were to share this 10,000 taels of silver, everyone would have made a lot of money. Besides, the Lunar New Year was just around the corner. With this money in hand, everyone would have a more fulfilling New Year, wouldn't they? Immediately, the government issued arrest warrants with remarkable efficiency. A team of elite soldiers was assembled and began the hunt for Master Wang. Since Master Wang hadn't been away from Hangzhou long, everyone was confident they would capture him and his family. As the informant, Niur was naturally promised a reward. However, whether or not this promised reward would actually reach Niur's grasp was uncertain. Niur wasn't concerned about receiving the money at all. His current goal was simple, to bring disaster to Master Wang's family. Seeing them suffer would bring him peace of mind. Niur's outlook was a typical Eastern one that persisted even in the 21st century. It's truly absurd. Dividing line. Li Xiong had already landed the Amami Islanders in Nagasaki. At the Nagasaki dock, a warship slowly entered the harbor. The Amami Islanders filed down from the decks. As they disembarked, they couldn't help but survey the port of Nagasaki, which was, in fact, familiar to them. This was because these men were veteran pirates, having plied these waters for years. Therefore, Nagasaki was no stranger to them. They had often visited Nagasaki, perhaps to drink the Japanese's unpalatable sake or to find a Japanese woman to chat with. But this time, upon arriving in Nagasaki, they suddenly noticed something had changed. Yes, they had been to the Japanese side of Nagasaki before. So the Amami Islanders knew it well. For example, the 3- and 4-story wooden buildings near the harbor were definitely not something the Japanese could have built. Furthermore, the bustle of the Nagasaki docks had increased several times over. The Japanese used to be fond of signboards, but now, on a commercial island near Nagasaki's dock, a dazzling array of signs has been erected. Meanwhile, rickshaw pullers, previously unseen, have also appeared in Nagasaki. Various dock workers, and even some Japanese hawking pickles, are now unseen. Under the rule of the Japanese overlords, small businesses like these were rarely seen on the streets. But since the Song dynasty took control of Nagasaki, they have relaxed this restriction, allowing many small vendors to start trading on the streets. At the same time, restaurants and taverns have proliferated in Nagasaki. Originally, there were only small Japanese restaurants, offering a limited variety of dishes, sashimi and radish soup. But since the Song dynasty arrived, restaurants have proliferated in Nagasaki. Barbecue restaurants, ramen restaurants, and various other small stir-fry restaurants have all sprung up. As a result, the residents of Nagasaki suddenly discovered how much delicious food there is in the world. Therefore, these newly opened restaurants are incredibly popular every evening. Regardless of wealth, they're always crowded. If you're a dock laborer, go for ramen. A big bowl of hot ramen and 2 generous slabs of beef. The virtual world uses genetically modified beef purchased by the US, leave you feeling warm and comfortable. If you're wealthy, you can enjoy barbecue or a delicious stir-fry. After all, rich people don't care about money, do they? Of course, most of these restaurants are frequented by Song dynasty gentlemen. After all, Song dynasty gentlemen are rich. In Nagasaki, and even in Kyushu, Song people are synonymous with being tall, rich, and handsome. An ordinary soldier would earn 12 taels of silver a month, which would amaze the Japanese people. After all, the laborers working the Nagasaki docks would only earn 3 or 4 taels of silver after toiling away all month. Even though this was triple their previous salary, compared to the Song masters, they were still nothing. Regardless, the people of Nagasaki were deeply grateful to the Song. Without them, they wouldn't be earning so much now. Back when the Japanese lords ruled, they'd be lucky to earn even a single tael of silver a month. It wasn't like now, when they could earn 3 or 4 taels. Therefore, the Japanese in Kyushu and even in Nagasaki felt that there was nothing wrong with Song rule. At the very least, they could make money under Song rule. Furthermore, under Song rule, they could now enjoy many foods they hadn't previously enjoyed. For example, rice, genetically modified, meat, genetically modified, and even various supplements, genetically modified products. Everyone felt that life under Song rule was a good thing. However, the Japanese hadn't noticed that prices were rising. While their earnings had increased, so too had the prices. No one had noticed. Regardless, after Kyushu fell under Zhao Hongayu's control, it didn't take long for the Japanese to fully accept Song rule. It's fair to say that the Japanese were quite pragmatic. The Song's wealth was undeniable, and under Song rule, even the lower-class Japanese, even some merchants, could reap significant benefits. So, who else could they support but the Song? As for the emperor and the shogun? Well, let them die. They would only support whoever could bring them benefits. What good was it to be ruled by the shogunate and the former feudal lords? Under their rule, life was miserable. But now, the money earned could support a family comfortably, and they could eat many foods they had never dared to dream of. Take rice, for example. That was once the food only samurai could enjoy. But now, under the rule of the Song masters, even ordinary people like them could eat delicious white rice every day. Countless Japanese people burst into tears and sobbed when they ate white rice. Especially now, they can eat meat 3 times a day. Of course, the Japanese don't know this. Everything they eat, whether it's meat, rice, or even soy products made from soybeans, is genetically modified products from the virtual world. As long as they have something to eat, who cares? Besides, even if they knew these foods were genetically modified, would they know what genetic modification is? No, how could the Japanese in this era know such things? Therefore, Zhao Hongyu felt no psychological burden in supplying these genetically modified foods. Of course, while the food supplied to the Japanese was all genetically modified, the Song people under his command ate genuine organic food. Even when the Song soldiers were resting, or hungry while shopping in Nagasaki and went to a restaurant, they would go to a Song-owned restaurant and specifically request organic food. And organic food was only available to the Song people. It was not available to the Japanese. "Excuse me, come in and have some fun. We've got 12 new Kumamoto beauties, all of them stunningly beautiful. Rice balls, meat rice balls, 3 sen each, 5 sen for 2, excuse me, would you like a rickshaw? This is a new rickshaw from Nagasaki, so comfortable, only 10 sen or fresh salted fish. Fresh salted fish. Great deal, Nagasaki Koguchi's pickled cucumbers, crispy and delicious. Nagasaki is bustling with activity. As soon as you step foot on the harbor, you're swept away by the vibrant atmosphere. The people of Amami Island had never seen such a lively scene when they first arrived in Nagasaki. Before, they'd only seen a few ponies at the docks, and even in the commercial streets, there were only a few kiosks and a couple of restaurants. There were only 2 brothels. But now, there are 13 brothels in Nagasaki, and over 30 restaurants and taverns each. What intrigued the Amami Islanders even more was that the prostitutes in the Japanese brothels used to wear thick layers of white powder on their faces and paint their teeth pitch black, completely contradicting their aesthetic standards. If it weren't for sexual needs, the Amami Islanders wouldn't have come to Nagasaki in the first place. After all, they were pirates, and women weren't around much. They were normal men, and they needed some normal outlets. So, even if the Japanese prostitutes didn't meet their aesthetic standards, they could just close their eyes and get by. But this time, upon arriving in Nagasaki, they discovered that the prostitutes no longer wore thick layers of white powder on their faces, nor did they paint their teeth pitch black. Instead, they were all barefaced, and their teeth were even whiter than theirs. What the hell was going on? The Amami Islanders didn't know that the prostitutes had changed their style to accommodate the wealthy, handsome, and distinguished guests from the Song dynasty, who were now frequenting Kyushu. Because their previous attire hadn't impressed the Song masters, they were forced to change their appearances to attract them. And you'd have to say, their transformation actually worked. After all this, they actually attracted the Song masters. While these Song masters rarely spent the night with prostitutes in brothels, they were still quite generous with their money. Occasionally, a Song master would get impatient and seek out prostitutes, but according to the prostitutes who had served them, the Song master's skills were incredible. They could do anything, and they could last incredibly long. Every prostitute who had slept with a Song master said they were incredibly strong. And given the ecstasy on their faces when they spoke of this, the prostitutes in Nagasaki's brothels were all very welcoming to the Song masters. All the girls in the upscale brothels have changed their previous image and started to dress like a fresh girl. In fact, this is also because of the market, and the suppliers are changing to cater to it. Of course, there are also some low-class prostitutes in Nagasaki, and they still look the same as before. The main customers are all Japanese from Nagasaki or other places in Kyushu. After all, everyone's aesthetic standards are different, and what the Song people like may not be liked by the Japanese. But who can blame the Song people for being rich? Money makes you the boss. So, the girls in the brothels are willing to make changes for the masters, and there is no way to stop them. I can't believe how much Nagasaki has changed. Is this the same Nagasaki we used to see? Of course it is. If I hadn't known this was Nagasaki and saw the Kojima family's tavern was still there, I would have thought we were somewhere else. Look at those Japanese women. Are they from a brothel? I don't think so. They don't have powdered faces and their teeth aren't pitch black. Wow, there are so many street vendors here. Nagasaki didn't have so many vendors before. Upon landing, the Amami Islanders were immediately struck by the prosperity of Nagasaki. Li Xiong couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his old comrades. But then, wasn't he just as emotionally charged and reacting when he first started? So, he had no right to laugh at his old comrades. Li Xiong greatly admired the crown prince. He believed he was a man of means. Otherwise, how could he have developed Nagasaki into such a prosperous city in such a short time? However, what Li Xiong didn't know was that the development here in Nagasaki had just begun. This was just the beginning. If it really developed, it would be many times more prosperous than it is now. What he didn't know was that Nagasaki was recently building a new brothel, and it was invested and held by the Song people. The girls in this brothel in the future will all be wearing sailor suits. Although the promotional advertisements have been released, the Japanese don't know what this sailor suit is. So, this gimmick really aroused the interest of the Japanese. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to read, update fast pure text. Chapter 1008, Chat, I. After the Amami Islanders arrived in Nagasaki, Zhao Hongai was immediately notified. When Zhao Hongai learned that the Amami Islanders, led by Li Xiong, had landed at the Nagasaki docks, his worries were finally put to rest. Despite his cordial conversation with Li Xiong, Zhao Hongai still harbored some concerns. He feared a change of heart, something he couldn't control. Now, with the Amami Islanders arriving in Nagasaki, it proved Li Xiong's true allegiance. And with the arrival of his men, Li Xiong was completely tied to him, making it impossible for him to break away. Zhao Hongai remained confident in the empire's corrupting nature. As long as the Amami Islanders remained under his command for a while, they would understand the benefits of the empire. Then, even if they were asked to leave, they wouldn't. Consider this, working under Zhao Hongai typically earned a monthly salary of 12 dragon coins, equivalent to 100 taels of silver in Ming Dynasty currency. A monthly salary of 100 taels of silver was undoubtedly considered gold-collar pay in the Ming Dynasty. This was only during normal times. In times of war, it could be doubled or even tripled. Furthermore, if victorious, the enemy's spoils could be taken as rewards. When you factor that in, the benefits are undoubtedly substantial. The mercenaries currently awaiting employment with Zhao Hongai are the most knowledgeable about this. Since being hired by Zhao Hongai, the American Crown Prince, these men have become truly wealthy. These European mercenaries have discovered that making money with the American Crown Prince is truly easy. He never delays their wages and is generous with his spending. Unlike their European employers, the American Crown Prince pays them after each battle, unlike their European counterparts who often wait a month before paying. Even then, European employers may not always pay, but delays are common. Therefore, in this comparison, Zhao Hongai, the American Crown Prince, was more generous. Working under him was reassuring. Therefore, even now, after the Kyushu War ended, Viscount Rodney and his companions hadn't left. These European adventurers had already made up their minds to follow Zhao Hongai for over a decade. After all, such a generous employer wasn't common in Europe. Everyone was in it for the money, so why not follow such a powerful and generous employer? Meanwhile, in Kyushu, the arrival of the Song people led by Zhao Hongai had already begun to impact and transform the region. Here, you could buy cheap food, genetically modified, cheap cooking oil, genetically modified, and a wide variety of cheap and abundant meats, also genetically modified. For the food-scarce people of Kyushu, Song rule was like heaven, so, even if they were offered a return to shogunate rule, the Kyushu people wouldn't necessarily want it. After all, what good was there in being ruled by the shogunate? Would they just continue living the same life of living from one meal to the next? No. The people of Kyushu wouldn't be so foolish. Now that they've enjoyed such a comfortable life, they no longer yearn for the miserable existence of their past. Furthermore, with the arrival and rule of the Song people, the people of Kyushu suddenly discovered a vastly expanded variety of goods available for purchase. At the same time, a wide variety of entertainment options have also gradually emerged, something unimaginable before. There's no need for comparison. Everyone knows that life under Song rule is far better than under the shogunate. After all, it's only been a short while since Zhao Hongai and his men conquered Kyushu. Yet, even in such a short period, the people of Kyushu have already returned. It must be said that the power of material things is truly immense. And humans are the most pragmatic of beings. As long as you can bring them benefits, they don't care who rules. As long as you can provide them with a better life, they won't care who rules them. As a visitor from another time and space, Zhao Hongai is of course well aware of this. In this era, who could understand this better than Zhao Hongai? Therefore, before attacking Kyushu, Zhao Hongai had been confident that, after conquering Kyushu, he would be able to win the hearts and minds of the Japanese there and use them for his own ends. Now, it seemed to be true. The Amami Islanders, after arriving in Nagasaki, were greeted by this new state of Kyushu. This transformation intrigued them. They had always considered the Japanese barbaric and uncivilized, but they had never imagined such a transformation. It was truly beyond their imagination. Upon learning that Li Xiong had returned with his men, Zhao Hongyu personally arrived at the dock to greet them. Upon meeting Li Xiong, Zhao Hongyu noticed a touch of sadness on the faces of the excited pirates. Naturally, Zhao Hongyu had to inquire. Li Xiong, unwilling to conceal anything, immediately shared the story of Amami Island. Wang Ren had led his men on a surprise attack on Amami Island, resulting in the loss of half the Amami Islanders. If he hadn't returned in time, there might not have been a single one left. After listening, Zhao Hongyu offered comfort to Li Xiong. Li Xiong's men weren't actually very important to Zhao Hongyu. Li Xiong was the only one who mattered to him. But to ensure Li Xiong's dedication and to keep him in check, Zhao Hongyu had to accept these pirates, practically freebies. With these men, Li Xiong would have to think twice if she ever wanted to betray him. Zhao Hongyu had also seen from their interactions that Li Xiong was a man of deep loyalty. So, with these old comrades at his disposal, Li Xiong wouldn't be able to pull any tricks. It wasn't that Zhao Hongyu was mean, but in matters like this, it was wise to have multiple plans and considerations. There's truth to the saying, better safe than sorry, isn't it? The Amami Islanders were temporarily stationed near the Nagasaki Dock Naval Base. After all, many of the Amami Islanders who had surrendered with Li Xiong wanted to go to America and receive 200 acres of fertile land as civilians. They no longer wanted to endure this torturous life at sea. Zhao Hongyu certainly had no objection to these people's desire to become good citizens. After all, if they went to America, Li Xiong's concerns here would be even greater, wouldn't they? Furthermore, after these people went to San Francisco, they could help cultivate fertile land and so on. Killing two birds with one stone. And Li Xiong's family would also go to San Francisco. So, how could Zhao Hongyu object? He would have to be a fool to object. The administrator in San Francisco was his trusted confidant, Wang Shan. If these people went there, Wang Shan would definitely take good care of them. He wouldn't have to worry about Li Xiong anymore. And with Li Xiong's return, the process of forming the Zhao Navy could begin. Zhao was extremely important to Zhao Hongyu, as it served as his bridgehead to the east. As long as Zhao existed, the Song Empire in America could extend its reach. Korea, Japan, the Southeast Asian nations, and even the Ming dynasty could all be reached through Zhao. Without Zhao, the Song Empire's ships would have nowhere to stay if they were to come from America. Having no place of their own in the east was a real hassle. After settling Li Xiong's men, Zhao Hongyu took Li Xiong to a newly built tavern outside the Navy camp. This tavern was owned by the Navy, and the Empire had no restrictions on it. Its architectural style was completely different from the Japanese, and many of the materials used for the interior facilities and decoration were purchased from the virtual world. Therefore, every customer who came to this tavern was astounded by the interior decoration, and Li Xiong was no exception. Wow! This decoration was truly luxurious, even the imperial palace would have been comparable. Li Xiong followed Zhao Hongyu to the tavern, called Leisure Inn, and was immediately struck by the interior. Even the name was so modern. 2 beers, please. During the day, there weren't many customers, so the tavern was mostly empty. This made it feel quite quiet. Zhao Hongyu and Li Xiong found a quiet corner and sat down. Soon, a Japanese waitress arrived. Zhao Hongyu ordered 2 beers. Soon, 2 bottles of Tsingtao beer were brought up. Li Xiong had never seen this kind of alcohol before, so he looked at the bottle with great curiosity. Actually, Zhao Hongyu would bring back a large batch of beer from the virtual world every month and distribute it to the barracks for the genetically modified soldiers to drink. This was considered a welfare benefit. Of course, many genetically modified soldiers didn't like beer, but they didn't want to waste the beer they had already distributed. So, everyone jointly built a small tavern to sell the excess beer. The money from the sales could be distributed to everyone as a welfare benefit in addition to their salaries. It was a good idea and method. Therefore, when Zhao Hongyu learned of this, he not only didn't stop it, but instead asked his subordinates to ask the soldiers what brand of beer they wanted to stock in the future. In other words, he was asking them what brand of beer was selling well, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to Term to read, update fast pure text. Chapter 1009, Chat, Part 2. P.S. The previous chapter was posted with the wrong number. It should have been chapter 1008. Alhu apologizes profusely for the inconvenience this has caused. Sorry, my dearest benefactors. Zhao Hongyu provides his generosity with extremely generous benefits, far more generous than any other monarch of this era. This isn't surprising, however. After all, Zhao Hongyu's methods of making money are unmatched by those of other monarchs. Furthermore, the speed at which he earns his keep is unimaginable. Europeans, let alone the individual countries, only have a paltry annual income, a pittance compared to the Song Empire in America. If the Song Empire hadn't emerged, wealth from the Americas would have poured into Europe. However, since Zhao Hongyu conquered the Americas, Europeans have been unable to exploit them. Consequently, wealth from Europe, Africa, and the Arab world has rapidly flowed into the Song Empire. In any other country, such a massive influx of wealth would have long ago triggered a financial crisis. For example, the Ming dynasty and the Qing dynasty were similar in history. However, Zhao Hongyu could purchase vast quantities of supplies from the virtual world to replenish his country. Consequently, with this influx of supplies, the supply of goods in the Americas was plentiful, and there was no fluctuation or turbulence caused by the influx of wealth. This was something that no other nation could achieve. Furthermore, and more importantly, large-scale commodity trade was essentially conducted through umbrella companies and the Imperial Ministry of Commerce. Therefore, the vast amounts of silver and gold that flowed into the Song Empire ultimately ended up in the treasury or in Zhao Hongyu's personal pocket. As a result, there wasn't much silver and gold circulating in the market. In this situation, inflation was impossible. In fact, with this abundance of supplies, the citizens of the Song Empire in the Americas were able to purchase high-quality and affordable goods, significantly improving their quality of life. Zhao Hongyu hoarded his accumulated gold and silver, waiting for the price of gold to rise in the virtual century to sell it and profit. If the price plummeted, he would keep the gold. In short, no matter what, Zhao Hongyu didn't lose money. Of course, the wealth of 17th century Europe, Africa, and the Arab world wouldn't always flow into Zhao Hongyu's hands. From time to time, Zhao Hongyu would purchase large quantities of goods from them, allowing them to profit from the trade. Otherwise, within a few years, the wealth of the European, Arab, and African peoples would be drained by the Song Empire. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to see that happen. So, Zhao Hongyu purchased large numbers of black slaves from the Europeans, and dancers and wool products from the Arabs. This way, prosperous trade could be maintained for at least several years. This also created a stable environment for the Song Empire's development. As long as the Song Empire was given a few years to develop and strengthen its naval power, even if a trade deficit caused turmoil, the Song Empire wouldn't have to worry. If such a problem arose, the Song Empire, with its powerful naval fleet, could easily find an excuse to invade Europe. You see, in the vision of Zhao Hongyu, Professor Liu, and their three henchmen, Great Yan Huangism aims to unify the earth in this era. Li Xiong and Zhao Hongyu sat down in the tavern. A young waitress, dressed in a Japanese kimono, gracefully brought 2 bottles of Tsingtao beer. Since it was winter, even without a refrigerator, the beer was already ice cold. Li Xiong looked at the beer curiously, not knowing what it was. "It's beer, you can try it." Zhao Hongyu poured himself a glass. He drank it all in one gulp and let out a sigh of relief. Then, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of premium yellow Crane Tower cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag. These were all goodies he'd gotten from the virtual world. This year, Chen Hanbang's brother-in-law and Zhao Hongyu had made a lot of money through their collaboration, so, with the new year just around the corner, he'd prepared some goodies for Zhao Hongyu as a gift. Chen Hanbang's brother-in-law simply hoped to continue his cooperation with Zhao Hongyu next year and expand his counterfeit and scam-ridden business. Zhao Hongyu and his gang were foolish, wealthy, and well-connected. They could sell them any rip-off product at a high price, paying in full without delay. Anyone who wasn't a fool would love to do business with people like Zhao Hongyu. Especially in the virtual world, the situation was similar to Zhao Hongyu's original time and space. The current economic climate was sluggish, with little profit margin and fierce competition. It was because of his acquaintance with people like Zhao Hongyu that Chen Hanbang's brother-in-law entered a business where profit was possible without high technology, simply through dishonesty. So, gifts were inevitable. For Zhao Hongyu, the only gifts his brother-in-law gave him were cigarettes. He didn't even consider other items like deer antlers, bear gallbladders, abalone, shark fins, and sea cucumbers. In a virtual world with the same environment as another time and space, these things are now very fake. Zhao Hongyu, in the 17th century, could easily buy the real thing. Even wild ginseng over 100 years old could be bought with money. But in another time and space, or in a virtual world, that's not the case. During the Ming Dynasty, a single wild ginseng of 100 years old would only cost a few thousand taels of silver. And that was the price during the Ming Dynasty. If purchased from the Koreans, the price would be at least half that. Zhao Hongyu could purchase large quantities of industrial silver from the virtual world. Recently, the price of industrial silver in the virtual world has plummeted to 50 cents per gram. That's only a few thousand taels of silver. Even industrial silver from later times is of higher purity than silver from this era. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu had no worries when crafting dragon silver coins using industrial silver from the virtual world. It can be said that, relying on his extraordinary treasure, Zhao Hongyu lived a very comfortable life in this era. Of course, this doesn't include the dark period when he first arrived in this era, because back then, he was nothing. Li Shuang took a sip of beer and found it incredibly unpalatable. Your Highness, I can't handle this stuff. Do you have any strong liquor for me? Li Shuang was telling the truth. Even in Zhao Hongyu's original time and space, beer had been unpalatable to everyone when it first appeared. Some even said it tasted like horse urine. Therefore, as a 17th century native, it was perfectly normal for Li Shuang to be unaccustomed to it. Zhao Hongyu dismissed it as a concern. He summoned the Japanese waitress and asked her to bring him a bottle of erguotao. It's just a craving for strong liquor, what's the big deal? This tavern didn't have much else to offer, so beer and erguotao were readily available. The waitress quickly brought a bottle of erguotao. Li Shuang took a sip and declared it much better than that beer. Now that your people have left Amami Island, what are their plans? Zhao Hongyu got straight to the point after Li Shuang finished her erguotao. Li Shuang gently lowered her wine glass. After refilling her own, she sat up straight, looked at Zhao Hongyu, and replied, Your Highness, many of my old brothers have grown tired of life at sea. They all hope to go to America, receive 200 acres of fertile land, and become good citizens. A few others hope to stay and join the Kyushu Navy, serving Your Highness. Zhao Hongyu, of course, knew that Li Shuang's men would inevitably have different opinions. He had anticipated this. Those who want to go to America are all old brothers. They've been pirates with me, Li Shuang, for 20 or 30 years. Honestly, I'm grateful to have identified and now. I'm truly grateful, Your Highness. Li Shuang spoke with sincerity. Those who want to stay and serve Your Highness are mostly young people. Because they're young and ambitious, they won't settle for a dull life in America. Zhao Hongyu listened to Li Shuang's story. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Li Shuang, I will accept all who wish to go to America. However, you must tell them that once registered in the Song Empire, they are now citizens of the Song Empire. I will not investigate their past actions, they will be good citizens from now on. However, as citizens of the Song Empire, they must abide by the laws of the empire. Their old pirate tactics are no longer acceptable. If anyone continues to commit crimes, I will show no mercy. Li Shuang nodded repeatedly. Your Highness, you are right. I, Li Shuang, am not ignorant of reason. I will make this clear to my old brothers. With 200 acres of fertile land and the opportunity to be a legitimate landlord and good citizen, what could they possibly be dissatisfied with? If anyone dares to abandon their good life and commit any filthy acts, I, Li Shuang, will be the first to punish them. Zhao Hongyu merely listened to Li Shuang's words. If such a thing really happened, it would be dealt with according to the laws of the empire. Even Li Shuang could say nothing. However, I think Li Shuang will warn his old brothers again after receiving his reminder. Therefore, these old pirates who are willing to go to America to be good landlords should not do anything dirty. As for the young people who want to stay, it is not impossible for them to join the Navy. But I can't give them a high position just for your sake, otherwise it will be unfair to others. Once I do this, it will be difficult for you to do well in the Navy in the future. After talking about those who wanted to go to America, Zhao Hongyu talked to Li Shuang about the arrangements for those young people who wanted to stay and join the Navy. Update Fast Pure Text. Chapter 1010, Chat, Part 3. The old Amami Island brothers, now middle-aged and lacking the mental and physical strength of their youth, and weary of life at sea, wanted to settle down. Not only was Li Xiong very supportive, but even Zhao Hongai was supportive. The reason was simple: without these brothers, Li Xiong's influence in Kyushu would weaken. Without these old brothers, Li Xiong would be less selfish. This was a good thing for Zhao Hongai, so how could he not support it? Furthermore, these people could reclaim land in San Francisco and side with Wang Shan to protect San Francisco's interests. After all, they held land there. If the Indians in San Francisco attempted to harm the empire, Li Xiong's men would undoubtedly stand up and join Wang Shan in fighting them. This would create a new source of support. Their presence in San Francisco would also increase the local population, making it more prosperous. After all, the Indians who had surrendered to the empire were not very self-reliant. A tribe like the Mohawk is quite unusual among Indians, and this is certainly due to their frequent interactions with Zhao Hongai. For example, the Indians in Manhattan, for example, are mostly incapable of commerce. They would rather earn money by hunting from time to time on their monthly militia pay than engage in commerce. Judging by the mindset of the Indians in Manhattan, it's likely that the Indians in San Francisco will be similar. So, after these people from Amami Island arrive in San Francisco, they won't be too content with their land. They'll definitely start some small businesses. With their presence, San Francisco will slowly develop. While Wang Shan will certainly have his Jin people engage in commerce, there always needs to be competition for progress, right? Looking back, regarding the young people who wish to stay in Kyushu, their placement is a matter that requires careful consideration. Unlike those who have already decided to leave, these young people still have passion and drive, and they don't want to give up their ideals at such a young age. Only those who have lost their drive will leave for America. They didn't want to live their lives like this. Zhao Hongai had only one requirement for these people: to earn them a position within the Navy based on their strengths, abilities, and skills. Although they were Li Xiong's subordinates, Zhao Hongai didn't want any special treatment. Li Xiong was able to become admiral of the Navy due to special circumstances. But his subordinates couldn't do that. Moreover, rashly giving them high positions would be unfair to the other genetic members under his command. Zhao Hongai didn't want such a thing to cause resentment among his genetic members and lead to a loss of loyalty, so let those young men under Li Xiong who are willing to stay and join the Navy demonstrate their abilities. As long as you have the ability, it's fine to give them some status. But if you have no skills at all, then I'm sorry, you'll just have to remain a private. Of course, it's not impossible to rise to prominence as a private. If you stick around long enough and learn to behave yourself, it's possible to rise to a higher position in the future, but it just takes time. Zhao Hongai wouldn't rashly offer them high positions. So, when Zhao Hongai said this to Li Xiong, she immediately understood. In fact, Li Xiong personally supported Zhao Hongai's approach. He fully understood his position within the Song Empire and what he should do and say. After all, he was a veteran in the world. If he couldn't even grasp these issues, then wouldn't he have been in vain? The young crown prince's point was clear in one sentence. Those who are capable will be given positions. Yes, if you're capable, you can earn a good position in the Navy. But if you're not, you'll just be a soldier. Even if the crown prince could persuade these people to hold high positions, would the Song soldiers in the Navy be convinced? We're all human beings. If you're capable, it's easier to convince them. But over time, if you're incompetent, no one will respect you. This situation was particularly pronounced in the military. While people might not say anything outwardly, they could still try to trip you up or give you a hard time. If that were to happen, it would be disastrous. It might not be a problem in normal times, but if you were to encounter a naval battle, how could you possibly be safe? Therefore, you must demonstrate impressive skills to successfully integrate into the Imperial Navy. Furthermore, the Imperial Navy is already large, and they are considered outsiders. Even with the Crown Prince's invitation, and even Li Xiong himself being an admiral, they would still be initially ostracized. After all, they were outsiders. Therefore, if you want your men to integrate into the Imperial Navy and gain status, you must let them earn it through their own merit. Only in this way can young men who aspire to join the Navy truly integrate into the community, and over time, the Song Empire's naval officers and soldiers will truly accept them. Your Highness, I'll tell those boys this. I think they should understand your intentions, it's all for their own good, Li Xiong replied after she had thought it through. Zhao Hongai looked at her seriously and said, if anyone doesn't understand, then they absolutely cannot join the Navy. You should also understand that the military isn't like other organizations. To gain a foothold in it, you must have ability. Whether you desire dignity or power, you can only earn it through your military exploits and skills. Those who understand this are smart, but those who don't need to be discussed. Zhao Honggai clearly didn't want to waste any more time arguing with Li Xiong on this issue. Li Xiong also understood Zhao Honggai's intentions and attitude. So, she nodded and agreed. Okay, now I want to talk to you about the defense of the Kyushu Sea area. The issues concerning your subordinates are easily resolved, you don't need to worry about them at all. After Zhao Honggai finished discussing the placement of Li Xiong's men, he smiled, his seriousness faded. Li Xiong slowly breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest fear was that Zhao Honggai wouldn't allow those young men to join the Navy. Fortunately, such worries were unnecessary. The Crown Prince didn't reject this idea. While it was necessary to force young men to gain status through skill, Li Xiong felt that this approach would also benefit them and wasn't a bad thing. His Highness was about to discuss the naval defense of Kyushu, and Li Xiong put on a listening ear. The Kyushu Navy's primary enemy to guard against in the future will be the Japanese. After all, I seized Kyushu from them, and the Japanese won't just sit there and take this humiliation. Zhao Honggai spoke to Li Xiong in a light-hearted tone. Indeed, Kyushu was only taken under his control after Zhao Honggai captured the shogun and the emperor, forcing the Japanese to sign an agreement and then expelling the Kyushu daimyo through force. There was no way the Japanese would just sit there and take this humiliation. However, the Japanese were currently embroiled in a chaotic power struggle and had little energy to deal with them for the time being. If the conflict there became clear, and a victor was determined, they would undoubtedly launch a war for Kyushu. Zhao Honggai could easily predict this scenario. Therefore, Kyushu's future defense would primarily focus on the Japanese. Zhao Honggai had no need to worry about the Ming Dynasty's navy, they wouldn't dare attack him without imperial orders. Furthermore, Kyushu and Zhao Honggai's forces currently had no conflict of interest with the Ming Dynasty's navy. Even if a conflict arose, it wouldn't be decided by a single naval commander. It's important to understand that Kyushu was already part of the Song Empire. If a conflict escalated into a war between the two nations, the implications would be enormous. The Ming Dynasty wouldn't allow itself to be drawn into such a conflict, they valued stability. Therefore, Zhao Honggai wasn't concerned about the Ming Dynasty at all. Your Highness, our main concern is the Japanese, but Zhang Zilin to the south. Li Xiong paused, then gritted his teeth and brought up his nemesis, Zhang Zilin. Indeed, Zhang Zilin had long coveted Japan's maritime trade routes, which, after all, connected to Garita. Ginseng, sable fur, and Korean dancers from Garita were all highly profitable commodities. Zhang Zilin had always coveted them, and he would never let them go. Although Zhang Zilin himself was the commander-in-chief of the Fujian Navy, his younger brother controlled the Zhang family's vast pirate fleet, so they had to be on guard against him. Furthermore, if Zhang Zilin learned that Li Xiong had defected to Zhao Honggai, who knew what he would think? And since Zhang Zilin didn't know much about the Song Empire, he might even stir up trouble. In other words, conflict could occur at any time. Of course, the more important point was that Li Xiong hoped to enlist Zhao Honggai's help to defeat Zhang Zilin and avenge him. How could Zhao Honggai be unaware of Li Xiong's subtle intentions? So, when Li Xiong mentioned Zhang Zilin, he looked at her with a half-smile for a long moment. Finally, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her gaze, Li Xiong offered an awkward explanation. Your Highness, I admit that Zhang Zilin and I have a grudge, but I have indeed given this matter serious consideration. Now that Naha has fallen into Zhang Zilin's hands, and we have abandoned Amami Island by departing, there's no guarantee Zhang Zilin will send a fleet. Given his domineering nature, a naval battle between us and him might be the outcome. Li Xiong's words were accurate. Zhang Zilin now possessed all the qualities to dominate the eastern seas. Even his subordinates and he himself believed he was already the overlord. Consequently, the Zhang family's fleet now demanded a hefty protection fee from all trading vessels. This fee was even significantly higher than during Li Xiong's time. Of course, you could refuse to pay the protection fee. But the consequences of not paying are obvious to any fool. Meanwhile, the Zhang family's fleet had formed its own merchant caravan, controlling all the lucrative commodities along the southeastern coast. Now the Zhang family was the sole power, with no one to check or balance them. Consequently, With their monopoly on the seas, even the powerful individuals who had once supported them dared not provoke them. While those powerful individuals now regretted their actions, they could only taste the bitter fruit. No one could have imagined that Zhang Zhiling would be even more domineering and difficult to deal with than Li Xiong. At least when Li Xiong controlled the seas, everyone profited, but Zhang Zhiling clearly preferred to keep the spoils to himself. Therefore, given Zhang Zhiling's personality, how could he abandon such a treasure trove as Japan? After all, Japan was rich in gold, and gold was cheap there, while silver was expensive. The profits from bringing silver from the Ming dynasty to Japan and then reselling it as gold were eye-watering. Meanwhile, Japan was short on copper. Ming copper could be exchanged for a large sum of silver in Japan, making it a lucrative business. Not to mention Goguryu's ginseng, sable fur, and other precious medicinal materials. Zhang Zhiling had no reason to give up. This meant that Kyushu was bound to have a significant conflict of interest with Zhang Zhiling in the future. And this conflict was unavoidable, it was inevitable. Zhao Hongyu pondered this, his expression gradually becoming serious. Well, the issue you raise requires careful consideration. Furthermore, you've already eliminated one of his leaders, and Zhang Zhiling won't tolerate this. If he doesn't take action, it will have a significant impact on his prestige. He recalled the conflict between Li Xiong and Zhang Zhiling's men when he returned to Amami Island to retrieve them. Although Wang Rinzeng had been responsible for the attack and had nothing to do with Li Xiong, the issue couldn't be viewed that way. First, Wang Rinzeng was Zhang Zhiling's subordinate, so taking Wang Rinzeng out would be a disrespect to Zhang Zhiling. What's more, Li Xiong had cut Wang Rinzeng into pieces and executed the captives. Zhang Zhiling would certainly not tolerate this. Not to mention the huge interests of Goguryeo on the Japanese side. Amami Island cannot be lost. We must station troops there and retake Nahua in a short period of time. We must let Zhang Zhiling know how powerful we are so he won't dare to attack us. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to start a full-scale war with Zhang Zhiling. After all, he was about to leave for the Ming dynasty. By then, the main focus would be on immigration from the Ming dynasty, so war wouldn't be in Zhao Hongyu's best interests. I hope you understand what I mean. I don't want a full-scale conflict with Zhang Zhiling anytime soon. The empire has its own interests. Do you understand? Zhao Hongyu asked, staring seriously into Li Xiong's eyes. What else could Li Xiong say at this point? Update fast pure text. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1011. What do you think of Zhang Zhiling? Although Li Xiong desired revenge, he was well aware that many matters were no longer his own. Having surrendered to the Crown Prince and become a subject of the Song Empire, he would need the Crown Prince's approval for all future official duties. Therefore, even though Li Xiong hated Zhang Zhiling to the core, he suppressed his hatred and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Your Highness. I know what I can and cannot do. Zhao Hongyu was well aware of Li Xiong's deep hatred for Zhang Zhiling. Therefore, he couldn't really deny Li Xiong even a shred of hope. Furthermore, Zhang Zhiling's presence in the east posed a significant threat to Zhao Hongyu. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu felt uneasy if he didn't eliminate his power. Of course, Zhang Zhiling's death wasn't necessary, but the Zhang family fleet he had left at sea must be eliminated. This fleet, with its influence and momentum, was poised to monopolize the rights to trade in the eastern seas. Zhao Hongyu couldn't allow them to exist under his nose. Otherwise, would his fleet, sailing in the eastern seas, have to pay protection fees to the Zhang family's fleet in the future? If you don't pay this fee, others will follow suit. What will become of the Zhang family? By then, people will be scattered, and there's no point in rallying them. Therefore, a conflict between Zhao Hongyu and Zhang Zhiling was inevitable. This was obvious. If Zhao Hongyu hadn't appeared in this era and come to the east, he wouldn't have to worry about these issues. But now that he had arrived, this was inevitable. However, that was a matter for the future. Zhao Hongyu felt that his immediate priority was to travel to the Ming dynasty to resolve the immigration issue. Then, he could deal with Zhang Zhiling. Once Zhang Zhiling was dealt with, his future immigration would be free of such obstacles. If Zhang Zhiling disappeared from the eastern seas, or if his Zhang family fleet was destroyed, the Song Empire's fleet would dominate these waters. Even though this is still ancient times, many things in this era can still make a lot of money. Just doing nothing every month and collecting protection fees at sea can bring in a huge sum of money. It's like opening up a new source of revenue for the Song Empire. What's wrong with that? Old Li, don't worry. We can't clash with Zhang Ziling right now, but I promise you, once I go to the Ming Dynasty and negotiate the immigration issue with the imperial court, I'll let you deal with Zhang Ziling. But before that, it's best if you don't provoke him. Li Xiong understood the crown prince's meaning. He meant that Zhang Ziling would definitely make a move in the future. There's no room for two tigers in one mountain, and the crown prince wasn't entirely confident in him. However, now wasn't the right time to act against Zhang Ziling. Therefore, Li Xiong could only endure it for a while. There was nothing Li Xiong couldn't accept about this arrangement. Your Highness, there's certainly no problem in not provoking Zhang Ziling. However, I'm worried that Zhang Ziling might cause trouble soon. After all, we killed one of his 12 chieftains on Amami Island this time, and he won't be able to swallow that humiliation. After all, if he doesn't seek revenge on us, who'll ever respect him again? As a veteran pirate leader who once dominated the seas, Li Xiong was well aware of the intricacies of this situation. Well, this is truly a question that requires careful consideration. Zhao Hongyu fell silent after hearing this. Yes, Li Xiong's reminder was something worth considering. Zhang Ziling's loss of a leader like Wang Rinzeng was a significant blow to his prestige. After all, while Zhang Ziling hadn't yet unified the eastern seas and become a true overlord of the seas, he was already seen by everyone as a future hegemon. At this juncture, with such an incident, where could Zhang Ziling save his dignity? Are you kidding? You know, in the East, prestige is as important as life. Not only the men who rely on Zhang Ziling for a living, but also the sea merchants who pay him protection fees. Countless eyes are watching Zhang Ziling, watching for his reaction. If you don't take any action, what will the outsiders and your own people think? Everyone will think Zhang Ziling is afraid, or perhaps too weak. If people become so upset, it will be difficult to control. Even within Li Xiong's group, there's no monolithic unity. This situation is similar to Li Xiong's original group. While the main force is the Zhang family fleet, the smaller pirates under the command of other vassal forces are also a considerable force. If you don't show a little courage, how can you intimidate them in the future? After all, those who make a living on the sea are generally unruly. Isn't it because Zhang Ziling is ruthless, powerful, and incredibly strong that they are drawn to him? The pirate world is a world of the jungle. When you're powerful, you'll naturally have many followers. But if you show weakness, they'll abandon you, even turning against you. This is the bare reality of morality and what's not. Li Xiong faced exactly this during his battles with Zhang Ziling. Repeatedly defeated by Zhang Ziling, Li Xiong's power gradually declined. Those who had previously followed Li Xiong, even those who were his vassals, deserted him and joined Zhang Ziling's forces. Even Li Xiong's close confidants deserted him and threw themselves into Zhang Ziling's arms. Li Xiong's estrangement stemmed from his own failings. He had become weak, powerless, and no longer as strong. Therefore, if Zhang Ziling hadn't shown any resistance, he would have been seen as a sign of weakness. In the pirate world, weakness also meant that everyone could bully him. Therefore, Zhang Ziling would certainly not remain indifferent to Wang Rinzeng's murder. A retaliatory attack was inevitable. He also used this opportunity to test Zhao Hongyu's strength. If Zhang Ziling discovered that Zhao Hongyu's forces were weak, he would undoubtedly devote all his forces to defeating Zhao Hongyu and Li Xiong. After all, after defeating Zhao Hongyu, Zhang Ziling would unify the eastern seas and become the true king of the seas. Such a temptation was impossible for Zhang Ziling to refuse. Moreover, the benefits were immense. Furthermore, there was something else that would drive Zhang Ziling even further insane: Kyushu, the land ceded to him by the Japanese. Yes, Kyushu had been ceded to him by the Japanese, with an imperial edict signed and sealed by the Japanese emperor and shogun. This meant that Kyushu was no longer Japanese territory and would belong to whoever could wrest it from Zhao Hongyu. If Zhang Ziling could defeat Zhao Hongyu and Li Xiong, Zhao would surely fall into his grasp. At that point, Zhao would become Zhang Ziling's personal domain, allowing him to establish a small kingdom for his family. Alternatively, handing it over to the Ming Dynasty would be a highly desirable option. Handing it over to the Ming Dynasty would be considered a significant achievement in territorial expansion. Currently, the entire Ming Dynasty hadn't achieved such a significant victory. If Zhang Zilin could truly pull it off, perhaps even becoming a marquis or duke wouldn't be out of the question. Zhao Hongyu pondered a great deal in a flash, analyzing the likelihood of a major conflict between him and Zhang Zilin. Ultimately, he concluded that the conflict between him and Zhang Zilin was unreconcilable. Numerous interests were at stake, and neither side was willing to give up. Ultimately, the only solution was to eliminate one of them. This was Zhao Hongyu's final conclusion. Given this, his thinking was clear. Besides, Zhao Hongyu wasn't truly afraid of Zhang Zilin. He had a cheating device at his disposal, and he had the backing of a slowly developing nation that was already forming the embryonic form of a powerful empire. Therefore, he had no reason to fear a mere Zhang Zilin. Furthermore, he had a fleet at his disposal. So, what was there to fear? For the time being, he didn't want to engage in a full-scale war with Zhang Zilin. Furthermore, Zhang Zilin was currently the commander-in-chief of the Fujian Navy, and there was a chance he might even declare war on him in the name of the imperial court. If that were to happen, wouldn't it become a war between him and the Ming dynasty? He could look down on Zhang Zilin, but given the possibility of facing off against the Ming dynasty, which was considered the most powerful of its time, Zhao Hongyu needed to approach the situation with caution. Zhang Zilin will definitely come to cause trouble. If he does, let him know how powerful he is. At the same time, we must recapture Naha. This is a very important place, and we must control it ourselves, Zhao Hongyu said to Li Xiong after thinking it through. However, the Kyushu Navy is still a little underpowered at the moment, so we cannot engage in a full-scale war with Zhang Zilin. 49 Imperial warships are still a bit too few to face Zhang Zilin. To be continued, update fast pure text. Chapter 1012, be patient for now, there will be a chance for revenge. Zhao Hongyu had long had his own plan for the Kyushu Navy. When he set out from America, he brought over 60 warships. However, upon arriving in San Francisco, he allocated a few ships to Wangshan and dispatched several more to search for an Australia. Thus, by the time Zhao Hongyu arrived in the east, his fleet numbered 52. He planned to leave 49 of these 52 ships in Kyushu, establishing a Kyushu Navy comprised primarily of imperial warships, supplemented by Li Xiong's eastern warships. This would allow the Kyushu Navy to boast over 100 large vessels. With such a fleet, there would be no need to worry about the Japanese. Zhao Hongyu would embark on the remaining 3 heavy battleships to travel to Ming. He had not incorporated these heavy battleships into the Kyushu Navy because they were the Empire's trump cards and could not be easily transferred to others. At the same time, since he was heading to the Ming dynasty, he had to bring something truly impressive. A heavily armored battleship would do just that. Needless to say, this warship, with its imposing appearance, would attract countless attention even when docked at the berth. Its massive hull and dense array of cannons would be truly startling. And aboard such a warship to the Ming dynasty, no one would dare to underestimate him. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. With a warship like this, others would certainly not view the Song Empire as a minor foreign power. At the very least, they wouldn't view Crown Prince Zhao Hongyu as a prince of a minor state like Goguryeo, Siam, or Nanayu. After all, those nations couldn't possibly build a warship like a heavily armored battleship. Even the Ming dynasty couldn't possibly build one now. Of course, if the blueprints for the Ming dynasty's treasure ships hadn't been destroyed 100 or several decades earlier, Zhao Hongyu's heavily armored battleship wouldn't have achieved such a significant effect. However, the blueprints for the Ming dynasty's treasure ships had been destroyed, leaving the Song Empire's heavily armored battleships as the largest and most powerful warships of the era. The Ming dynasty's treasure ships were essentially ancient aircraft carriers. But Zhao Hongyu's heavily armored battleships were truly a transcendental creation. Your Highness, do you mean we want to recapture Naha? Li Xiong's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. As a seasoned pirate, Li Xiong was well aware of Naha's importance. Naha was incredibly close to Zhang Zilin's stronghold, Taiwan. Occupying Naha would have allowed him to spy on Taiwan. It was precisely because of Naha's importance that Zhang Zilin and Li Xiong had fought the Battle of Naha. Only a fool would disregard such a crucial maritime location. Was Zhao Hongyu a fool? Of course not, and that was why he deeply valued Naha. In another future time and space, Naha and Okinawa were key U.S. military bases, heavily garrisoned. This clearly demonstrates the importance of Naha. Okinawa lies right next to Naha, and the two locations are very close. Losing Naha would have provided Zhang Zilin with a prime port of call for his invasion of Li Shuang's forces in Hua. This is why Wang Rinzang easily entered the waters of Amami Island, causing such heavy losses to Li Xiang. As for Yonaguni, Miyakojima, and several smaller islands south of Naha, they are very close to Taiwan, so Zhao Hongyu has temporarily disregarded them. These islands can only be considered after Naha is under his control. Furthermore, Taiwan is still under the control of the Ming dynasty. At this time, Taiwan had not yet been controlled by the Dutch. In another historical timeline, the Dutch were able to control Taiwan because the late Ming court had no energy to deal with the Dutch. After all, the court was primarily focused on the formidable enemy, the 8 banners of the Qing dynasty. This allowed the Dutch to exploit this opportunity. However, in this timeline, thanks to Zhao Hongyu's presence, the Dutch appear unlikely to have such an opportunity. Back in the Americas, the Dutch, British, and Spanish fleets were essentially vanquished by the Song Empire, leaving them severely wounded. Meanwhile, war engulfed Europe, and the entire continent was in turmoil. Fleets from various nations were locked in a fierce battle in the Mediterranean, leaving them with little opportunity to stir up trouble in the East. Even if Europeans did appear in the East, they had arrived years earlier, thus remaining unaffected by the war in Europe. However, due to the chaos in Europe, they lacked support at home and could only rely on their limited numbers to survive in the East. And making a living in the East was no easy task. European scoundrels of the day had no advantage against the wealthy and powerful men of the Ming dynasty. Life was truly miserable for those European scoundrels, adventurers, and poor people in Taiwan. This is a historical fact that those who admire yellow hair in later generations could never imagine. My 49 warships will be incorporated into the Navy as the main battleships. Your existing Ming-style warships will also be incorporated into the Navy as auxiliary warships. The remaining small vessels, such as the speedboats, will be discontinued. We in the Great Song dynasty are pursuing a strategy of large cannons and large ships, Zhao Hongyu told Li Xiang. All large ships are needed, not a single small ship. Li Xiang had no objection to this arrangement, and in fact, he strongly supported it. After all, small ships don't have much offensive power and are easily capsized, with no defensive capabilities. A small speedboat typically requires 7, 8, or even a dozen sailors, and so many speedboats combined would require a considerable number of sailors. It would be better to transfer these sailors to large ships, allowing them to operate large vessels for better results. The Imperial warship's combat style is completely different from that of Eastern warships. Furthermore, the large number of cannons on board necessitates even more sailors. The freed-up sailors on the small ships could be transferred to the larger ships as gunners, with the remaining personnel serving as musketeers and melee soldiers. With its large fleet, the Kyushu Navy was no small force. So, it wouldn't matter if the smaller warships weren't needed. Your Highness, let's do as you suggest. The sailors from those speedboats can be transferred to the larger ships as gunners. This will also make up for our gunner shortage. That's a good idea, Li Xiang replied to Zhao Hongyu after thinking this through. Ha, there are enough gunners. The soldiers on my 49 warships will all remain with you in Nagasaki. Your former men will just need to be retrained in gunnery and other skills. That way, even if we suffer losses in a naval battle, we'll be able to quickly replenish them. Li Xiang's claim of a shortage of gunners was a complete joke. How could Zhao Hongyu leave behind 49 warships without also leaving behind soldiers? Was he leaving Li Xiang with empty ships? What an idiot Zhao Hongyu would have to be to do that. Li Xiang thought for a moment and understood the whole point. However, Li Xiang didn't mind this, as he had already figured out his position under Zhao Hongyu. Therefore, Li Xiang knew what to say and how to proceed. Okay, now that we've discussed the Navy, let's discuss the development of Kyushu. Zhao Hongyu had come to Li Xiang to discuss the Kyushu Navy and Zhang Zilin, but also to inquire about Kyushu's future development. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu also needed to understand the profitability of the maritime trade between Japan and Korea. Now that Kyushu was in Zhao Hongyu's hands, it would be unconscionable not to develop it. After all, if Kyushu developed well, it would become a bridgehead radiating to the eastern continent. Therefore, Kyushu must be managed well. What do you think, Your Highness? Seeing that the Crown Prince wanted to discuss Kyushu's future development, Li Xiang became interested. After all, he would be the future admiral of Kyushu's navy, and it was impossible for him to not care about Kyushu's development. If Kyushu developed well, he'd be able to live comfortably there. This was a matter of vital importance to him. Of course, Li Xuang's family would move to San Francisco, but he also wanted to live comfortably in Kyushu. If Kyushu were under Japanese rule, Li Xiang wouldn't have had any such concerns. The Japanese had no idea what development meant. But the Song people were different. Look at Nagasaki under Song rule. It had transformed so dramatically in just a short period of time. If it had developed properly, how prosperous would it have become? Li Xiang was filled with longing. The Kyushu governor is the daughter of the former Tokugawa Ieyasu. I'm sure you're aware of that, Zhao Hongyu said to Li Xiang. Li Xiang nodded, but remained silent, knowing the crown prince would undoubtedly have more to say. As expected, Zhao Hongyu continued after seeing Li Xiang nod. That is to say, if I am not in Zhao in the future, you have to obey our orders for anything. At least in name, you have to obey her. I think you know what to do. Zhao Hongyu's words are worth pondering. However, as a veteran, Li Xiang immediately understood the meaning of these words. Don't worry, Your Highness, I know what I should do. I am the Admiral of the Navy. As for the things happening on the Zhao continent, I will just keep them in mind. As for the Navy, she can't do anything about it. After seeing that Li Xiang understood what he meant, Zhao Hongyu smiled with satisfaction. Looking at Zhao Hongyu who was smiling at him, Li Xiang thought to himself, it seems that this prince doesn't really trust the Japanese. Update fast pure text. Chapter 1013, Business that can be done and is prepared to be done. Li Xiang sensed something in the crown prince Zhao Hongyu's words, knowing he didn't trust the Japanese. In reality, Li Xiang didn't trust the Japanese either. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu's thoughts delighted Li Xiang. For Li Xiang, Zhao Hongyu's ancestry, as well as his Song dynasty heritage, made him psychologically acceptable. But the Japanese were different. In Li Xiang's eyes, they were aliens. Initially, he'd worried that leaving Kyushu under the control of Tokugawa Keio might lead to ambitions among the Tokugawa family's Japanese retainers. But now, it seemed his worries were completely unfounded. With his own navy, the Japanese would be shackled. Even if they wanted to break free from the Song Empire's control, it would be impossible. Of course, Li Xiang didn't know that Zhao Hongyu had already made all the necessary arrangements. Li Xiang wasn't the only force holding the Tokugawa clan in check. For example, the Imperial Alliance Army, led by Koibuji, was stationed in the Satsuma domain. As clever as Koibuji was, he clearly understood what he should do. Another example, Hattori Kizo, who commanded the Tokugawa ninja army, was given a military commander's rank and transferred away from Tokugawa Keio. These arrangements were all intended to prevent the Tokugawa family from becoming too powerful. Most importantly, Zhao Hongyu would station the Imperial Genetic Man soldiers in Nagasaki, ensuring that Kyushu would remain firmly under his control. Especially now that Kyushu residents have made money, the desire to consume is strong. Therefore, a large supply of goods is needed to meet the needs of the Kyushu people. From a food, clothing, housing, and transportation perspective, Kyushu's production simply cannot meet the needs of the wealthy Kyushu residents. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu's skills could be put to good use. Because he possessed a powerful cheat, he could supply a large amount of supplies. Of course, Zhao Hongyu also made money from supplying goods. After all, when the Kyushu people consumed, they would use vast quantities of gold to purchase goods. It was because gold was so cheap in Japan that Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but make money. Furthermore, the goods and supplies from Kyushu weren't sold solely within Kyushu. Merchants from mainland Japan would also purchase large quantities of goods through shady channels and bring them back to the chaotic Japanese mainland for sale. Zhao Hongyu was profiting immensely. Right now, he was only targeting the Japanese market. Over time, Zhao Hongyu could even expand his market to Korea, the Ming dynasty, and Southeast Asia. The goods Zhao Hongyu possessed were truly unique to this era, impossible to replicate. This created a commercial monopoly. Monopolies, as everyone knows, are incredibly profitable. So, how could Zhao Hongyu not profit? Looking back, because these goods satisfied people's needs and gradually accustomed them to this lifestyle, the people of Kyushu generally developed a favorable impression of Song rule. Even if Tokugawa Keio wanted to break away from the Song Empire in the future, would the people follow her? She couldn't provide such goods for everyone to enjoy. Could someone be so cheap as to go back to their old ways of eating only 2 meals a day, each consisting of wild vegetables? I don't think such an idiot exists in this world. In other words, Zhao Hongyu, by improving living standards and getting everyone used to this kind of lifestyle, would gradually weaken Tokugawa Keio's appeal in Kyushu. Then, slowly, the Tokugawa family would become a symbol. In fact, such signs are already emerging, especially among the Japanese people living in Nagasaki. If you ask them who Tokugawa Keio is, while they know she's the governor of Kyushu, they're all dismissive. They all understand that everything they enjoy now was brought by the Song people, like meat and rice, which they couldn't have eaten before, and all sorts of side dishes they've never even seen. All this only existed under Song rule. If a Japanese lord had ruled, how could such a good life have been possible? Li Xiong couldn't understand what Zhao Hongyu was doing. Over time, the Japanese had grown accustomed to this kind of life. Even if something truly changed, they wouldn't have been able to adapt. Think about it, how good life is now? The days before seemed pitiful and shabby. As the saying goes, it's difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but easy to go from frugality to extravagance. This is exactly the truth. Zhao Hongyu was using these tactics to gradually accustom the Japanese in Kyushu to this luxurious lifestyle, making it impossible for them to ever go back to their old ways. I plan to set up a branch of the umbrella company in Kyushu, as well as a Far East trade department. It will primarily focus on trading domestic products with Eastern countries. Do you have any opinions or suggestions? Zhao Hongyu asked Li Xiong earnestly. Now that Kyushu was under his control, Zhao Hongyu decided to develop it. While this development was underway, trade with the East would also need to be promptly expanded. After all, development in the Americas also requires vast sums of money. Relying solely on trade with Europe and the Arabs is far from enough. Why not explore another source of revenue? Gold is far more plentiful in the East than in the West. Some of its products, in particular, fetch high prices in the virtual world. Upon hearing this, Li Xiong sat up straighter, his expression growing serious. Your Highness, may I know what goods the Empire has for sale? Although Li Xiong was a pirate, he also moonlighted as a maritime merchant. Collecting protection fees was only part of his business. What kind of business did you previously engage in? Zhao Hongyu asked. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's question about her business, Li Xiong paused and replied, if I were to talk about a profitable business, it would, of course, be transporting copper from the Ming Dynasty to Japan. The profits are enormous. Speaking of this business, Li Xiong's face lit up. Indeed, Japan is short on copper, so the price is very high. A shipload of copper coins shipped from the Ming Dynasty could be exchanged for gold worth several times that amount in Japan. And since gold in Japan was incredibly cheap, the price difference was a bonanza. Once the gold returned to the Ming Dynasty and was converted into silver, the investment could be multiplied fivefold or sixfold. This was the most common trade among sea merchants of the era. Of course, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't take it, as the price wasn't right. Copper prices in the virtual world were constantly rising, and while it was possible to exchange it for gold, the profit wouldn't compare to other trades. For Zhao Hongyu, exchanging industrial silver for Japanese gold was the most profitable. Any other profitable trades? Zhao Hongyu pondered, then, after coming up with a plan, asked. Seeing that the Crown Prince, Zhao Hongyu, was interested in business, Li Xiong perked up. In fact, Li Xiong's interest in business was even greater than that of pirates. Even Li Xiong himself had always believed that if he hadn't been a pirate, he would have been even more successful as a merchant. Of course, Li Xiong overlooked the fact that if he hadn't been a pirate first, the maritime trade he wanted wouldn't have been so easy. So, Li Xiong's belief in himself as a business genius was pure fantasy. After all, during the years he monopolized the eastern maritime trade routes, leveraging his influence allowed him to conduct business far more conveniently than the average merchant. Not to mention the considerable capital he had accumulated through his pirate career. Could any ordinary merchant even compare to that? However, questions like these were ignored by Li Xiong, who considered himself a business genius. Your Highness, there are plenty of ways to make money doing business here, Li Xiong said, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Zhao Hongyu. Girls from Guerrilla only fetch a few taels of silver. But if they're sold to wealthy families in the Ming Dynasty, the profit can be several dozen times that. And that's just the profit from just one girl. A large ship carrying 100 or so people's no problem, so if you do it right, making tens of thousands of taels of silver is easy. Li Xiong licked her dry lips. Her mouth frothed as she spoke. It was clear that Li Xiong was genuinely interested in business. And think about it, Your Highness. A ship that size would be a waste just to carry a bunch of guerrilla women. So, if you bring in some valuable, portable medicinal herbs, you'll make even more money. Like the aged ginseng from Korea, or the Jurchen pearls from Liaodong, these are all money-making goods. Li Xiong's mouth frothed, but Zhao Hongyu listened with little interest. After all, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't engage in human trafficking. Although he encouraged the genetically modified citizens of Manhattan to purchase slaves, buying and selling are different. Besides, both Manhattan and Quebec possessed vast fertile land. These fields needed to be cultivated, right? The Song Empire had only been established for a little over 3 years. Where could such a large population come from? Therefore, to maintain a sufficient labor force, they had no choice but to purchase black slaves brought in from Africa by Europeans. They couldn't just let the genetically modified people farm. After all, Zhao Hongyu and several other high-ranking officials planned to exclude the Huaxia people within the empire from farming, instead enlisting them as a privileged ruling class. Therefore, manual labor like farming would have to be left to outsiders. While the Huaxia people of the Song Empire could purchase slaves, they were forbidden from capturing, selling, or engaging in the slave trade. To prevent such a dark history from being recorded in future history books, Zhao Hongyu had taken precautions. In the end, the blame and the suffering inflicted on black people would have to fall on the Europeans. It must be said that Zhao Hongyu's actions were a classic example of taking advantage of a bargain. While he had no interest in the Korean women Li Xiong mentioned, he was deeply concerned about the abundant wild ginseng in Korea. As a visitor from another time and space, Zhao Hongyu was well aware of the high price of a piece of wild ginseng of excellent quality and weight. And in a virtual world similar to the modern one, there must be a huge demand for this stuff. In fact, as long as there is a supply, there will be a market. In this era, wild ginseng that is only a few decades old is plentiful, let alone those that are hundreds of years old. But in the virtual world, it's not surprising that a piece of wild ginseng that is hundreds of years old could fetch hundreds of millions of yuan. After all, this stuff has become extinct due to ecological damage. And with so many wealthy people, those who don't care about money won't care about the price for something that can save their lives or provide them with a tonic. Furthermore, the medicinal value of a piece of ginseng that is over 100 years old is indeed very high. Since the wealthy don't care about money, it's not surprising that it could fetch hundreds of millions of yuan. For those wealthy, money is just a piece of paper. But wild ginseng that's over 100 years old is the real deal. Strictly speaking, even 100-year-old ginseng isn't worth that price. But you can't resist people willing to pay a high price for it. Zhao Hongyu thought this business was viable, but it needed to be sustainable. Furthermore, since this was trade targeting the virtual world, he had to find more profit points. Selling Korean girls, for example, was out of the question. After all, he couldn't just sell Korean girls to the virtual world. Clearly, that was unlikely. Not many people are into pearls these days, so the Jurchen's Dongzhu pearls probably weren't very popular. Zhang Zhiling's occupation of the southern seas effectively blocked the sea routes to Siam and South Vietnam. Otherwise, getting some jadeite or jadeite rough there would be a possibility. The rough from those days was definitely higher quality than today's, and the jadeite or jadeite produced would be better too. At the very least, if he could obtain a few hundred pieces of raw stone a year, he could bring in tens or even hundreds of billions. Selling good raw stone for 100 million wouldn't be a problem. And in this day and age, obtaining raw stone was a breeze. As Zhao Hongyu listened to Li Xiong's endless descriptions of the potential trade opportunities at sea, his mind slowly began to stir. The thought of this question filled Zhao Hongyu with excitement. It also reaffirmed his resolve to destroy Zhang Zhiling. At the very least, if he couldn't eliminate Zhang Zhiling, he would have to destroy his family's pirate fleet. They absolutely couldn't stand in his way of making a fortune. Just think about it, the business he could now do was exchange industrial silver for Japanese gold. He could also purchase wild ginseng from Korea. Of course. He also had to promote the counterfeit products from the virtual world. Things like genetically modified rice and meat, as well as various counterfeit daily necessities, were all businesses that could yield steady profits. Zhao Hongyu wouldn't give up. Just the transaction of exchanging Korean ginseng and industrial silver for gold can make his assets soar in a short period of time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to Term to read, update fast pure text. Chapter 1014, Developing America. At the bar, Zhao Hongao and Li Xiong discuss potential business opportunities in Kyushu. Once Zhao Hongao had a clear idea of what he could do, he turned to chatting with Li Xiong about various Eastern gossip. After about 2 hours, Zhao Hongao and Li Xiong separated, each leaving the bar. Zhao Hongao returned directly to his residence and summoned his lieutenant, who immediately began establishing the Eastern Trade Branch of the Umbrella Company and the Kyushu branch of the Imperial Commerce Department. Now that Kyushu was under his control, some matters couldn't be delayed any further. After arranging these matters, Zhao Hongao met Emma and Sarah and told them to prepare to leave Nagasaki for the Ming Dynasty the next day. Zhao Hongao had already spent considerable time in Japan, and he didn't want to delay any further. Furthermore, the Lunar New Year was only a few days away. Therefore, Zhao Hongao didn't want to arrive in Ming just in time for the festival. If it had come to this, it would have been truly tragic. During the Lunar New Year period, everyone in the Ming Dynasty, from the emperor to the humblest officials, would have been on holiday. Therefore, Zhao Hongao would likely have been completely unable to find anyone to assist him in the Ming Dynasty. To avoid this, Zhao Hongao prepared to leave Kyushu as soon as his affairs in Kyushu had been mostly resolved. He would leave his genetic personnel stationed there anyway, and as long as they were there, Kyushu would surely develop steadily. Furthermore, Li Xiong's allegiance provided Zhao Hongao with a strong guarantee for the Kyushu Navy. Even without him, Kyushu had nothing to worry about. As the Governor-General of Kyushu, Tokugawa Keio oversaw all Kyushu affairs, and the Japanese were not opposed to her. Therefore, many of his decrees were carried out smoothly, without any instances of veiled disobedience. Military power was also divided, ensuring that no one person held sway. Hattori Kizo, Kaibuji, and Iguchi Zazo had divided the Japanese troops who had surrendered to Zhao Hongao. Each of them, however, had their own agenda. Therefore, Zhao Hongao had no concerns that they would unite and destabilize Kyushu. After all, with the political and military divisions, Zhao Hongao was also using tangible goods to corrupt the Japanese in Kyushu. With such subtle influence, how could Tokugawa Keio and the others influence Kyushu? After all, they didn't have Zhao Hongao's means and couldn't offer the people of Kyushu a similar standard of living. Emma and Sarah were overjoyed when they learned they would be leaving with their husbands. Honestly, they had grown tired of life in Japan. There was nothing much to do here, and even the environment wasn't much better. Low-rise buildings, dusty streets. Compared to the bustling, and clean Manhattan, it was a garbage dump. If the empire hadn't recently begun hiring Japanese to build and pave streets and concrete roads, and hadn't begun construction on Nagasaki's commercial center, Nagasaki wouldn't have become so bustling. While Nagasaki is located in the east and considered a bustling port city, compared to Manhattan under the American Song Empire, Nagasaki is dreary. Manhattan now has electricity in some upscale neighborhoods and even streetcars. Meanwhile, Manhattan's extensive sewer system and harbor, which can accommodate 300 ships at a time, are constantly expanding. Manhattan's population, in particular, has already surpassed 2 million. Even Quebec has surpassed 700,000, and Ontario has surpassed 1 million. Including other cities under construction, the entire Song Empire's population is already approaching 5 million. Of course, the largest population consists of Native Americans and Europeans who have migrated from across the ocean. The proportion of the Chinese population under the empire's rule is still relatively low. However, thanks to Zhao Hongao's expanded privileges, those with administrative authority, such as Song Hu and Wang Shan, have been cultivating Chinese individuals every month to increase the population. As a result, the Chinese population is steadily increasing. It's only a matter of time before they become the empire's largest ethnic group. Those who haven't been to Manhattan won't understand its bustling and vibrant atmosphere. But those who have will undoubtedly fall in love with this open city of the Song Empire. Many Arab and European merchants share this sentiment. Upon arriving in Manhattan, they immediately fell in love with its clean, tidy, and well-organized streets. The people, in particular, are unlike the lower-class people of Europe or the Arab world, and each merchant is remarkably ethical. This intrigues many merchants who have visited Manhattan. They know that when people can earn enough money through their own skills and abilities, few will resort to illegal activities. Because it's simply not worth it. The 17th century was originally an era of transformation, a time of intertwined ignorance and enlightenment. Humanity would need a long period of exploration before slowly finding the path to modern development. However, with the arrival of Zhao Hongyu, the 17th century in this time and space underwent significant changes. The American Song Empire emerged with astonishing speed, presenting itself before the world as a powerful neighbor. Of course, only the Europeans knew of the Song Empire's might. Although the Ottoman Empire, which had established diplomatic relations with the Song Empire, had learned some information about the Song Empire from Europeans, the Turks were completely unconvinced. For example, the Song Empire was incredibly powerful, both in its navy and its army. The Ottoman Empire, for its part, acknowledged that the Song Empire's army tactics were novel and highly effective, and that the warships in service with the navy also looked formidable. However, since the two empires had never fought each other, their assessment of each other's strength remained largely imaginary. The Ottomans, in particular, believed that the Europeans were exaggerating and that the Song Empire was merely a facade. In the eyes of the Ottoman Turks, if there was any army in the world that was the most powerful, it was their own. Remember, when they first arrived in Europe, they crushed the Europeans to tears, and even called them the scourge of God. Therefore, the Ottoman Empire was extremely proud of its own fighting prowess. Moreover, the territory of the Ottoman Empire in this era was extremely vast, far greater than the territory controlled by the Turkish Empire in another time and space. After all, this was still the 17th century. Because communication technology was not very advanced at that time, the world's countries were unable to grasp and understand the situation in the Americas in real time. In this era, only the Song Empire could produce such astonishing products. When Zhao Hongyu decided to take his two wives to Ming Dynasty the next day, the people of Manhattan, far away in America, suddenly noticed several large iron towers in the city and its suburbs. In fact, these towers had been under construction for some time. However, when they were first built, they were not very noticeable, and people did not think they had any purpose. So, no one paid much attention to the towers. However, people only noticed them after they were built. However, they still didn't show much interest in them. The residents of Manhattan, with the exception of the Chinese, were completely unaware of the changes these towers would bring to their lives. In the eyes of these Manhattan residents, as well as the maritime merchants and European diplomats stationed in Manhattan, the Song Empire must have built the towers simply to show off its abundant iron ore. Indeed, in that era, because smelting technology wasn't as advanced as in later generations, iron mining and refining weren't particularly sophisticated, and iron production in various countries wasn't high. Unlike later generations, where steel making alone measured in tens of millions of tons, let alone iron, was a sign of power, a country producing tens of tons of iron billets annually. But look at the Song Empire. The materials used to build the towers were far superior to the iron produced by their respective nations, far stronger and more durable. No matter how hard they looked, they couldn't discern the technology used. Moreover, the Song Empire possessed such a vast supply of iron that they could have lavishly used it to build iron towers instead of forging weapons. Iron was a strategic commodity in this era. Although firearms had begun to appear, the mainstream was still cold weapons. Only the Song Empire, due to their sharpness, used firearms as their primary weapon of war. Even so, the Song Empire equipped its firearm soldiers with machetes and bayonets. Clearly, cold weapons had not yet disappeared from the historical stage. Therefore, the demand for iron was still huge. Diplomats from various countries expressed a variety of emotions, including contempt, envy, and admiration, regarding the Song Empire's wasteful use of iron to build iron towers. To be continued. Chapter 1015, The Crown Prince, America's Never-Setting Sun 2. Then, electric lighting and streetcars didn't cover the entire city. Meanwhile, the recently appeared iron towers took about a year to construct, just 8 of them. Such a pace would be a complete joke in later times. However, this was in the 17th century, and it's impossible to view it through the lens of later generations. Those who witnessed Manhattan's novelty were astounded. If anyone wasn't impressed, it was only the citizens of Chinese descent. The towers sparked some curiosity, but it was merely a passing curiosity, not a significant interest. People simply didn't understand what purpose these towers could serve. Even if some were interested, they were simply concerned that the Song Empire had so much iron to build these useless towers. Diplomats stationed in Manhattan from European countries, the Arab world, and the Ottoman Empire privately complained about the Song Empire's extravagant behavior. They believed that with so much iron, they would be better off selling it to them. Using it to build useless iron towers was a sheer waste. The Arabs and Ottomans were particularly short on iron, unlike the Song Empire, which had so much to squander. Therefore, their private complaints were the most vehement. But even their complaints were useless. The Song Empire was wealthy, and you could only envy and resent it. Of the 8 iron towers, 3 were located in the heart of Manhattan. The remaining 5 were strategically placed on the outskirts. Of course, they were suburban areas now, but with population growth and urban expansion, it was conceivable that these suburbs would eventually become the city's core. From the perspective of another time and space, Manhattan today would barely be considered the first ring road of the capital, with the suburbs not even reaching the second ring road. Given Manhattan's current momentum and future prospects, it's not impossible for 5, 6, or 7 rings to appear in the future. It just takes time. As time passes, Manhattan's development will not stagnate. As long as Zhao Honggai remains alive, Wang Shan, as Manhattan's administrator, will undoubtedly continue to develop the city. After all, Zhao Honggai has granted him and his companions certain privileges. Of course, outsiders are privy to the empire's operations and its secrets. Even those of Chinese descent who know the inside story will not reveal it. This is because these genetic people possess a mysterious power that binds them. If they attempt to expose this secret, they will die. Although we are genetic people, we value our lives, don't we? No one would risk their lives to expose the empire's greatest secret. Besides, why would such a secret be exposed? At least after the empire develops, the Chinese can ride roughshod over the Europeans, which is a boon for the Chinese. Only a fool would have such thoughts. There's no point in them giving up their rich, handsome status to flaunt the stinking idiots of this era. With the construction of the tower, something unfamiliar to the public appeared in Manhattan, the intercity communicator. Simply put, it connected Ontario, Quebec, and other cities under construction. It was operational after the tower was built. With the launch of wireless phones, radio broadcasting stations were also established. This was the true purpose of the tower. Currently, in Manhattan, the devices being promoted under the guise of divine power are analog phones, obsolete in another time and space. They were all obtained by Zhang Tai from Chen Hanbang's brother-in-law, at a cost of considerable expense. However, once this device became widespread, people's lives would become much more convenient. Communication between cities would become especially smooth and convenient. Invisibly, the distance between cities would be psychologically shortened. This was exactly the effect Zhang Tai desired. Of course, this wasn't the primary reason. Building a large iron tower and developing a communications business was merely a side effect. The primary reason was Zhang Tai's desire to control public opinion. As a close confidant of Zhao Honggai and a descendant of genetic material, Zhang Tai's education was entirely in the modern virtual world. Therefore, he understood perfectly well that whoever controlled public opinion could control people's minds. Manhattan needed stability and unity, especially in this age of ignorance. This necessitated constant brainwashing, turning people into idiots. The problem was that many people in this era were illiterate, and their understanding of much was limited. This made brainwashing a significant challenge. Zhang Tai couldn't simply delegate the entire task to the Zhao sect. While Manhattan already had a newspaper industry, due to the limited literacy rate, most newspapers were purchased by Chinese people. Chinese people in America were undoubtedly highly educated and elite. While the Zhao sect could brainwash people, it was ultimately based on deception and superstition. It was a useful tool, not a mainstream one. If Manhattan, and even the Song Empire, were to develop, they would have to selectively enlighten and brainwash their people. Fortunately, this era wasn't as complex as the previous one, nor was there so much dazzling entertainment. The boredom of the people in this era was unimaginable to ordinary people. Therefore, Zhang Tai decided to launch his plan to stupefy the people. The radio station was part of this plan, and Zhang Tai also received support from Song Hu, Wang Shan, and Professor Liu. The large iron tower was completed. With the establishment of the radio station, the only brainwashing artifact of this era would appear. And this brainwashing artifact would be so powerful that it would be unmatched. Even if you were preaching, the audiences you could reach were limited. But with a radio station equipped with a large speaker, the reach could be vastly increased. Thus, large loudspeakers were installed on the streets of Manhattan and on the utility poles in residential areas, originally intended for future power lines. The Chinese people living in Manhattan were of course well aware of what these were, so they weren't the least bit curious. However, the Europeans living in Manhattan, as well as diplomats from various countries, were deeply curious. On this day, the speaker that had intrigued them all finally emitted a sound. Once the speaker was operational, it genuinely frightened many. While those who believed in the Zhao sect were somewhat resilient, those who did not, those who had never seen divinely gifted artifacts, and the diplomats from various countries, were truly stunned along with their companions. They listened in stunned silence as the strange object produced a human voice, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't imagine how a human voice could be produced through that strange object. It was completely beyond their comprehension. And even if they racked their brains, they couldn't figure it out. While such a thing might be perfectly commonplace in another time and space, or even in modern times, in this era, it was terrifying. The Zhao sect had deceived its followers long before. It was said that the gods had bestowed upon the empire a new divine artifact, allowing everyone to experience the gift bestowed upon mortals. In the eyes of the followers of Zhao, radio broadcasting became a gift from the gods. Therefore, compared to those stunned fans, the followers of Zhao were only briefly stunned. Afterwards, they accepted this matter with great joy. Oh, this is a gift from the gods. As a mortal, being able to use something bestowed by the gods is an unparalleled honor. It seems that believing in Zhao really has a future. You know what? This kind of thing that can emit human voices really cannot appear in the mortal world. If this were not a gift from the gods, how could these mortals witness such wonders? Imperial Radio, this is the voice of the Empire program, this is the voice of the Empire program. Imperial News begins. Wars are raging in Europe, with Portugal, France, and the church states engaged in fierce fighting. As a righteous nation, we strongly condemn the church states' unjust wars and express our grave concern. Let us all wish His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the great helmsman who leads us to glory, a long life and good health. Under the leadership of the Crown Prince, the Empire is thriving. Please listen to the song Crown Prince, You Are the Sun That Never Sets in America. The latest news, under the leadership of the great Crown Prince, our royal fleet has arrived in the east. Zhang Tai opened the window of his office, a cup of hot coffee in hand, squinting his eyes and listening to the first broadcast with a look of contentment. Zhang Tai was quite satisfied with the content of the broadcast. However, he felt that the content could be a little more corny. There should also be more brainwashing praises of the great Crown Prince. After all, this was his real purpose in creating the wireless radio station. To be continued. Chapter 1016, no matter if it's shocking or not, as long as it works. Only a great nation can produce great people. Our great Crown Prince, he has inherited. All sorts of corny, cheesy, and outrageous praise and boasting were constantly broadcast through the loudspeaker. The female announcer on the loudspeaker had a voice reminiscent of the 1960s, a truly unique feature. It's unclear if Zhang Tai's penchant for picking such a voice was the reason the announcer chose one. Professor Liu was fussing about it. The content broadcast on Infinite Radio was essentially all praise for Zhao Hongao, like a Korean general shooting down an enemy plane with a single rifle. In short, the content on the radio regarding the Imperial Crown Prince was generally extremely exaggerated. There were claims of various visions and auspicious signs before his birth. Dragons and phoenixes circling and petals falling from the sky, certain scenes like that were present. Furthermore, the Crown Prince, as a child, was a prodigy. There's a saying from another time and space, when a lie is repeated 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it becomes truth. Especially since the imperial government, which controls public opinion, broadcasts this brainwashing propaganda from morning till night. How could the residents of Manhattan not accept this? The power of XV, if used against people from the 17th century, would be truly remarkable. People of this era simply have no resistance to this kind of brainwashing propaganda. But think about it, every morning, starting at 6:30, the broadcast begins. Accompanied by a female voice chanting, "For the Empire, for the Crown Prince, please stay healthy," everyone washes and gets to work. From 6:30 to 11:30, various knockoffs of revolutionary songs play in rotation. At noon, there's another round of expressions of loyalty. From noon to afternoon, another barrage of knockoffs of revolutionary songs with altered lyrics follows. Even before bed, the female voice proclaims, "For the crown prince, for the empire, please get some rest." How could people not fall for such brainwashing? While this may seem a bit melodramatic, you have to admit the effect is truly impressive. If Zhang Tai hadn't wanted to hold back on some of these methods until they began to fade, he might have even considered creating a red book and having the citizens of the empire memorize the quotations. As for where to get the quotations? That's easy, just get them from the virtual world. After all, the historical processes and circumstances there are identical to those before Zhao Honggai's time travel. Therefore, obtaining the basics of the Red Book is a simple matter. Song Hu and Professor Liu in Ontario, Wang Shan in San Francisco, and even the Somali blacks and Gurkha genetic leader in Quebec were all surprised by Zhang Tai's brainwashing tactics. At the time, they were genuinely shocked. However, once they saw the effectiveness, their complaints gradually subsided. Professor Liu even contacted Zhang Tai and offered him numerous suggestions, hoping to refine his methods. Professor Liu even brought out the imperial model operas and asked Zhang Tai if he could modify the 8 model operas and perform them for the public. Zhang Tai agreed to give it a try. After seeing the impressive results, several cities controlled by the Song Empire in the Americas began adopting this method. As a result, the poor residents of the Song Empire enjoyed the cultural atmosphere and benefits of the 1960s and 1970s in another dimension in the 17th century. Of course, enjoying this copycat cultural atmosphere and treatment was actually much happier than the people in that other dimension. After all, the Song Empire's creation of this environment was solely for brainwashing. There was no other purpose beyond brainwashing. But in the history of that other dimension, well, many people died. So, in that respect, the people of the Song Empire were still happy. But they were still very pitiful. After all, anyone who opened their eyes in the morning and was subjected to invisible brainwashing propaganda was truly pitiful. However, in the 17th century, the migrant workers residing in the Song Empire in America, those who had already entered the Song Empire's international community, as well as merchants and diplomats from various countries, all found the songs quite pleasant. Furthermore, the slogans chanted by the female voice were catchy. Thus, through this method, Zhang Tai achieved his goal of invisibly brainwashing everyone. After all, anyone who was constantly fed with the idea that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was great, glorious, and righteous, a born prodigy capable of all sorts of miraculous feats, would eventually come to believe it. The seas depend on the helmsman, all things grow under the sun. Our great Crown Prince, you are that golden light. The cheesy lyrics made Zhang Tai, the song's copycat, shudder uncontrollably. Standing in his office, he could clearly see the entire city of Manhattan from the window. The Manhattan Governor's Palace was perfectly situated, right in the heart of the city. And right next to Zhao Honggai's palace, it was practically in the heart of the city. Looking out the window, I could see the bustling commercial street and the busy Manhattan Pier. Although a heavy snow was falling, the streets were still crowded. HMPH. That's nothing. From now on, I'll still be carrying a watch, along with the 8 concepts of honor and shame, and various other political ideologies to impact and brainwash the Europeans. Of course, these ideas must have been proposed by our boss. I've put in so much effort to create a glorious image for our boss. It's been a struggle. I just wonder if the boss, the Crown Prince, will find it difficult to accept when he returns. Zhang Tai stood by the window, coffee in hand, pondering the question. Never mind, let it go. There was no need to worry about it. Ultimately, what he had done was beneficial to his own Crown Prince, and he doubted he would blame him for this. While this method was a bit melodramatic, at least I thought it was effective. Besides, he hadn't even resorted to even more melodramatic tactics, otherwise the atmosphere would be even more shocking. You know, Professor Liu had proposed getting a red book, reciting quotations daily, and even doing the loyalty dance. He'd suppressed all of that, otherwise Manhattan wouldn't be just like this. Zhang Tai slowly withdrew his gaze and slowly walked to his desk, placing his coffee cup on it. On the desk sat a copy of the Imperial Times. The headline, in bold black traditional Chinese characters, read, 200 tons of humanitarian supplies, warming Europe's harsh winter. It immediately caught Zhang Tai's eye. Damn, these newspaper guys have even picked up on this kind of empty rhetoric. Zhang Tai laughed a bitter laugh. Seeing the headline, he knew what it was all about. It was simply praising him, the governor of Manhattan, for having seen the war raging in Europe and the suffering of the people. He'd suddenly felt kind-hearted and offered 200 tons of food as free aid. Good things like this were bound to be touted by the newspaper. After all, it was a positive image. However, the people at the newspaper were well aware of the situation. Those 200 tons of food aid were actually genetically modified. Why didn't they report it? They've learned bad habits, these people have. Zhang Tai, who had built this newspaper himself, naturally understood the purpose of its reporting. After all, even a Chinese child helping an elderly woman cross the street would be celebrated in the newspaper. But Europeans or other ethnic groups couldn't be covered in this way. Other ethnic groups would only report on stories of bravely saving a drowning child, or of someone who painstakingly used their abilities to obtain imperial residency. Of course, such reports would also incorporate stories about heroes being nurtured by the imperial environment, while those who became imperial citizens would expose the darkness and hardships of Europe. While this was shameless and even a bit vulgar, Zhang Tai believed it was not wrong. Furthermore, the newly opened radio station would occasionally broadcast such news for everyone to know. Compared to newspapers, radio stations had a wider reach and a larger audience. After such propaganda, virtually no one doubted the authenticity of the news. Only Zhang Tai and a handful of others knew that the story was fabricated. However, they wouldn't expose the truth. It was all just a way to fool the Europeans, wasn't it? The establishment and broadcasting of the radio station brought about a profound spiritual shift in the people of the empire. They were astonished by this artifact that could emit sound, and at the same time, they were constantly being brainwashed. Only the Chinese population remained unaffected by this shocking information, as they knew exactly what it was. However, no one in the Chinese community would expose this. European and Ottoman diplomats living in Manhattan, as well as envoys from Arab sheikhs, who learned the official language of the Song Empire daily and were bombarded with such broadcasts for over 10 hours a day, were also significantly influenced. Even some of these diplomats believed the rumors that the Song crown prince had experienced a miraculous event at birth. Of course, the content on the radio broadcasts wasn't just brainwashing material and songs. They also featured news about prices in other cities, which was very popular with merchants. The opening of the wireless call center in particular allowed merchants to communicate with other cities within the Song Empire and station their own staff there to capitalize on local business opportunities. Furthermore, with the opening of the Manhattan-Ontario Railway, the flow of people and goods between the two cities has greatly increased. Although only the Manhattan-Ontario line is currently operational, Zhang Tai is already very satisfied with it. Construction has just begun on the Quebec-Manhattan, Quebec-Ontario, and Ontario-Quebec lines, and their full operational status will likely take some time. However, with the example of the Manhattan-Ontario line, Zhang Tai is confident about the future. The opening of the railway will benefit both Manhattan and Ontario. Ontario's coal, iron ore, and other minerals can be quickly transported to Manhattan. Especially during this winter, Manhattan, a metropolis with a population of over 2 million, has a tremendous demand for coal. This goes without saying, as it's necessary to maintain the already constructed and expanding electric streetlights and the electricity needs of the upscale Chinese residents. All of this relies on the abundant supply of high-quality coal produced in Ontario. Thanks to the opening of the Manhattan-Ontario Railway, Manhattan has an adequate supply of coal this winter, ensuring a warm winter for its residents. Furthermore, fresh produce from Manhattan can be quickly transported to Ontario, allowing residents to enjoy a more diverse menu. However, the railway plan currently only covers 3 cities. Other cities cannot be considered for railway construction at this time. As for Wongshan and San Francisco, it's even more impossible. This winter, Manhattan, like every other year, has been drenched in snow. However, during this cold winter, the quality of life for those living in this area and this city has significantly improved compared to previous years. The Lunar New Year is just around the corner. Businesses in several major commercial districts in Manhattan have begun decorating their stores and launching various pre-Lunar New Year promotions. The festive atmosphere is already pervasive. Compared to the year before and last, the festive atmosphere in Manhattan is even more intense, and the variety of goods has also increased. Before the Lunar New Year, Manhattan has undergone tremendous changes. Zhang Tai walked to the office door, opened it, and greeted his secretary. Then, his secretary, and several guards left. He was also preparing to stock up on New Year's goods and buy some couplets. So, should he also buy some for Song Hu and Wang Shan, Who was far away in San Francisco? Zhang Tai pondered this question seriously as he drove. Overall, the empire's operations have gradually stabilized. Zhang Tai and his team just need to grasp the overall direction. As a result, their days became more relaxed. Zhang Tai was quite content with this kind of life. The new year was approaching. I hoped His Highness would have a good year in the east, safe from any danger. Suddenly, Zhang Tai thought of his own crown prince heading east, and he couldn't help but pray silently. Under the leadership of Zhang Tai and Song Hu, the Americas were undergoing some bizarre changes. Meanwhile, Wang Shan in San Francisco was still building a city, while also beginning to clash with the Indian tribes there and on the west coast. Overall, however, San Francisco's development was going smoothly. Zhao Hongyu, who had already left Nagasaki with Emma and Sarah, knew nothing about the events in America. He was completely confident in Wang Shan, Zhang Tai, and Song Hu. He didn't believe the empire would face any problems under their management. Therefore, aboard his flagship, the Sea Monarch, Zhao Hongyu was in a very good mood. It's time to head to the Ming Dynasty. Westlake, Jinling, Kanhui River, Yangzhou skinny horses. Oh, no. It's Yangzhou, here I come. Zhao Hongyu, leaving Nagasaki with 3 heavy battleships, 300 European bondservants, 1,000 European mercenaries from Rodolny, and 200 royal guards, stood at the bow of the ship, shouting inwardly towards the Ming Dynasty, to be continued. Chapter 1017 Focus on Europe. In the chaotic Europe, having learned advanced warfare techniques from the Americas, they had begun training large numbers of musketeers and employing 5-section line tactics in battle. In the original history, or in the history of the alternate time and space, this fighting method would have been impossible. But thanks to the joy of a small butterfly, this method of warfare had appeared prematurely in this time and space. Of course, due to the technological backwardness of Europe at this time, the muskets crafted by various nations could not compare to those of the Song Empire. The Song Empire's muskets were considered the finest in the world. Europeans still used matchlocks, but also began developing flintlocks. However, the Song Empire's flintlocks were already in use by all its troops. Furthermore, the strictly rationed paper gunpowder also added advantages in combat. Because the paper gunpowder rations were well protected, the Europeans had not yet discovered their benefits. Therefore, Europeans still had a long way to go before they could develop such infantry. The chaos and wars in Europe had left vast numbers of bankrupts and refugees, displaced and homeless, seeking a new life in the Americas. However, only a small number of people made it. The majority remained in Europe, a continent already ravaged by war and death, living a dark and hopeless life. The war in Europe also affected the Arab world and even the Ottoman Empire. Seizing the opportunity presented by the ongoing conflict in Europe, the Ottoman Empire launched a full-scale struggle for control of the Mediterranean, hoping to capitalize on this chaos and establish hegemony and control over it. After all, if the Ottoman Empire wanted to expand beyond the Mediterranean and boost its maritime trade, it would undoubtedly require a voice in the region. The Ottoman Empire's higher-ranking officials could not fail to grasp this fact. However, the Mediterranean had always been controlled by Europeans, who would have given the Ottoman Empire no opportunity. But things were different now. European nations were embroiled in the conflict between Protestantism and the Church, and a series of wars erupted simultaneously. Therefore, European forces could no longer be focused on the sea. This presented a golden opportunity for the Ottoman Empire. It depended on whether they could seize it. Portugal and France were allies in the Americas, receiving constant support from the region. This allowed them to confront the Church coalition without any worries. The Song Empire's support, in the form of food supplies and silver coins, astounded all the nations. Little did they know that these supplies and silver coins were earned through trade with the Europeans. Strictly speaking, they were earned from the Europeans' own money. In other words, the Song Empire itself hadn't contributed a penny. Furthermore, the aid provided to them was merely a drop in the bucket for the Song Empire. The gold earned from Europe was actually sold through virtual trading sessions, generating unimaginable profits. The remaining silver was worthless, so it would be better to resend it to Portugal and France. After all, Portugal and France had to pay interest on their loans, which was better than having it piled up in the treasury in the Americas. Whether Portugal and France would default on their debts was never a concern for the imperial leadership. If they couldn't pay, they could simply repay with land. If they tried to default, wouldn't that simply give the Song Empire an opportunity to invade? Could it be that the Song Empire's armies were just for show? In Europe today, Song goods from the Americas are increasingly available, and the prices are getting cheaper. This is especially true of daily necessities, which are flooding Europe and the Arab world. Of course, there are also high-end, expensive goods, but they are clearly no longer the primary focus of the Song Empire's marketing. The market for expensive goods is small. The Song Empire's biggest and most sustainable profits come from goods consumed daily, such as seasonings, various soy sauces and vinegars, as well as household goods like shampoo and shower gel. These are now the main source of profit for the Song Empire. Because people needed these products every day, this kind of trade could thrive. Furthermore, the Song Empire was the sole monopoly on these goods. One can imagine the enormous profits accruing from this monopoly. Furthermore, there were no monopoly laws in those days. Therefore, the Song Empire's umbrella companies could comfortably maintain a 200-year monopoly on commerce, reaping global wealth during that time. In fact, in the early days, trading daily necessities with Europe was unprofitable. The reason was simple: Europeans were dirty and had no regard for personal hygiene. However, this minor difficulty was no problem for the Song people in America. Equipped with modern knowledge and ideas, they understood that since Europeans didn't have such convenient needs, they could cultivate them. A good market is, after all, cultivated, isn't it? This concept might seem commonplace in later or modern times, but it was absolutely advanced in the 17th century. In the early days, some Song Empire products were given away free of charge to Europeans. This process continued. Once Europeans learned about the benefits of these products and became accustomed to them and the convenience they provided, the Song Empire began demanding payment. Fortunately, these daily necessities were affordable, making them affordable for Europeans. Thus, the Song Empire finally cultivated a market and began to reap enormous profits. However, the goods sold to Europe and even the Arab world were all counterfeit goods. Europeans of that era wouldn't have noticed any flaws. They had no idea what a counterfeit product was. Hefei shampoo and Yingzi shower gel were particularly representative. Dandale chicken essence, Zhonglian group suttable salt, Jinlonggayu cooking oil, Kang Shaofu instant noodles, Sanlam milk powder, had already established themselves in the European market. These items would be considered utterly worthless in modern times, but in this era, they have been transformed into high-end goods, the flagship products of the American Song Empire. Unbeknownst to everyone, these products have remained popular for centuries, enduring their enduring popularity. Even as the nations of this time and space entered the modern era, these products remain popular and enjoy a vast consumer market. Of course, the consumers of these products were primarily Europeans, driven by nostalgia. Meanwhile, some scholars and experts discovered the secrets and substandard quality of these products, but when they revealed them, no one was willing to believe them. After all, these products had been popular for centuries. So, when the counterfeiting was discovered, scapegoats were naturally sought. Fortunately, there were many European counterfeiters, so scapegoats were easy to find. Future events like these are completely unimaginable to people today. After all, it was hundreds of years in the future. Europe was experiencing economic depression due to the war, but the warring factions persevered. Thanks to aid from the American Song Empire, Portugal and France were able to survive relatively well. Meanwhile, the coalition of the Church and the Principal States were faring much worse. However, at this critical juncture, the stingy Church opened its treasury and shared its accumulated wealth, handing it over to the Church and the Principal States to support the war effort. It was thanks to this sum that the Church and the Principal States were able to hold out until now. Otherwise, they had long since collapsed due to the economy. In fact, the Church's top brass also understood that with a war at this point, neither side had any chance of retreat. Only when one side fell could everyone survive. In this situation, it became a question of who could hold out the longest. During this period, the Church and Protestant factions engaged in a series of secret negotiations. The content of these negotiations was unknown, but the ultimate outcome created a historical aberration. In normal history, Protestantism and the Church were in constant conflict, fighting for 30 years in the so-called 30 Years' War. This war also saw the Netherlands become the Netherlands, ushering in the Dutch era of the horse drivers of the sea. However, due to the rise of the Song Empire in America, the British, French, Dutch, and Spanish strongholds in the Americas were all wiped out by the Song Empire. It could be said that Europeans no longer had any claim to the Americas. The French, however, did not become enemies with the Americas and even became allies. Spain, meanwhile, had been conquered by Portugal and France, vanishing from the historical tapestry of this time and space. The British and Dutch, however, were deeply unimpressed by the Song Empire in America, even harboring a deep hatred for it. Therefore, the Dutch, the main force of the Protestant coalition, were very interested in the Church's proposal. It was that both sides put aside their differences, jointly resolve the conflict between Portugal and France, and then target the Song Empire in America. If the Song Empire could be defeated, its wealth would be divided equally among all. The Protestant coalition was very interested in the Church's proposal. However, due to some unresolved details, the two sides had not yet formally united. If the two sides reached an agreement, the pressure on Portugal and France would increase, and this historical period would once again take a different path. After all, how can history remain unchanged even if a butterfly keeps flapping its wings? To be continued, and read more. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1018 New Popular Products in Europe. After arriving in the East and meeting ninjas like Hattori Chizuru, Zhao Hongai discovered that history had changed. The history of Japan had been completely altered. However, Zhao Hongai didn't pay much attention to it. He considered it merely a minor change. Furthermore, his powerful cheating device allowed him to ignore history. Therefore, even if there were any deviations, the impact on him wouldn't be significant. However, he could never have imagined that the changes weren't limited to Japan. His interference had also begun to distort history on the European continent. Protestantism and the Church were secretly contacting and reaching a secret agreement. Just before the Spring Festival in the East, shocking news broke across Europe. Protestantism and the Church had ceased hostilities and formed a grand alliance. This alliance was called Glory of God, and both Protestants and the Church would work together to fight Portugal and France, aiming to recapture the colonies left by Spain. The objective was self-evident. After defeating Portugal and France, they would regain control of their African colonies and simultaneously target the Song Empire in America. However, despite the increasing pressure on Portugal and France, they remained relatively unfazed. After all, thanks to substantial aid from the Song Empire, their economies remained stable, and the people enjoyed a comfortable life. As long as their domestic situation remained stable, Portugal and France had nothing to fear. The Ottoman Empire, in particular, sent envoys to the Song Empire and reached a secret agreement with it, joining the Triple Alliance as the fourth power. This would place the newly formed God's Glory coalition under attack from both sides. After all, the Ottoman Empire was geographically located directly behind the Church's coalition forces. Therefore, Portugal and France, who controlled the Mediterranean outlets and the Ilias Peninsula, faced the God's Glory coalition head-on. The Ottoman Empire attacked the God's Glory coalition's rear, forcing the coalition to fight on two fronts. Clashes would flank the two sides frequently, both on land and at sea, and the two sides would be evenly matched. The 8,000 volunteers of the American Song Empire had already crippled the Holy Roman Empire's army, so they retreated to Marseilles to rest and regroup, beginning to watch the Europeans engage in their own internal conflict. Meanwhile, the imperial concessions in Lisbon and Marseilles began to gather intelligence from across Europe. This constant stream of feedback was fed back to the American Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Thus, the distant American Song Empire was able to keep abreast of changes in the European situation. As the Church and Protestantism united to combat the Portuguese-French-Ottoman alliance, no one noticed the subtle shifts taking place in Europe. Among the soldiers of the God's Alliance, a drug that can induce euphoria has become popular. Everyone calls it God's Call. It consists of a white powder that, through some trickery, can be inhaled, or through connections, a medical needle purchased from the Song Empire concessions, allowing one to experience the effects of this little drug. Originally, this drug was popular among the soldiers of the Protestant alliance. However, after Protestantism and the Church united, the trend that had been prevalent within the Protestant coalition naturally spread to the Church coalition as well. By inhaling or injecting this white powder, one could experience sensations never before experienced, with intense hallucinations that could even make one believe they were God. Yes, This was the creation of Jenny and her fellow GGO members who had left the Americas and arrived in Europe. The white powder that was prevalent among the Church and Protestant coalition soldiers was a drug from another time and space, deeply detested and abhorred. Europeans of this era had no idea of the dangers of this white powder. They simply knew that using it offered them sensations they had never experienced before, feelings that captivated them and made them unable to extricate themselves. However, since this trend wasn't yet posing a significant threat, the Protestant and Church coalition didn't see anything wrong with it. Even so, this white powder was slowly becoming popular among the armies of Portugal, France, and the Ottoman Empire. Before Jenny and her companions arrived in Europe, they received secret instructions. With the exception of citizens of the Song Empire, all other nations' people and military forces were to become accustomed to and dependent on this white powder. Portugal, France, and the Ottoman Empire, though allies of the Song Empire, were not spared. After all, friendships between nations do not last forever, only lasting interests exist. Portugal, France, and the Ottoman Empire, though allies, were, in essence, obstacles to the Song Empire. The Song Empire's generous support of Portugal and France was simply to exploit them. Were the leaders of Portugal and France unaware of this? No. They were fully aware. No one was foolish or idiotic. To deal with the Church, they needed support. The Song Empire also needed chaos in Europe. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. If this situation ended, the alliance would dissolve. At that point, they might even become enemies. Therefore, the prevalence of the white powder wasn't prevented simply because Portugal and France were allies. No one knew where the white powder came from, or when it first became popular. It seemed to appear suddenly, then spread across Europe. Those who experienced the euphoric feeling it brought became instantly addicted. Eager to recapture the sensation, they began ingesting it repeatedly, seeking the high. And so, before they knew it, many became addicted. The effects of drug addiction are well known to modern people, and they are simply unsightly. Therefore, Europeans addicted to white powder suffered horrific symptoms during their attacks. To alleviate this pain, they sought out merchants selling the powder, hoping to obtain it from them. But to their surprise, the previously inexpensive white powder was now being priced higher. Damn those Jewish merchants. They actually raised the price. Yes, the merchants selling white powder across Europe at that time were all Jewish. Using them to distribute the product was a joint decision between the GGO and the Song Empire's top leaders. People from the Song Empire couldn't intervene, but neither could they find collaborators easily. The only European partners with the resources and connections to do so were the Jews. Thus, the Jews became drug dealers. It must be said that the Jews are truly skilled businessmen. When Jenny and her companions concealed their identities and approached the Jewish Council of Elders to discuss the matter, the elders immediately recognized the value of the white powder. The Jews were highly sensitive to wealth. From Jenny's words, they analyzed the magnitude of this wealth and the potential profits it could bring them. As for the potential harms of the white powder, they simply didn't consider it. The Jews cared only about gold and silver coins. This greed and pursuit of wealth was ingrained in them. The white powder was addictive, creating an inescapable thrill. Once used, it became a habit. This was a serious problem. Once addicted, they were compelled to continue using it. And because it was impossible to break free, the onset of the urge was excruciating. Therefore, they had to continue using this white powder. This way, it would bring them an endless stream of wealth. Meanwhile, Jewish merchants of this era also moonlighted as loan sharks. Those who were temporarily short of money and became addicted to the white powder would inevitably borrow money to buy it. At that point, they could simply lend a small amount and secure collateral far exceeding the loan amount. This deal was definitely doable. The Jewish Council of Elders immediately agreed to cooperate with Jenny and her team. Furthermore, the Council of Elders, being shrewd, didn't inquire about Jenny and her team's background, nor about the origins of the white powder. They were content to be distributors, earning their share of the profits and intending to maintain a long-term partnership with Jenny. Of course, Jenny's price wasn't high. After all, the production cost of this white powder wasn't high at all. It was a chemically synthesized drug called ice. After acquiring this product, the Council of Elders convened leading Jewish merchants from all over the country and distributed it. Their only requirement was that people try it for free for a short period of time. This clearly demonstrates the Jewish shrewdness. Before people become addicted, the drugs are free, and they also help expand the market. Once people become addicted, the Jewish merchants responsible for sales will raise the price to 50 or even 100 times the original cost. Therefore, even if it was free before the addiction, they can already recoup their original cost in one go. Furthermore, people become extremely miserable after becoming addicted, and if they can't bear the torture, they will succumb to the high price. It is precisely because of this that all the Jewish merchants have made a fortune, and the profits from this business are much greater than those from loan sharking. At the same time, coupled with the loan sharking business, the entire European economy began to stagnate and even collapse. Of course, this will take a long time to achieve, but the signs are already there, aren't they? To be continued. Chapter 1019, Changes in the Eyes. Menton, France, is a small town near the Holy Roman Empire. With a population of over 40,000, it's considered a relatively large town in France. Its location on the border, close to the Holy Roman Empire, has led to a highly developed economy. Furthermore, due to its proximity to the Holy Roman Empire and towns controlled by the Church, Menton boasts a large number of church buildings. The American volunteers engaged in several battles with the Holy Roman Empire not far from Menton. Fortunately, the volunteers' superior firepower repelled the Holy Roman Empire's attacks, preventing Menton from being captured. Without the American volunteers, Menton would have fallen to the Holy Roman Empire, allowing its armies to advance unimpeded. The American volunteers' positions have been taken over by Portuguese reinforcements, forcing them to retreat to the port of Marseilles. Even as the American volunteers retreated to rest and recuperate, the commander of the Holy Roman Empire's border troops, having suffered heavy losses, remained reluctant to allow his troops to advance. During this period of conflict with Portugal and France, the Holy Roman Empire had lost over 100,000 troops, a devastating loss. One has to consider how small the population of Europe was at that time. The loss of a full 100,000 men had severely damaged the Holy Roman Empire. Fortunately, Europe was now in turmoil, and most countries had joined the Church or allied with it. Otherwise, the Holy Roman Empire would have been in great trouble. Precisely because of these heavy losses, the Holy Roman Empire's troops on this front remained stationed, refusing to advance. They knew the American volunteers were formidable. Even with the Portuguese replacing them, they remained reluctant to risk their lives. Therefore, while other fronts were engaged in fierce fighting, this front remained remarkably calm. The Portuguese reinforcements, who had taken over the American volunteers' positions, had indeed gained an advantage. Because the Holy Roman Empire's troops had been emboldened, they were unwilling to initiate an attack. Therefore, as long as the Portuguese, who had been relieved, did not initiate an attack, the confrontation would undoubtedly continue. No fighting, no casualties, that was a wonderful thing. Thanks to the truce, the Menton region regained its prosperity. Meanwhile, Jewish merchants from the Holy Roman Empire became active. Through smuggling, they continuously purchased large quantities of grain, spices, and other supplies from Menton and shipped them back to the Holy Roman Empire, earning huge profits. The imperial trade officials stationed in Menton largely turned a blind eye to these Jewish smugglers from within the Holy Roman Empire. As long as they paid real money, who cares who they are? Inspired by the imperial trade officials, the merchants gathered in Menton generally adopted this attitude toward Jewish smugglers from the Holy Roman Empire. Furthermore, due to the sheer volume of smuggling, Jewish gangs emerged along the border, monopolizing the entire smuggling trade. Yes, Jewish smuggling gangs. Throughout European history, Jews have not only achieved great success in business, but have also excelled in a variety of unconventional businesses. Loan sharking, commercial fraud, Jewish gangs, smuggling. Even the Jewish community controlled the prostitution industry. Jews were involved in any industry that made money, whether it was legitimate or not. For Jews, as long as they made money, whether it was legal or not was not a concern. Furthermore, Jewish gangs throughout history were quite powerful. Even in modern history, Jewish gangs were active in the United States and were once quite prosperous. Especially during the Prohibition era, Jewish gangs and other ethnic gangs emerged one after another. They made a fortune. Of course, over time, as Jewish gangs gained wealth, they all transformed. But that was hundreds of years later. In the 17th century, Jewish gangs were rampant. Wealthy Jewish merchants organized themselves into groups, and their power could even overthrow a nation. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. At that time, many European countries, even kings, owed money to Jewish merchants. Before its alliance with the Song Empire, France owed Jewish merchants high-interest loans and had to pay them exorbitant annual interest. Over the years, the interest alone exceeded the principal. After the alliance, France's debts to the Jewish merchants were repaid by the Song Empire through sexual favors. Therefore, when the French paid the interest each year, the high interest was transferred to the Song Empire. Of course, the Song Empire's loan interest was always lower than the Jewish loan sharks. Buffett was a Jewish gangster active in the Menton area. He controlled the prostitute business and various pawnshops in the area, and he also had a stake in Menton smuggling operations to the Holy Roman Empire. It could be said that Buffett was the king of the underworld in Menton. The fact that Jews were able to control such a large organization and form a large-scale underworld was no accident. Jews are good at making money, and they are good at making a lot of it. Jews are generally much wealthier than the average person, so they often rely on lending money to increase their income. The king could borrow money from the great merchants, but what about the common people? They too needed money urgently. So, small Jewish merchants emerged. However, after lending money, they always had to protect their own profits. After all, they would constantly encounter defaulters. What should they do when they encountered someone who deliberately refused to repay their loan? Therefore, Jewish merchants, regardless of size, would hire ruthless individuals to work for them, forming the embryonic form of small gangs. As their capital grew, they gradually recruited more and more thugs, their influence grew, and as their capital grew, they gradually expanded into other industries. As their business grew, Jewish merchants needed more subordinates to protect their interests. Thus, Jewish gangs gradually grew in size. Of course, Jews generally preferred to hire Jewish men because everyone was the same, if they were paid enough. They would work diligently and effectively. Therefore, Jewish gangs of this era were generally quite large. However, these Jewish gangs were regional and somewhat xenophobic. Jewish gangs from other regions entering their territory would cause significant conflict. They showed no leniency simply because both sides were Jewish. When Jewish gangs clashed, their actions were even more ruthless. For Jews, face and everything else were paramount. You could deny me face or ridicule me, but you absolutely could not infringe on my interests and wealth. Buffett was one such figure. He was the boss of the Jewish mafia in Menton, and at only 27 years old, he controlled such a vast business, his wealth steadily increasing. The Song Empire's merchandise, in particular, provided him with a steady stream of wealth. In Menton, if Buffett was the best person for anyone, it was undoubtedly those from the Song Empire. Official trade representatives stationed in Menton from the Song Empire's Marseilles concession had brought prosperity to the city, and Buffett had made a fortune from it. So, how could he possibly treat the Song people badly? For the Jews, anyone who could bring them wealth was worshipped like an ancestor. Reputation and other matters were unimportant. Only real money mattered. Meanwhile, the Jewish Council of Elders sent him an even more lucrative commodity, ice. After the council members explained its uses, Buffett immediately saw its lucrative potential. So, in addition to controlling the existing illicit and illegal businesses in Menton, Buffett also established a drug network. Suddenly, the number of Jewish thugs within Buffett's organization increased dramatically, each of them peddling this intoxicating substance through the streets of Menton, offering whatever they desired. Trade members stationed in the Marseilles concession recorded every detail in their notes and reported everything they saw and came into contact with back to Marseilles. The war had spurred a distorted commercial boom in Menton, and smuggling brought significant income to the people of Menton. While Buffett controlled most of the trade, ordinary people still had plenty to offer. After all, as a Jew, Buffett knew one thing: he couldn't have it all to himself. If he did, leaving no room for others, his own demise wouldn't be far behind. Therefore, he primarily controlled bulk commodity trading, or monopolized trade in a particular commodity. These commodities offered high profits, offering significant returns. However, Buffett avoided other commodities that offered lower returns or were more troublesome. This left such trade to others. Buffett was a smart man. When others had a way to survive, their resentment toward him was naturally less. Furthermore, Buffett had a smuggling ring. Besides, he didn't have the experience to monopolize the trade of so many commodities. Nevertheless, Menton's economy prospered thanks to the smuggling boom. The people there made money, enough to live lavishly. When people have money, they naturally enjoy it. This is especially true for the impoverished people of Menton, whose sudden wealth has made them lose all sense of their own worth. With money, they indulge in a life of debauchery, spending every penny they earn. If they run out of money, they can just go back to smuggling the next day. With just one trip, they can definitely make a fortune, and continue to squander it. People's hearts are utterly empty, and the advent of ice has instantly filled this need. In fact, ice brings them greater satisfaction than even alcohol or prostitutes. Ice quickly became a craze in Menton, and trying it became a trend. Saying you haven't tried it is a sure sign of scorn. Here, being able to try ice is a symbol of wealth and status, as its price has skyrocketed after the free period, making it unaffordable for those without means. Anyone who can afford to have a daily dose is undoubtedly wealthy. Driven by the desire to make money, gain status, and boast some ice, smuggling in Menton has become increasingly prosperous. Even smuggling magnate Warren Buffett wouldn't have anticipated this. These individuals, driven by the desire to earn money and continue enjoying their ice, have unleashed a frenzy of activity. Imperial merchants witnessed all that unfolded in Menton, taking note and recording it in their minds and notebooks. They were deeply satisfied with the changes and developments. Indeed, these merchants were actually intelligence officers stationed within the imperial concessions. Their mission was to observe the spread of methamphetamine in Europe, its increasing dependence on the drug, and the specific changes it brought to Europe. In the heart of Menton, a busy crossroads lined a network of taverns and shops. Menton was originally a relatively undeveloped area, but since the advent of smuggling, people have flocked here to seek their fortune. Gypsy entertainers, Parisian prostitutes, thieves, swindlers, beggars, and even the well-dressed merchants, all flocked to Menton. While this arrival caused a breakdown in public order, it also brought a perverse prosperity. Inside the tavern, members of the Empire's trade sat at the bar, chatting quietly and glancing around. The tavern wasn't crowded, but the patrons were well-dressed and meticulously clean, clearly unlike the average person. It was clear that the patrons of this tavern were well off. It was completely unlike other taverns, where the patrons were all vulgar and reeked of filth. Just then, several burly men in tight, 17th-century European leather jackets hurried in, escorting a man who had been beaten to pulp. Their arrival shattered the tranquility of the tavern. "Boss, this guy took 3 pieces of ice from us, but he hasn't paid us for a month." As the burly man holding the pig head spoke, the members of the Empire trade sitting at the bar looked at each other, and at the same time, the same thought came to their minds: poisonous insect, to be continued. Update fast pure text. Chapter 1020. Do you dare to owe me money? It was daytime, and the entire town of Menton was bustling with activity. The war-induced surge in smuggling had brought the people here an opportunity to make a fortune. Consequently, the locals worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk to earn money. Of course, there were also some dissolute individuals who, apart from their daily pursuits of food, drink, and entertainment, had no legitimate means of livelihood. The man captured by a few Jewish gang members was one such small-time thug in Menton. Originally, when he was short of money, he would occasionally join the smuggling crew to earn a living. But with the recent rise of ice in Menton, he became addicted, enjoying the thrill of soaring through the clouds. However, while enjoying this high, he had given up his only source of income. Under these circumstances, his addiction forced him to consume ice daily, otherwise, the pain of the craving would be like hell. But he didn't want to continue working with the smuggling gang. After all, a single smuggling trip took a long time, and if he was in the middle of a smuggling operation when his high hit, it would be a disaster, so he thought of buying ice on credit from Jewish drug dealers. Whether he could repay the money in the future was not something he could consider. And now, he had finally gotten into trouble. He had already owed 10 ice bills, and now the Jewish drug dealers were no longer so easy on him. Today, the Jewish drug dealers' men found this guy, captured him, and brought him before their boss. In the tavern where the Song Empire's merchants were sitting. Drug worm, that's what the Song Empire's merchants, intelligence agents, called those addicted to methamphetamine. In their eyes, anyone addicted to methamphetamine was a lost cause. Even in another time and space, a methamphetamine addiction was difficult to break, let alone in the 17th century. The majority of the Chinese citizens of the Song Empire supported the use of drugs to destroy Europe, while a minority felt it was inappropriate. However, according to the principle of majority rule, the opinions of these compassionate few were of little importance. In another time and space, Europeans used opium to pry open the gates of the ancient empire, subjecting its people to the opium plague for a whole century. Now, the tide has turned, and most of the Chinese citizens of the Song Empire believe that using methamphetamine to harm Europeans in the 17th century is not unacceptable. Although the history of this time and space is different, and it is only the 17th century here, however, if nothing is done and history in this time and space continues on its original trajectory, the Opium War will surely occur again in more than 100 years. At that time, wouldn't the people of this time and space have to experience the poisonous effects of opium again? No. This is unacceptable. First of all, Zhao Hongao, the founder and leader of the empire, does not agree with such history. He felt that since he had arrived in this time and space, he must do something. Otherwise, wouldn't his trip to this time and space be in vain? Wouldn't the kindness of the YY God have been wasted? So, Zhao Hongao, Wang Shan, Song Hu, and other high-ranking officials immediately gained their support after a discussion. If the Europeans in another time and space could do it, then they could do it in this one. At worst, after making 100 years of dirty money, they could clean themselves up and start fighting drugs, pretending to be good people. Wasn't this the same tactic used by Europeans and Americans in another time and space? They had targeted the Chinese people in another time and space, so Zhao Hongao and his team could target the Europeans in this one. It's called reciprocity. As the long-term leader of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Service, they were all absolutely angry young people and supporters of Greater Yanhuangism. Therefore, the young men drinking at the bar, disguised as businessmen, but actually members of the intelligence department stationed in the Marseille's concession, looked at him with amusement. The more the Europeans fell, the more comfortable they felt. This was only the beginning. The ice hadn't yet become a disaster, a level the Europeans could no longer endure. So, everyone was just sitting on the European continent, watching the fun unfold. The concession intelligence departments in Lisbon and Marseille were all aware of Jenny and her team's arrival in Europe to carry out this plan, and they had provided considerable assistance. Otherwise, Jenny and her team wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat in such a short time. Lord Buffett, spare my life, the unfortunate individual who had been captured and taken to the tavern, upon seeing the real culprit, immediately dropped to his knees and begged with tears and snot streaming down his face. What a joke. Europeans never kneel. That's a fucking joke. Look at this guy now. He's already on his knees, begging when he realizes he's in danger, the young geneticist sitting at the bar thought with disdain. Yes, in another time and space, during the time when the Europeans ruled China under the rule of the wild boarskins, envoys traveled to the east. These European envoys even met with an emperor, the wild boarskins master. However, during the audience, the Europeans did not kneel. They claimed to be civilized and would never kneel. Of course, their refusal to kneel before the wild boarskins is certainly worthy of recognition. But the envoy's statement was hilarious. Not kneeling? Europeans only die standing, never live kneeling? That's a complete joke. Look at what's happening now. Everyone's watching. Knowing their lives were in imminent danger, what did the Europeans do? It's the same story. However, the envoys from that other time and space were British, who are known for their shrewdness. So, they're in France, and they're witnessing the French. Whether the British would actually behave this way remains to be seen. But there's always a chance, right? How do you think this guy will be tortured? The young genetic intelligence officers on this side immediately piqued their interest upon seeing the man arrested for overdue drug payments. They even started chatting about how the gang leader known as Buffett would treat this unfortunate drug addict. Since everyone was talking about it, it was a good way to relieve boredom by making bets. So, someone immediately responded, "What else can we do? He'll definitely be tortured. After all, the underworld is tough. They won't show any mercy to those who dare to refuse to pay drug money on credit. Otherwise, it would send the wrong signal to those annoying people outside that they were easy prey. So, I don't think this drug addict will have a good end. There will definitely be another body tortured to death today, clearly." This young Chinese intelligence officer believed that this drug addict who owed drug money was a warning to others, primarily to deter others who might have such thoughts. However, some held different views. So, as soon as the young man finished speaking, someone immediately interrupted, saying, "I don't think this drug addict will die. A gangster's primary goal is to make money, especially for Jewish gangs. Making money is paramount." As intelligence officers, they knew the young man, whom the drug addict called Boss Buffett, very well. He was the underworld boss of the Menton area, controlling many lucrative businesses and one of the wealthiest Jewish businessmen in the region. Based on their understanding of him, Buffett, while ruthless and merciless, cared most about wealth. Reputation was unimportant to Buffett, wealth was his primary concern. As long as you could make him money, even a penny, he would be your good friend. This showed just how obsessed he was with money. And this drug addict had owed 10 drug payments, a considerable sum. If Buffett killed this drug addict who owed him money, then the money he had earned from these 10 drug runs would be gone, impossible to recover. Given Buffett's money-obsessed nature, his first priority wouldn't be to kill the drug addict who owed him money, but to recover the money. Only after ensuring he wouldn't lose money on the deal could he take action against the drug addict. After hearing this young man's words, everyone pondered for a moment, then felt that he was right. Well, I also think Buffett probably won't kill this drug addict. After all, once drug addicts become addicted, they'll keep using drugs, which will bring Buffett, who controls the drug supply in Manhattan, endless profits and wealth. So, in his eyes, these drug addicts are like movable gold and silver coins. That's why he won't kill this drug addict. He's still counting on them to continue to provide him with wealth in the future, right? The young members of the intelligence department began to express their opinions, and a conversation began between Buffett and the drug addict. Buffett sat there, not even glancing at the drug addict. Since you know me, Buffett, you should also know that no one in Manhattan can owe me money and not pay it back, not even a penny. Sweat broke out on the drug addict's forehead. Although Buffett didn't look at him, he couldn't help but tremble at his words. To be continued. Fast update pure text. Chapter 1021. What does he want? Boss Buffett, I'm not deliberately refusing to pay you. I'm simply short on cash lately. As soon as I have some, I'll definitely pay you back. The drug addict knelt on the ground, sliding his knees repeatedly on the ground in an attempt to reach Buffett. However, his movements were stopped by the burly Jewish gangsters, so the drug addict could only kneel and tearfully explain to Buffett. Buffett slowly put down his glass, turned around, and crossed his legs. He looked at the drug addict with deep contempt and said, "What are you going to give me back? If you had something to do recently, I wouldn't be asking you for anything. But you haven't done any work in the past month or two, and you've squandered everything you've earned. How can I believe you can repay the debt?" Buffett had long since learned everything about the drug addict. Therefore, he knew him intimately. Boss Buffett, I'll find a job and earn money right away. It won't be long before I can pay off the debt. I promise it with my life. The drug addict caught a glimpse of something in Buffett's words. It seemed Buffett didn't want to use any special tactics against him, but simply wanted him to pay back the money. Furthermore, the reason he was brought here today was because Buffett had investigated him. Seeing that he wasn't willing to work and wasn't earning much, he was worried about his ability to repay the drug money. Really, if that were the case, then he wouldn't have anything to worry about. He simply lusted after the thrill of ice, and therefore had no interest in work. However, when his life was threatened, there was nothing wrong with going to work. But the drug addict was clearly mistaken. While Buffett didn't want to kill him, he definitely didn't want him to work either. He simply had a different plan. Even if you're willing to work, I can't wait. You owe too much money, and even if you're willing to find your former smuggling gang and join them, how long will it take? Buffett said coldly, shaking his head. He was right. It would take the smuggling gang a month to reach the Holy Roman Empire and back. And during that time, they'd likely face the risk of being robbed by their fellow smugglers. If the drug smuggler died, Buffett would be devastated. So, there was absolutely no room for negotiation. Besides, given that the drug smuggler was already addicted, they'd need to get a little bit every day to get high. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to work at all. So, if he went out smuggling, he'd have to buy ice on credit for me to take with him on the road. That would mean another debt. He hadn't even settled his old debts yet, and now he was facing new ones. This was clearly unacceptable. As a Jew, Buffett was well aware of the drawbacks. Therefore, he believed that unless the drug addict cleared his debts, he absolutely could not allow him to incur new ones. Besides, his purpose in having his men bring him before him wasn't simply to force him to pay back the money. Upon hearing this, the drug addict was stunned. Buffett's words were clear. He disapproved of his previous proposal. Damn, if I don't make money, how can I pay back the money? If I can't exchange it for money, then isn't that a dead end? But Buffett wouldn't do that. Didn't he just say that as long as I could work and pay back the money, that would be enough? So why couldn't I work now that he wanted to? The drug addict's brain was clearly running out of steam. He couldn't think of so many twists and turns. Furthermore, his already weak brain had become even more incompetent after taking the drug ice. After all, this chemically synthesized substance was extremely destructive to the human brain and various physical abilities. Although Europeans at this time were only just beginning to encounter this substance, and had yet to witness the future power and destructive power of the ice that once brought them pleasure and enjoyment, a small number of people had already experienced changes. The drug addict before Buffett was one of those who had undergone a transformation. After all, people's physical abilities vary. Some people may only notice changes after a long time, while others can experience changes after just a short period of using ice. The drug addict before Buffett's eyes had already undergone such a change in his brain, becoming even more stupid. "Boss Buffett, if you don't work, you won't be able to pay me back. My situation is just as you described. I've spent all the money I have. I don't have a penny left." Buffett glanced at the drug-addled, emaciated man, his eyes glazed over by drugs, and his eyes darkened with dark circles. He then said slowly, "I found out everything. You have 12 acres of land outside of town, right?" The man shuddered. Even though his brain was clouded by drugs, he understood the meaning of the Jewish gangster who ruled the Menton area. "Boss Buffett, those lands must not be touched. They're my daughter's dowry." "Absolutely, absolutely, they must not be touched. I beg you for mercy," the man, realizing what was happening, pleaded loudly. However, Buffett remained unmoved by the man's pleas. As a gangster, he had experienced countless pleas like these. If everyone pleaded like this, and he softened his heart, he wouldn't have made as much money as he did. Everything is just a business deal, just with different means. Buffett thought to himself. "You owe me money, after all, right? And I can't wait any longer. You must pay me back today, or you know what I'm going to do." The drug addict, who had been pleading with Buffett, suddenly stopped crying. He slowly looked up at Buffett, who remained unmoved. The drug addict knew the gang leader wasn't kidding. If he said he'd get the money today, then he definitely would. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. As for what Buffett had said about the fate of those who dared not pay back their debts, the drug addict was well aware. It was precisely because of this understanding that a look of fear crossed his face. "Your family has 12 acres of land, but that's nowhere near enough to pay back the drug money you owe me." Buffett's next words shocked the drug addict. As soon as Buffett finished speaking, the drug addict's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. The drug dealer's debt was only 15 silver livres. But his family's 12 acres of land was now worth 4 gold louis. But now, Buffett was saying, with a flurry of words, that even his 12 acres couldn't pay off the debt. This was sheer nonsense. After the initial shock, the drug dealer frantically turned to Buffett. "Boss Buffett, how can this be possible? I only owe you 15 silver livres, and my 12 acres of land is worth 4 gold louis. How can I not pay it back?" This situation completely baffled and horrified the drug dealer. Buffett sneered, "You've owed me drug dealers for over a month, almost 2. Have you forgotten the interest? Everyone knows that the interest on money owed to me, Buffett, is very high." Ugh. The drug dealer was speechless after hearing Buffett's words. "Come, do the math for him, so he can understand the situation." Buffett had one of his men bring out the account book and immediately began calculating for the drug addict. Their conversation was so loud that the young intelligence officers sitting nearby could hear it clearly. When they heard Buffett tell the drug addict that he was going to calculate the interest, they all sighed. One of the intelligence officers said to his companions, "Looks like this drug addict is doomed. With this usurious loan sharking system, if he doesn't go bankrupt, I'll chop my head off and kick it like a ball." By this point, no one could fail to see what Buffett was up to. The drug addict owed Buffett money for drugs, and he could have paid it back with his own money. However, Buffett wanted more than just repayment. He wanted him to go bankrupt. But Buffett must be even more greedy, otherwise he wouldn't have said the drug addict's land wasn't enough to pay the debt. Clearly, Buffett had other plans. Dark. Really dark. As the young Imperial intelligence officers watched the excitement from the sidelines, a similar adjective flashed through their minds. He's owed 15 silver livres, barely a little over a gold louis. But with a simple gesture, Buffett's land, worth 4 gold louis, almost 50 silver livres, is about to become his. And that's not all. Even land worth this much isn't enough, as Buffett's men settled the debt with a poisonous insect, including interest. One of the young intelligence officers offered his own opinion. After voicing his opinion, he looked at his companions. Guess what? After acquiring all this land, Buffett will get from this poisonous insect. The companions rolled their eyes. However, everyone followed his lead and began to express their own guesses. The poisonous insect's house. The poisonous insect's cattle. The poisonous insect's heirloom, to be continued. Chapter 1022, Dark. 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 Everyone offered numerous guesses and suggestions, but they were all just speculation. Ultimately, what Buffett intended to gain from this drug addict was likely known only to Buffett himself. Time passed quickly, and the debtor's account was easily calculated. This was no difficulty for Buffett's subordinates. As the other party calculated the amount he needed to repay, along with the interest accrued over the time he owed the debt, the drug addict's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He couldn't believe it. He only owed 15 silver livres, but after Buffett's men calculated it, the principal and interest would require a whopping 20 gold louis to pay off. Oh my God! How can this be possible? After a moment of shock, the drug addict roared. How can I possibly owe so much money? You must be mistaken, Boss Buffett. I think you must be mistaken, right? This was truly difficult for the drug addict to accept. He couldn't fathom how, even if he owed money, the amount, including interest, could have been so high. This narcotic didn't understand, but the Imperial intelligence officers watching from the sidelines knew the ins and outs of this. With interest compounding over 2 months, it wasn't surprising that the principal had multiplied several times. Furthermore, Buffett had employed a few tricks, so turning the outstanding balance into 20 gold louis was no big deal. In the ancient East, such tactics were commonplace, so to these intelligence officers, there was nothing surprising about it. But this narcotic, exploited by Buffett, didn't understand the ins and outs of this. He simply found it shocking. And he thought, surely, Boss Buffett must have made a mistake. Unfortunately, to the narcotic's dismay, no matter how much he cried out, Boss Buffett's expression remained impassive, without the slightest hint of change. How could I be wrong? You know, my integrity is legendary. Everyone in Menton knows I'm a straight shooter. Every penny counts. Buffett's expression immediately hardened when he heard the swindler say he might have miscalculated. You could call him a jerk, call him anything you wanted, but you couldn't say he'd miscalculated. That was an insult to him as a Jew, and it was absolutely unacceptable. Boss Buffett, please be kind. This account is definitely wrong. No matter how you calculate it, I can't possibly owe so much. I know the money I owed for ice is only 15 silver livres, not 20 gold louis. Buffett didn't bother to argue with the guy. After all, he had the account in his hands. He just needed to get the swindler to pay up. Talking to him was a waste of time. So, Buffett said to the drug addict, anyway, you owe me this much money now. You only have 2 options, pay it back today, or die and your family will pay you back. In Europe, there's no such thing as a debt being wiped out upon death. If a debtor dies or disappears, the debt naturally falls on their family, who will pay it back. Therefore, loan sharks in Europe can still guarantee a high level of profit. If the entire family runs away, it doesn't matter. After all, you still have your aunts and uncles, and you can just ask them to pay you back. Loan sharks have strong connections with lords and kings, so the lower classes have no way to escape. As a result, loan sharks on the European continent live a very comfortable life. Let me put it this way. Your 12 acres of land isn't enough to pay your debt. But thankfully, your wife and daughter are quite attractive. I think they could work in the tavern and earn enough to pay your debt. Buffett finally revealed his motive. For 15 silver livres, he'd acquired 12 acres of fertile land and 2 cash cows. If this drug addict's wife and daughter worked in the tavern, Buffett could profit even more from their suffering. It was a foregone conclusion. Buffett's calculations were truly brilliant. The drug addict was completely stunned, staring blankly at Buffett. He could never have imagined that his connections would implicate his wife and daughter. It was just 15 silver livres. How could he have ended up like this? Only the members of the Imperial Intelligence Department understood the intricacies of this situation. In their view, Buffett's every move had been planned long ago. In other words, his scheme against this drug addict had been going on for far longer than a day or two. The poor drug addict had no idea he'd been targeted by the greedy Buffett, ultimately becoming his prey. His wife and daughter would have to work tirelessly to repay the debt, but they'd never be able to pay it back. After all, every day, the debt accrues interest. That interest alone would keep them from escaping Buffett's clutches, barring immediate death. And what else could Buffett have them do in the tavern? It must have been one of the oldest trades in the world. After all, it was the only trade that could earn them millions. Because of the booming smuggling industry in Menton, countless adventurers had arrived. Their arrival had overcrowded the area, spurring shortages in various industries. The thriving smuggling rings profited, and these men, with their money, were sure to enjoy it. Fine wine, women, ice. What else could they possibly want? Buffett could supply ice in abundance. Fine wine. Could France still be short of fine wine? Even though there was a shortage of fine wine, the Beiju shipped from the distant Song Empire in America was readily available. However, Menton was short on women. Indeed, the majority of adventurers were men. Their arrival immediately skewed the gender ratio. Buffett saw a business opportunity, but he was frustrated by his limited control over women. He could only watch his fortune slip away, a situation he absolutely could not tolerate. So, after much deliberation, he decided to use drug addicts to fill the shortage of prostitutes he controlled. This drug addict was unlucky. He had been targeted by Buffett. Imperial intelligence officers, who had been observing the Menton region, were meticulously observing and documenting the changes there, particularly the changes brought about by the rise of ice. This drug addict's case was no longer typical. Essentially, addicts across Europe faced various challenges. However, they all share one thing in common: their wealth was plundered by drug traffickers, leaving them destitute. Even destitute, their addictions still demanded ice. Consequently, they were reduced to the lowest ebbs of society. To continue enjoying the fleeting high brought by ice and to avoid the pain of their addiction, they were willing to do anything, occasionally even serving the traffickers, even murdering others. This kind of development had already been proven in another time and space. Therefore, for the genetic intelligence officers, familiar with this history, it was nothing surprising. The drug addict broke free from his thugs, crawled to Buffett's side, and hugged his calf, pleading loudly, "Boss Buffett, please spare my family. I'll pay you back the money I owe you. I'll give you all 12 acres of land. Please don't embarrass my family," the drug addict declared, his voice hoarse. Sadly, Buffett remained unmoved. This had been planned long ago. How could it possibly be changed? At that moment, the drug addict suddenly let go of Buffett. His face turned pale and he trembled uncontrollably. Buffett knew immediately that this was the sign of a drug addict. Ice users were plentiful in the Menton area, and he inevitably interacted with them. Buffett knew exactly what it was like when a drug addict was high. "Boss Buffett, give me some, just a little. Please, I'm in so much pain right now, it feels like ants are crawling and biting all over my body. Please give me some." The drug addict, forcing himself to endure the discomfort, crawled over, his face covered in snot and tears, looking disgusting. Buffett ignored the drug addict's pleas. "Give me money. You still owe me money. If you want that stuff, please give me the money." Buffett's words chilled the drug addict's heart. But now, his entire body was agonizingly uncomfortable. The feeling of drug addiction was unknown to most people. "Boss Buffett, didn't you ask my wife and daughter to do the work? I agree. Please give me a little, just a little, to make me feel better." The drug addict wiped his face with his hand, then looked up at Buffett with a fawning smile. Yes, he just said that for his wife and daughter's sake, he wouldn't let them do the work no matter what. But look at this drug addict now. When his addiction hits, he doesn't even consider that. For him, the most important thing is to get some of that stuff, to quickly escape this painful feeling. As for his wife and daughter, well, who cares? That's what you said. If you really agreed to let your wife and daughter work to pay off your debt, I can still give you some. And I promise that the money they earn will not only pay off your debt, but also ensure you can buy ice from me every day. Buffett heard Du Chang's words, and even after taking in his now disgusting appearance, he kept a smile on his face. He knew this guy would eventually agree. In his heart, he thought smugly, I promise. Boss Buffett, please give it to me quickly. I'll agree to anything." Once the addiction hit, the unbearable pain became increasingly intense, and Du Chang was now extremely unbearable. Fortunately, there was hope that Buffett could get some ice, otherwise Du Chang would definitely be rolling on the ground. But even so, Du Chang was not having a good time. Tears and snot were streaming, and his whole body was shaking violently, as if he had the hiccups. His face was a pale white, clearly not a normal complexion. His eye sockets, already dark, were now even darker. See, everyone? This is what an addict looks like. When opium first entered our land, countless of us, the descendants of Yan and Wang, were poisoned. Now, under the leadership of Your Highness, we can finally exact our revenge on those opium addicts. Although we're not in the same time and space, it's still a relief. Seeing the disgusting look of the drug addict, the intelligence officers at the bar laughed heartlessly. One of them echoed his companions. That's right, those yellow-haired devils deserve it. But this is just the beginning. Their hard times are yet to come. They'll learn the full extent of ICE's poison in the future. They've only just begun to see how harmful it is. They've barely scratched the surface. Let's record what happened here. Tomorrow, we'll split up and explore the countryside. I think what happened to that drug addict isn't a unique case. There must be a lot of cases of gangsters exploiting drug addicts these days. Let's go. That drug addict is dead, and so are his family. This buffet will definitely exploit them to death. There's going to be more and more cases like this, so there's no point in watching anymore. A young man, seemingly the leader of the group, stood up, pulled a dragon dollar from his pocket, and tossed it onto the bar counter. His companions, upon hearing this, stood up one by one, following the young man's lead, each taking out a silver coin to pay the bill. Yes, just as the young man had said, the drug addict's experience wasn't anything special. Cases like this are bound to become more and more frequent, so there's no point in watching anymore. Now all they have to do is go back and sit down to record, and then they will go to the rural areas tomorrow to see the situation there. When the time comes, they will summarize the situation here and report it to the Inter-American Intelligence Agency. In short, because of the popularity of ICE in Europe, everything has begun to develop towards collapse. At the same time, those merchants who sell ICE have become more and more evil. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Gideon. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to read, update quickly pure text. Chapter 1023 The Second News. In the 17th century, compared to the relatively peaceful East, Europe was in turmoil. War, poverty, disease, and exploitation by nobles and landlords brought untold suffering to the people of Europe. Wars, fueled by ideological divisions driven by the Church, further exacerbated the suffering of the people. Due to the Church's oppressive rule, people were unable to learn advanced scientific knowledge, remaining trapped in ignorance and unable to awaken to wisdom. This, however, presented the Song Empire in America with an opportunity to exploit this ignorance and instill in them the knowledge they desired. For the Song Empire, founded by Zhao Hongyu in America, the more ignorant and backward the Europeans were, the greater the benefits. In this sense, the Church's existence in America brought more benefits than disadvantages. It was precisely because of the Church's oppression and policies of obscurantism that the Europeans of the time were less intelligent, allowing the Song Empire to easily import ideas. This would have been much more difficult during the Renaissance. The Song Empire's goods flowed endlessly into Europe and the Arab world, generating immense wealth. It could be said that as long as this kind of commercial output could be maintained, the European economy would eventually be destroyed. This was because this kind of trade was unbalanced and deeply distorted. However, the Song Empire didn't care, as its sole purpose was to plunder the Europeans' wealth and reduce them to poverty. Of course, the empire would offer them some sweet treats, allowing them to earn a living from the massive trade surplus. But the empire's purpose was simply to prolong its own development. Once the empire's army and navy were fully built, the empire would bark its teeth and no longer offer these sweet treats to the Europeans. The Europeans were unaware of this, completely captivated by the Song Empire's merchandise, the euphoria of the enormous profits and wealth it could bring them. Especially with the ongoing wars and turmoil in Europe, they had little time to consider this issue. Zhao Hongyu's plan to disrupt Europe was proceeding smoothly. However, his disruption had also led to a serious deviation in history. However, this issue is not something Zhao Hongyu and his trusted followers could care about. Now that they've arrived in this time and space, it's impossible not to alter history in any way. History was already altered from the moment the British were dealt with. By the time the Song Empire was established in America, history had already deviated. This was an indisputable fact. In such a situation, still thinking about conforming to the tide of history would be sheer idiocy. Zhao Hongyu and his men wouldn't do such a thing. All they cared about was hoping history wouldn't deviate too drastically, leading to unexpected consequences. Since Zhao Hongyu had captured Kyushu and things were progressing smoothly in the east, his contacts with America increased. Following Zhao Hongyu's first report, numerous more arrived. The first was during his provocation against the shogunate. Zhang Tai, upon receiving the news, dispatched reinforcements. This time, one piece of news shocked Zhang Tai. It was Zhao Hongyu's report about the ninjas like Hattori Chizuru. Indeed, Hattori Chizuru and other IGA ninjas have completely transcended the boundaries of history and human cognition. Based on the secrets of IGA revealed by Hattori Chizuru, Zhao Hongyu came to a conclusion. Over 100 years before this time and space, a visitor had arrived. This visitor, however, was unlucky. Not only did he suffer from a terminal illness, he also gave rise to a race of incredibly powerful ninjas. Fortunately, he ultimately succumbed to his illness and died. This, however, served as a warning to Zhao Hongyu and his companions. There was no guarantee that other time travelers, or even their descendants, existed in this world. If they encountered such a person, Zhao Hongyu and his companions would be in serious trouble. Of course, these were merely Zhao Hongyu's personal speculations and concerns. At least, so far, aside from the possible connection between the IGA ninjas and time travelers, no suspicious individuals had been discovered in the Song Empire's development. Furthermore, since the founding of the empire, the history of this time and space had been perfectly normal, without any distortion. Even if Japanese history was distorted, it could be due to the excessive flapping of their butterfly wings in America. However, Zhao Hongyu's concern was a cause for concern. It's better to believe it than not. After all, Japan has already produced supernatural warriors. And the Song Empire itself has genetically modified citizens. So no one can guarantee they won't encounter those so-called mythical warriors or cultivators in the future. Damn! How could this be so bizarre? When Zhang Tai received the second message from Zhao Hongyu, he was stunned. He couldn't imagine His Highness would encounter such a bizarre event after traveling to the east. So, Zhang Tai immediately sent messages to Suang Hu, Professor Liu, and Wang Shan in San Francisco to ask for their opinions. After all, when considering this matter, Zhang Tai felt it was best to discuss it with everyone. He couldn't make a decision alone. In fact, the message Zhao Hongyu sent back was also asking Zhang Tai and the others, hoping they could give him advice on this matter and take precautions against possible accidents. Furthermore, if their concerns were truly realized and they encountered other surviving time travelers or their descendants, how would they treat them? Alliance? Or perhaps massacre? This was a serious matter that needed to be taken seriously. Zhang Tai had an idea. If they encountered these people, as long as they posed a minor threat to the empire, there was no need to kill them. Of course, if His Highness didn't say anything, Zhang Tai personally thought it would be better to kill them. You know, people's hearts are veiled, especially modern mindsets, which are difficult to understand. It would be a bad idea to raise a tiger that would become a threat later. As for the descendants of time travelers, Zhang Tai felt that it would be better to treat them in this way. Unless these people knew nothing, had no idea that their ancestors were time travelers, and possessed no extraordinary abilities, then it would be fine to keep them alive. The fear was that these people knew too much and possessed incredible power, potentially even overturning the entire Song Empire. That wouldn't be a good thing. However, Zhang Tai pondered this and concluded that this scenario was unlikely. At least before the rise of the Song Empire, world history had progressed steadily. Nothing had changed. This showed that, aside from them and the unfortunate individuals who had appeared in Japan, no other time travelers had appeared. However, he still had to seriously consider His Highness's concerns and instructions. After sending messages to Suang Hu, Professor Liu, and Wang Shan, Zhang Tai waited patiently. He needed to wait for his companions' opinions and decisions on the matter. Only then would he send someone to Kyushu to give His Highness a response. In this time and space, one time traveler was sufficient. Too many would be a disaster. Only His Highness would be troubled and worried about this matter. If it were him, he wouldn't have to worry about it at all. If you encounter them, just kill them. That's the safest approach. You never know if they're a threat or what abilities they possess. Zhang Tai felt His Highness was a bit too soft-hearted. If he'd encountered this situation, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. But this is precisely what sets Zhao Hongyu apart from these genetic people, and also his most humane aspect. Although genetic people possess independent intelligence and personalities, they are still genetic people. They still have flaws, different from normal people. For example, cold-bloodedness is a trait many genetic people possess. They are loyal to Zhao Hongyu, but this is because it was programmed during the system's training. If it weren't for this, these genetic people would have betrayed Zhao Hongyu countless times. After all, Zhao Hongyu is not perfect, he has many flaws. Although he is constantly working on improving them, genetic people don't care about them. So, Zhao Hongyu was lucky. Dividing line, Ontario City had undergone tremendous changes compared to its early development. It now boasted crisscrossing streets, neatly arranged rows of two-story villas, and a bustling commercial district. It also boasted the distinction of being the first city in the Empire State to have a streetcar system. Numerous shipyards surrounded Lake Ontario, and vast tracts of cultivated land surrounding the city had transformed the once barren Ontario region. Before its development, Lake Ontario was a completely barren land. Although a small Native American tribe existed, the Indians simply could not have achieved such development. Ontario's development began only after Song Hu arrived. He was immensely proud of all he had accomplished and the changes he had brought about. However, his good mood faded when he received a letter from Zhang Tai, to be continued. Chapter 1024. Is there such a thing? P.S. My 3-month-old daughter has an allergic reaction and needs to be taken to the hospital. Sigh, I don't know if I can finally reach 10,000 words. The quality of this book has been declining, and it's only being kept afloat by updates. If I can't even reach 10,000 words, I really can't imagine it. Divider, Old Liu, take a look at this message from Zhang Tai. Song Hu, in Ontario City, received the message from Zhang Tai and frowned after reading it. This news was a bit too shocking for Song Hu. After all, the message claimed that the Eastern Prince had allegedly encountered a relic left behind by a time traveler. If that were the case, wouldn't it be possible for other time travelers to appear in this world? After all, time travelers are often possessed by external auras. They are also extremely self-centered and possess terrifying power. If such a person truly existed in this world, it would be extremely troublesome for the developing Song Empire and even their small group. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain, unless one is male and the other is female. Song Hu absolutely didn't believe that two time travelers could coexist peacefully in this time and space. Anyone who claimed they could coexist was completely deluded. It was sheer nonsense. In later forms and in real life, people were driven by their own interests and didn't work together. Could that be the case after time travel? It was simply impossible. Modern people are profit-driven, extremely self-centered, and selfish. Song Hu couldn't be unaware of this. Talk of coexistence and shared prosperity, in his view, was pure deception, used only out of necessity. Especially for a time traveler, such talk was a joke. Allowing selfish people to coexist on equal terms with others was pure fairy tale fantasy. Therefore, Song Hu felt that if he encountered another time traveler, for the sake of His Highness's safety and the stability of the Empire, he would eliminate them without hesitation. After all, you can't be sure if they harbored no ill will and were willing to coexist and thrive together. Even if they could coexist on equal terms in the early stages, what about later? As their power grows, can they still maintain the original agreement? No. That's simply impossible. Song Hu, more realistic, thought about it and decided it was impossible to do or guarantee. Therefore, after reading the message in Zhang Tai's letter and Zhang Tai's request for him to offer a suggestion, he immediately made a decision. Song Hu suggested that Zhang Tai convey a message to His Highness. If they encounter suspected time travelers or their descendants in the future, it's best to eliminate them all. Only in this way can their small group maintain its dominance in this time and space without facing any danger. His Highness was lucky this time. That unfortunate individual was dead, leaving behind the humanoid ninja weapon he developed. Otherwise, with that unfortunate individual's skills, even if His Highness possessed a cheat, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. Yes, ninjas exist as biological weapons. Zhao Hongyu had already described them in detail in the message he sent back. The appearance of abilities that could only be found in myths or high-level martial arts realms in this time and space was a cause for great concern. Fortunately, these ninjas were unaware of their abilities and the devastation they could wreak. Furthermore, because they lived in Japan and had been educated by its culture and environment, they held back from ambitious ambitions. Furthermore, their loyalty had been secured by the fortunate fate of their Highness. Otherwise, their Highness would be in grave danger in the East. If the creators of these biological weapons were still alive, their small group would be in grave trouble. Needless to say, the threat of assassination from these humanoid weapons alone would be enough to devastate their small group. Song Hu considered this carefully and concluded that there was no way they could survive such an attack. This was sheer nonsense. According to His Highness's description, the abilities of these humanoid weapon ninjas were almost comparable to those found in novels. Such beings were truly top tier in this time and space. And don't underestimate the Song Empire's vast size and its powerful military. But the people of the Song Empire were ordinary people. Even high-ranking officials and their own bosses were no exception. If they were to face those superpowered humanoid weapons, their chances of survival would be slim. It was a good thing the creators of these humanoid weapons were dead, otherwise they would have been in real trouble. Thinking of this, Song Hu couldn't help but sigh at the divine providence. Professor Liu took the letter Song Hu handed him and carefully examined it. His expression, like Song Hu's, immediately turned serious. Is everything in this letter true? After reading it, Professor Liu's expression became even more solemn, and his hands trembled as he gripped the paper. It was clear that Professor Liu was not at all calm. Indeed, Professor Liu was shocked by the descriptions in the letter, and he had already imagined many terrifying scenarios. If the situation in the letter were to truly unfold, they would be in grave danger. If His Highness and Zhang Tai were worried about ordinary time travelers, that wouldn't be a big deal. But the real fear was encountering a being of such incredible power. For example, if a cultivator or a being with superpowers appeared, then with their small group strength, they would have no way to fight such a person. I think it's true. Your Highness has no reason to joke about this. Song Hu nodded solemnly and said to Professor Liu. Professor Liu gently put down the letter in his hand, sighed, and said to Song Hu, if this only happens once, then it's not a bad thing. The fear is that, as your Highness worries, we'll encounter similar situations and people again in the future, which would be the most troublesome. Professor Liu was an old and experienced man. His experience was far greater than that of young people like Song Hu, Zhang Tai, and Wang Shan. After all, he was old enough. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run away, right? So, Professor Liu felt that if they encountered other time travelers in the future, it would definitely be as your Highness worried, not a good thing. A conflict of interests was inevitable, and only the fall of one side would resolve the situation. People's hearts were different, and there were many different kinds of people. Everyone has different perspectives and interests. Professor Liu also knew that modern humans were incredibly selfish, and he knew peaceful coexistence was impossible. This was especially true if they encountered a time traveler with special abilities. That would be even more troublesome. Beyond anything else, wherever there are people, there are conflicts of interest, and conflict is inevitable. Professor Liu couldn't be unaware of this truth, and precisely because he knew it so well, he was deeply concerned. Your Highness, you're incredibly lucky this time. The owners of these humanoid weapons, likely specially modified, died long ago. Otherwise, we would have been locked in a fierce battle. These humanoid weapons are incredibly lethal, and we wouldn't have been able to handle them. If we had clashed, I think we'd be in even greater danger. On this point, Professor Liu's viewpoint was aligned with Song Hu and Zhang Tai. Song Hu nodded silently, his expression growing even more serious. He wholeheartedly agreed with Professor Liu's words, for he shared the same sentiment. You're quite right. My own opinion agrees with yours. Your Highness is fortunate this time, for the owners of these humanoid weapons are no longer with us. Furthermore, they've lived in Japan since their creation, absorbing Japanese culture and philosophy for a long time and assimilated into it. Otherwise, your Highness would be in great danger. Zhao Song. Didn't I tell you to call me father-in-law from now on? Why do you keep deliberately ignoring that? I must formally remind you, Professor Liu suddenly interrupted Song Hu, glancing at him loudly. Indeed, Song Hu was already engaged to Professor Liu's daughter, so Professor Liu's claim that he was Song Hu's father-in-law was not wrong. Although Song Hu was married to a young Indian widow, finding a man of good character and shared affection was difficult. If Professor Liu's daughter couldn't accept the fact that Song Hu had a woman, she would have a very difficult time finding a marriage partner. So, after Professor Liu's tireless efforts, and his wife's diligent persuasion, he finally decided to go ahead and make his move. As a woman of the new age, Professor Liu's daughter ultimately had no choice but to accept this reality and join Song Hu. Of course, The prerequisite was that Song Hu could not have another woman besides the young Indian widow and herself. Professor Liu and his daughter were very adamant about this. Song Hu, however, had no thoughts on this matter. After all, he wasn't particularly interested in women. If it weren't for the fact that rejecting Professor Liu's offer would upset the old man, Song Hu wouldn't even want his daughter. The charm of the young Indian widow fascinated Song Hu. "Father-in-law, I understand," Song Hu replied awkwardly after being reminded by Professor Liu again. Professor Liu nodded in satisfaction and returned to the topic. "It seems that the creator of these humanoid weapons may have come from a higher world, or from an era even more powerful than your highnesses." Professor Liu expressed his opinion, to be continued. Chapter 1025. Don't worry, this is just an accident. PS 10,000 words here. Professor Liu is absolutely correct. The IGA ninjas described by Zhao Hongyu are definitely not ordinary humans. Even a normal human, even after rigorous training, wouldn't reach such terrifying levels. Based on Zhao Hongyu's description, these ninjas are clearly superhuman. Therefore, Professor Liu has reason to suspect that these IGA ninjas are humans with biochemical weapons. Furthermore, the individual who could create such ninjas couldn't have lived in the same era as Zhao Hongyu. This unfortunate individual must have been more advanced than Zhao Hongyu, or he must be an alien. Otherwise, what other explanation could there be? Even Zhao Hongyu couldn't have created beings like the IGA-10, of course. Perhaps that unfortunate individual also possessed a powerful cheat. That's a foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, this individual was truly unlucky. Although he possessed such means and created powerful superpowered warriors, he contracted a terminal illness and died soon after. Judging from this, while Zhao Hongyu's abilities were slightly weaker than that fellow's, his luck was incredibly good. At the very least, Zhao Hongyu didn't have any terminal illness. Moreover, Zhao Hongyu could be considered to have inherited the mantle left by that unfortunate individual. The IGA ninja had already joined Zhao Hongyu and become his subordinates. Well, my father-in-law is right. It seems the person who could create such powerful warriors must have been someone of considerable rank. But we don't need to worry too much about it now, as that person has been dead for who knows how many years, Song Hu said to Professor Liu. Zhao Hongyu's letter clearly described the individual who created the mutated IGA ninja, who was long dead. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about him at all. The IGA ninja army posed no threat to Zhao Hongyu. Your Highness is right to be worried. Now that such a person has appeared, will we continue to encounter them in the future? We can't guarantee that. Professor Liu walked around Song Hu's office twice, his head lowered. He paused, then looked up at Song Hu and spoke seriously. Song Hu nodded and said, "Yes, since these mutant ninjas have appeared, no one can say for sure if other problems will arise in the future. After all, since your Highness has been able to travel to this time and space, there's no guarantee that others will come." At the end of his words, Song Hu gave a wry smile. "I just hope that if such a thing does happen, the people your Highness encounters aren't too powerful, or that their descendants aren't so perverted." Professor Liu's face now showed a look of relief, and it's unclear what he was thinking. I'm not too worried. I think this is probably just a random incident," Professor Liu said as he stepped aside. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a puff of green smoke before speaking to Song Hu. Professor Liu had been somewhat apprehensive about this, but now he'd actually spoken so eloquently. This piqued Song Hu's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Father-in-law, what are you talking about?" Professor Liu walked over to the sofa by the wall and sat down, crossing his legs as he looked at his son-in-law with a grin. "It's actually quite simple. If such a powerful being truly existed in this dimension, I don't think America would be a problem for us, would it? Those who defy the heavens would surely be unwilling to be left alone. But you've been here for 3 years now. Have you heard of such a thing?" Professor Liu considered the matter comprehensively. He had long suspected that if someone like his prince existed in this era, they would surely have some influence. Especially since people in this era were so ignorant, someone with cultivation skills or other abilities would likely be considered a true god. However, the Song Empire in America had been in contact with Europe, the Arab world, and even Africa for years. They had never heard of such strange rumors. If such a time traveler truly existed, they certainly wouldn't have remained silent. That wouldn't be in line with their style. But they had already arrived in this era for over 3 years, conquered the American continent, and established the Song Empire. Throughout this time, they hadn't encountered anyone like him. It was only after their prince traveled east that they encountered such bizarre events. Otherwise, they wouldn't have worried about this at all. My father-in-law has a point. After listening to Professor Liu's words, Song-hu confidently reflected on them and felt they made sense. If someone like their prince still existed in this era, wouldn't they have caused trouble in the past few years? Just as his father-in-law had said, time travelers aren't exactly known for their low-key nature. Especially those with exceptional personal abilities. If they'd engaged in heroic deeds, their reputations would have spread far and wide. And with their personal abilities, they'd surely have formed a rebel group to challenge the local government and establish their own empire. But now, it seems, aside from the American Empire, no other countries are experiencing similar incidents. This suggests that, aside from the unfortunate souls who died decades ago and his own lucky prince, there are no other time travelers in this era. Well, this conclusion is actually quite possible. Song-hu thought back to the YY novels he'd read in his time in the virtual world. Any time travelers are unlikely to remain low-key. They're like fireflies under the bright moon, so vivid and outstanding. Even if they deliberately keep a low profile and conceal their identities, the aura they constantly exude, along with their poetry and songwriting, will reveal their identities. Even if their personal abilities aren't strong, as long as they have some survival skills, they're generally not going to do badly. A ruler, a high-ranking official, a wealthy tycoon, they're definitely not minor figures. However, it's clear that Song-hu and his team haven't encountered such a person yet. Maybe his father-in-law was right. His Highness's encounter with those ninjas might have been a fluke. Song-hu, one of the original 3 people accompanying Zhao Hongyu, clearly remembered that when they were stirring up trouble in America, history remained essentially unchanged. In other words, the history of this era and that of another were identical. If they and His Highness hadn't appeared, the events of normal history would have continued. It was only after their arrival that the little butterfly's wings began to flutter, and history shifted. If that were the case, could the strange events in the East be a result of their actions in America over the past few years? The little butterfly's wings are constantly fluttering. Who knows what history will ultimately unfold? Isn't Japan a good example? The normal course of history there has been altered. And the course of history in Europe has also undergone significant changes due to their arrival. In normal history, Protestantism and the Church were once enemies, but now they've formed an alliance. The British, Spanish, and Dutch forces in America had all been driven out by him. It could be said that history had been completely altered at this point, utterly different from normal history. Song-hu had no way of knowing what strange changes would occur after normal history was affected. But he knew this, it was absolutely impossible for history to remain unchanged. Father-in-law, if it's really as you say, then we really have nothing to worry about. But I'm afraid that, because of our presence, history will change course. A bitter smile crossed Song-hu's face as he thought about this. Professor Liu beckoned Song-hu over and sat him on the sofa, then raised his hand and gently patted his shoulder. My dear son-in-law, your worries are actually unnecessary. Even if you stop now, history won't return to its original path. History has already begun to change since your arrival. This is something you have no control over. So, what you need to do now is to be open-minded and not worry about such unnecessary things. Professor Liu was, after all, an elderly man with a lot of experience. Therefore, his perspective on certain things differed from that of Song-hu and the others. However, Professor Liu's words were quite true. For Zhao Hongyu and Song-hu, there was no need to worry about historical issues, as their concern would be futile. History had already begun to change since they arrived in this era. They couldn't control it, even if they wanted to. Unless they hadn't arrived in this era, that would have been more accurate. Son-in-law, the main point of Zhang Tai's letter is to inform you of this. It also tells you that such a problem is likely to arise in the future. It also asks you to propose a proposal. Tell your highness what your position is. If you truly encounter a time traveler in the future, how should you treat them? Will it be with kindness or violence? Wang Hu listened quietly to his father-in-law's words. What I mean is, if we truly encounter these people or their descendants in the future, the best approach is to eliminate them all. Only by doing so can we avoid future troubles. This is the best solution, so I hope your highness has the courage to do so. Professor Liu began by stating his proposal. Yes, Zhang Tai's letter not only recounted the events in the East, but also hoped that everyone would offer a proposal regarding this matter. Then, When Zhang Tai replied to His Highness Zhao Hongyu, he could share their thoughts. This would also provide advice on what Zhao Hongyu could do if such a situation ever occurred again. However, Professor Liu felt that such a situation was unlikely to occur again. He believed that the IGA Ninja Army incident was entirely accidental. After all, the universe is vast, with numerous dimensions and spaces, including numerous planes. Even a traverser wouldn't be able to reach just one dimension with all the layers of space and space. Furthermore, there are so many so-called mythological worlds, high-level martial arts planes, and even comic book worlds. Therefore, the odds of this happening are far smaller than winning the lottery. Traversers aren't numerous, and the possibility of two traversers reaching the same dimension and meeting within the same universe, time, era, and point in time is even rarer. Therefore, having thought this through, Professor Liu was able to relax. Before arriving in this era, Professor Liu would browse online novels and other topics during his conversations. So, despite his age, he's also familiar with some of the theories in YIY novels. While these theories might sound ridiculous to serious scientists, who could say they're completely without merit? Therefore, Professor Liu simply told Song Hu not to worry too much about it. He should just think carefully about how to offer a suggestion. That was the main purpose of Zhang Tai's letter, wasn't it? As for this unlikely possibility, all he had to do was be on his guard. But there was no need to become overly fearful. My father-in-law means we shouldn't dwell on whether there are other time travelers in this era. We just need to offer our suggestions so that if His Highness actually encounters one, he'll know what to do, right? After Professor Liu's explanation, Song Hu seemed to understand. Professor Liu nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I mean. There's no need to dwell on some things. In fact, there's no need for us to worry about them. Because in my opinion, chance events like winning the lottery shouldn't happen again. Of course, since Your Highness has this concern, we'll just go along with it and give him a suggestion. But we need to understand that we shouldn't be too concerned about this. In the future, we should focus our main energy on development and construction, okay?" Since his father-in-law had made it so clear, how could he not understand? Song Hu decided to write his opinion in a reply letter and send it back to Zhang Tai. Well, his meaning was simple: if he really encountered such a thing or person again in the future, Your Highness should just kill them. After all, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. To be continued. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.